All right, 1 second. All right, there we go. What's up, everyone? Hope you guys are all having a wonderful evening. Smart TCG here. Today we're going to be watching the Master Ball League 2024-2025 Pokemon Asia Championship. This is the equivalent to a regional championship for anyone who does not know. This event, I believe, has around 500 players, and they have cut to a top 32. You needed a record of, I believe, 6-2 to make it into, well, 6-2 is the bubble. 7-1 guaranteed, 6-2. I believe a percentage of them made it. So it cut straight to top 32. You go the usual bracket style, 32 to 16, 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, and then 2 to 1. So they will be playing regular standard format over here. I got some people I'm keeping an eye on. For example, Cash Vinder, a pretty well-known player, is in top 16 or in top 32 right now, and hasn't had a big season this year over in Singapore. Would pretty much need to win, I think, to get their invite, because how the system works over here, for anyone who does not know, is that it is based around a point system, but they only count, I think, the top 4 or top 8, I believe, from Singapore, for like each division. So anyways, we got a few minutes until this starts. So is this Worlds format? It is not Worlds format. Well, no, it's not Worlds format. It's the format we have currently right now. But Worlds format won't be that different. It's just like Gardevoir gets jealous it, and that's pretty much it. I mean, like Air Balloon, like functionally, the decks that are good right now will probably remain good, right? It's just, you know, whether or not they gain something or not. Psyduck? Psyduck won't be legal for Worlds. Dynamo should change the meta? No. Not as much as you think. Like, what? Dynamotor is only good in Miraidon. And Miraidon next format is like probably tier 2 at best. It's not bad, but the big issue with Miraidon is it lost double turbo energy, which eliminates the ability to turn 1 amp you very much a lot more consistently. So unless you're like, if you do hit it turn 1, it's great, right? Also losing Rotom is huge, and also Forest Seal Stone as well. There's just plenty of like important cards that Miraidon lost, that makes it so that Dynamotor helps that deck, but doesn't actually warp the metagame. What's up, Cram Jam? What's up, Aura? Rotom? Yeah, Rotom is a great card. Yeah, having Seal Stone felt pretty good. Yeah, Seal Stone I thought was actually a healthy card. I like those type of cards. I think they're like good for the game. I like him. But I think if Miraidon had Rotom, it would be so much better. Because, like, what made Miraidon so good? Well, actually, the two cards it needs more than Force Seal Stone and Raichu are Rotom and Double Turbo Energy. Because the ability for Miraidon to be, like, when it gets forced into going first to Rotom for 3 is so powerful. But now, like, to consistently hit turn, like, the ability to hit an amp before they get 2 turns of play, which would be going second or going first and doing it turn 2, like, you want to go first so you can amp them before they evolve into things, but you don't have Rotom to consistently build your hand. It's, like, decent, though. And the deck is decent, but I don't know if it's top tier. You watching the entire tournament? Probably. Depends. If I get tired, we'll just, like, commentate over it and watch it together. Yeah, we'll probably watch the tournament, the full tournament. It depends. It's not going to be great. Now, I say this, but it's not going to be probably terribly long because it's 32, then 16, then 8, then 4, then finals. So, like, 5-6 hours. We'll see. Magneton or to Clunky? No, so yeah, so, like, Miraidon's supposed to play Magneton. Miraidon should play Magneton because Magneton pairs well with Magneton pairs well with Zekrom because you give them a prize card. Mouse? No mouse hold format? Hey, what's up, Justin? Hey, what's up, Genki? Yo, what's up, Liam? How are you? But yeah, I wish we had Steel Stone still. Any, like, consistency card like that, in my opinion, is, like, good for the game. Are you in a playtesting group? Kind of. I mostly play... Actually, not really. I mostly playtest with myself now. I used to playtest with some people, but at the moment, I don't really playtest with anyone. I kind of just, like, build my own stuff. But I've always been someone who, like, feels like I do my best when, like, I come up with, like, my own ideas. But some people aren't like that, right? You know, some people just like to take other people's ideas or, like, build with, like, other people, which I think is the best way to do it. It's just currently I'm not in that situation. So I just test with myself at the moment. But I do recommend getting a testing group if you can. It's very important, in my opinion. If you could find a testing group of people, it's big. $1 million. No, actually, funny thing about that is I will probably do at some point stream games with, like, people. Bring back the glorious goat Lugia. Let me punch things with mice again. Yeah, Lugia was pretty crazy. That deck was broken. What a deck. We play mouse? No. You have to give me 50. But yeah, finding a testing group is essential in Pokemon if you want to, like, maximize your potential. There's very few top players who just work alone, right? So finding people who are able to push you to be better is incredibly important in this game and something that you want to have if you can find it, right? And, like, whether it be starting off small and just, you know, having, like, local people, you also need to find people who are like-minded, which sometimes is difficult in this game. Like, finding people who are consistently committed to greatness and continuing to improve. There's just some people who aren't like that, you know, who are a lot more casual, right? So finding someone who has that, like, burning passion to grow as a player is something that is admittedly a little bit difficult, I feel like, a lot of the time. But, like, I find it more valuable to test with someone who might, like, be a weaker player overall, but has, like, a ton of passion to become better and wants to become better, I actually enjoy testing with that person more than if I'm testing with a top player who has no passion to be better or like doesn't actually play games, right? That's always something that's kind of important to think about, right? Is that that's how I personally view things. Best suggestion for the testing process. In my opinion, the best suggestions for testing process is understand why you're losing versus specific decks. Play against someone that is at or above your skill level. That's like one thing that's important, is that like you want to play with people who you think are like close to your skill level, right? Someone who can actually push you to be better. And you want to be very open to playing anything, because you always want to try and find the best like deck possible for you guys, or just like for yourself. You know, you want to find that fine balance between a deck that you're comfortable with and something also you know, that's competitively viable, right? And just playing against every matchup. Like my process for Worlds will involve playing versus pretty much every single matchup. I'm going to do a more lengthy testing process heading into Worlds that I normally don't do, just because I don't have a ton of time sometimes. But heading into Worlds, there's not any major tournaments obviously until the World Championships, except for I believe like this Amino tournament. So we'll be definitely grinding a lot. What was the first competitive deck you played to a tournament / regional? That's a great question. The first semi-competitive deck that I played was the Seismitoad Meloetta deck. It was this round deck where it did back then, I think 30 times 30 for each round Pokemon you had on your board. Maybe it was 70 still at the time. That was like my first semi-competitive rogue deck that I played. But back then I was like 12, right? So I was like 11, 12. I think I was like 12 or 13. That's the last thing that I can remember, or like that's like one of the first decks I can remember. So I started playing back in 2011. But I was what, like 7, 8 years old. So I was like it was like very casual. It was just like my cousin would come over, he would bring us cards, we would play games. I started to, you know, get more serious about it, but more serious about it was just going to locals once a week. And then, you know, he kind of got out of it, and then I just always stuck with it. But yeah. And then my first regional, I think, was a regional. I don't know if I was a junior back then. I might have been a first year senior. No, maybe I was like 2015. So I might have been a last year junior or first year senior, I think. Yeah. It was like San Jose or Santa Clara regionals. Fortnite Stream 1? Probably never. Double Jet Golduck, my king, exploding baton. Or exploding balloon, yeah. But yeah, I remember that like that young passion that I had. I remember like watching when I was a kid. I would like rewatch some of the streams of like regionals and internationals, because like back then they wouldn't stream all the regionals per year. They do like a fall regional stream, I think a winter one, and a spring, and then they'd stream the national championship. So there weren't, and then Worlds as well. So there weren't like a crazy amount of streams, but I remember always watching back and like being like watching like the people that I looked up to as a younger player. It got cool to reach that point where then I was playing and beating those players as well, and playing at or higher level than them was like pretty cool. But yeah. $1.07 for mouse? No. Think we'll ever get expanded back? Talking nostalgia makes me want to Quaking Punch someone. I doubt it. Pokemon has no reason to bring back expanded when standard is so big, and bringing back expanded would require a rework probably of the format too, and I just don't know if they want to do it. I wouldn't expect it for the next several years though. Pocket Mouse. Yeah, Expanded was quite the... Well, to be fair, Japan does Expanded, so... Who knows? Maybe they do bring back Expanded. Did you get World Travel Award? Yeah, I got World Travel Award. I finished like 8th NA, I think. 7th or 8th. Yeah, I've gotten TA the last 3 years. But the last 2 years were kind of sketchy. I wasn't sure if I was going to finish top 16. But this year I was guaranteed even before NAIC, I think. So NAIC didn't like functionally matter for top 16. Are you attending the regionals in Mexico? Yes, I will be attending Monterrey, Merida as well, and then the other one I don't know if I'll go to, simply because it's more complicated to get to. So I will definitely do Merida and Monterrey, for sure. I already booked my flight to Monterrey. San Francisco flies direct, actually, so I will definitely, I will 100% be doing Monterrey. Merida I'll probably do because I really enjoyed it last year. I actually booked quite a few events the past couple of days. What did I book? I booked Worlds, Monterrey, Pittsburgh, Vegas, and Brazil. LAC. Thoughts on Arm Rouge box for the current format? Do you think it's relatively playable now, or only when Prism releases? It's like decent. It's like a tier 2 deck. Its biggest issue is itself, right? Its consistency sometimes hurts itself. So one of the few things that holds it back. Do you use a capture card to stream? Yes. Wait, like, what do you mean? Like, yes, I do use a capture card. Yes. Like, I use a like professional, you know, like I use like an actual camera, right? I don't use a webcam, right? But you have to use a capture card to connect it because it's not meant for computers. So I have to, yeah, I have to use the capture card to connect it and stuff. So, yeah. I spent way too much money on my stream setup a few years ago, but it still works, so. I'm really excited for this because I know a couple people in top 32. So one of my students who I was coaching on Gardevoir started 7-0 and they're 7-1 right now. So they're in top 32. So I'm really hoping they stream them. And then one of my friends, Cash Vinder, is also in top 32 as well. So there's a few people I'm hoping they get streamed. $5090 setup PC. No, I only have, well, I shouldn't say only. I have like a 4090. I have a 4090. I think, yeah, I have a 4090. I was on Garchomp EX. It's not bad. It's like definitely decent. If you dodge Raging Bolt, it's pretty good. Yo, Cash top 32? Yeah, Cash is in top 32. Cash has not had a great season this year. He'd be the first one to say that. So, they need to pop off. Yo, hey, what's up, Eric? How's the Pokédad life? All right, so Swiss round day 1. Players will compete in a format where winners determined by the number of wins they get by the end of all the rounds. It is best of 1 in day 1. However, single elimination, best of 3, normal. Players will play up to 3 sets. The players declared a winner as soon as they win 2 sets. The loser of the matchup is immediately eliminated from the tournament. Late night baby feeding plus watching your stream. Going to the Smart Series with Mousehole DX. Any sleeves you recommend? Yeah, I'm personally a big fan of FCBC Armor sleeves. You can go onto their website, fcbcarmor.com. They are my preferred ones. Also, World Championship, Singapore. It was used to be 12, and now it's up to 20. However, I think this is a little bit... this is for all divisions, I believe. I think it's 10. It's 10 to 12 for Masters. And I think... no, it's 4, 4, and 12. I think that's what it is. Could be wrong. Yeah. Yo, Devin, did you get TA as well? I forgot to ask. Yeah, the PokeDad Life Eric is must involve little sleep, right? I'm not ready for that. I need a few more years of just degenerate Pokemon grinding. I need like another 5 to 7 years. 7th? Oh, nice. Yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, you killed it this year, so. If student versus cash, I got it for the student. Oh, is there a fake me in chat? Go play Zard. Dude, Zard's pretty good. I'm in Singapore for summer vacation. Is there any card stores you'd recommend? I'm a big fan of Toys Terminal. I love Singapore. It's a really cool city. I considered going to this event because someone I know found a way to get me registered into the Master Ball. But I chose not to. I legitimately had, if I was able to show up in time to this event and I genuinely wanted to, I could have played. But playing in Asian events are actually pretty hard. You have to go through this entire process. For Japan, I have an account to play in Japan Champion Leagues, but you have to have a phone number in Japan. So I literally had to thankfully I knew someone who lived in Japan, and I just used their phone number. So getting into these Asian tournaments are very difficult, but it is possible. So the one thing I might do this next season is play in one of the Japanese Champion Leagues. That's one of the things I plan to do this next year, is to compete in one of the Japanese Champion Leagues. Student pays you not to do the coach, not root across the continent on stream. I'm excited for Cash. I hope he does well. Didn't take a spot from them. I know how hard it is too. Oh yeah, and that's another thing is I didn't want to take a spot from them. I didn't want to manipulate and be the cause of something, right? But a Champions League with 5,000 players, I will potentially go to. But this event only has 500, and it's just I don't need to compete in it, right? I don't need to. Do you have any vintage decks? Sadly, I don't. But I have played old format before. Or older format, 2010. Him as a bag boy. Did that current drum. Is this current standard format or future current standard? Yeah, I will most likely compete in a Champions League next year unless they conflict with a NA tournament. If any of them conflict with an NA tournament, I will not do it. Also, this Zoroark card is okay. For anyone who does not know, for this Southern Asian region, they have Master Balls as like their regionals, and they also have Ultra Balls, I think Premier Balls, and like pretty much they're like Cups, Regionals, and Internationals. This is actually, or Cups, Regionals, and Nationals. I think this is technically their Nationals. So these promo cards are worth thousands of dollars. Like, I think there was a Terrapagos Master Ball League one that was worth like $3,000 to $4,000 at one point. Doesn't cash Pokestats? He's part of Pokestats, yes. Dude, regional lock events with less than 1,000 cap? Sure. How did you learn about the Pokemon TCG? When I was like 7 years old, my cousin showed me Pokemon cards. He showed me two things. Bakugan, I think, was one of them, and Pokemon cards. All right, so not a whole lot of huge Singapore names that I notice here. But we'll see how it goes. There's also a Mew Master Ball League. Yeah, they're worth thousands of dollars. Probably, yes. They are insanely expensive. Like, when I went over there, I got gifted a Radiant Charizard and a Radiant Greninja, and they were like 200-ish each. And they literally came out of like small tournament packs you could open. Bakugan? Yeah, that was a thing back in 2010. Back in 2010, 2011. Yeah. That stuff like was for a couple years. Like, wait, what? This isn't top 32? Oh my god. Wait, how do I... This is insane. This thing made 32? Holy crap. Like a large League Cup? The Muse Ultra Ball Cup? Yeah. This is crazy. Yo, someone text Grant Manley. Great Tuscamilla's in top cut. I'm literally DMing him. Will we be playing Great Tuscamilla? I will most likely not be playing Great Tuscamilla to Worlds. What is this format? This format is standard. It's like a large League Cup. Yeah, that's what it is. They get like, I think 80 to 100 players sometimes. I got that, Cram Jam. Appreciate you. What's the reason why I'm playing uneven Evo line amounts for Dunsparce in the deck list? Because you are... The main reason is that you can Artisan always for Dunsparce, but if you play a thicker count of the Dunsparce, you are more likely to naturally draw into them, which is the thing that this deck can struggle with, as there's no Ultra Ball in it. So, like, sometimes, for example, like, when we saw the Zoroark Gardevoir list that won Atlanta Regionals, we saw that play a 1-2 Zoroark line, because you didn't struggle getting the Zuru down, but you struggled, especially versus Badu, finding the Zoroark, right? So that's kind of the reason as to why we see some of these weird counts where the basic is less and the evolution is actually more, which kind of seems counterintuitive. But when you actually think about it, and how the Pokemon format is at the moment, that's the reason as to why. Imagine losing your invite to Great Tusk. Yeah, that'd be rough. He's gonna be so happy. Turbo Dark. All right, we have Anselm Sim versus Enoch Tan Jun Hao. Oh, they're streaming it. Oh my god. With one Billy and an Onair. Free fire. Yeah, you can steal free wins. Holy cannoli. This is going to be crazy. We're in for a wild ride here. Let's see if this deck's legit. This is the moment. All right, they're setting up right now. I wonder what's happening. Why are they just showing the prize card? Okay, let's actually take a look at them. They prize like a Dunsparce. Oh, it's gone now. All right. Did Grant on Discord call for this match? All right, let me see if he's available. All right, I messaged him. All right, here we go. We have Raging Bolt at 7-1 against the Great Tusk Mill. All right, starting off here for Anselm, we see the Ultra Ball getting rid of Counter Catcher. Definitely do not need Counter Catcher in this matchup, as you are going to be falling behind. Or you're never going to be falling behind. So I don't need that here. See the Ultra Ball. Looks like just a standard Bolt Noctalis. Oh, and they're... All right, what's happening? Liftoff has been aborted. What do you enjoy outside of Pokemon? Sports. Oh, wait, what's happening now? Wait, what? Oh, why did this matter? All right, here coming in from Anselm. Probably just going to be looking for Hoot Hoot. Just wants a pretty generic start here. Starting Raging Bolt in this matchup is not ideal. I think Tealmass Ogerpon is probably your best attacker in this matchup because it one-shots, you don't lose energies as well off the board. So what Anselm wants to do is probably get Latias down too and just go into an efficient attacker as quickly as possible, which Raging Bolt unfortunately is not that. So, all right, here, see the Ultra Ball. Probably just going to see the fact that they're shuffling up, just bench double Hoot Hoot and then pass. They did discard Ultra Ball, which is a signal that they should have access to a Terra type on the next turn, which they do. There's a Teal Mask in the hand, so see that Teal Mask probably benched down here. Looks like they notably play Energy Switch. This might be important if the Great Tusk player decides to try and trap something in the active, assuming it can't attack. That could potentially open up a play where Anselm is able to get a kind of surprise play off here. So We do see Vessel getting rid of the energy. And we'll see exactly what they're getting here. They're definitely going to want to pick up a couple of fighting energies and just kind of start the Sada chain. Pretty much how this deck works is you just spam a bunch of Sadas over and over again, and also Explorer's Guidance. But getting the mill for 4 here would be really good. No bench. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't choose to bench this unless they, like, maybe they're not concerned about Iono. I guess the logic would be is that if Enoch's Ionoing here, they're not using Sadas, which means Great Tusk is not able to attack. So holding it is probably okay. All right, here comes the Buddy Puffin. Probably just going to be getting a couple Dunsparces here. Checking the deck here, seeing what cards are available. I'm not 100% sure exactly all of the trap cards that they have. Some of these lists occasionally play cards like Maractus, just to try and, you know, surprise trap out of nowhere. Or it looks like we see the Mimikyu as well, might be going into that this turn. If they do go into Mimikyu, that's a sign they don't have Sadas. So as soon as they grab Mimikyu, you can kind of instantly tell, okay, they probably don't have Sadas, because they would always get a second Dunsparce here probably if they could. Or maybe they're, yeah, probably, right? Yeah, they don't have no way to cheat prizes. Yeah, so like from Anselm's side, what he needs to do this turn is he needs to judge Fan Rotom the Dunsparce. If he can judge Fan Rotom the Dunsparce, brick Enoch for a turn, then he should be okay. Because like if he goes judge punch KO and then Enoch misses and you just go punch again with Fan Rotom KO again, then you're up 2 prizes and they haven't milled yet. So this is like completely fine, I think. Am I back in top tables? Maybe. Great Tusk got so much aura. All right, there's Bench Teal Mask. There's Noctowl. This needs to be for Judge Fan Rotom. They have to pull this play off this turn. Oh, they're going for Crispin. Unfortunate. No, there's a Judge in there. You gotta go for it. I think it's there, right? I think I just saw it. Right? No, you gotta hit with the roadie. Get hit with the roadie. Oh, no. They don't see the line. No. I love Judge Fan Rotom. Yeah. Oh, maybe they don't play Judge and they play Iono. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But if they play Judge, they should have 100% gone for that play. Which one left cooking? Dude, I don't even know, man. Anselm is not a knower. Yeah, for any Raging Bolt enthusiast, if you ever play against a matchup, they're like, dang, this thing is like, this matchup's kind of sketchy. You just send Judge Fan Rotom punch for a prize turn 2, and about 40% of the time, it just wins you the game. That's probably an exaggeration, but get the point. Oh, they just, oh, wait, what? Oh, I thought they just passed there. They put their hand out. Oh, okay, never mind. So them promoting Mimikyu here is just like not correct, I think, if you plan to use the Dunsparce. But I guess it doesn't matter here, right? I mean, it takes away your potential to like actually attack this turn. All you need is Sadas. Like, you definitely have to mill here. I think this is definitely a mistake. I think you have to mill in this situation, because if you fall behind 2 prizes without milling, you're just not winning. So as a 2 Judge and Raging Bolt, Bolt agree. Yeah, so this is definitely like not good for the Great Tusk player, and definitely I think missequenced here, but there is a Cactus I think I see in there. Because also on top of it too, when you put like when you draw your 3 cards with the Dunsparce, you then choose after you draw the 3, right? So like there's no reason not to just promote the Dunsparce here. Because like, what if you find Sadas in this situation? Then you just be like, okay, I'm just gonna Sadas, right? And then I can actually mill. So all right, there's attachment. Are we trying to hit with this? But this just gets like, I don't know. This is just like so rough. What Ansem needs to do is like, if he can, so if he knows Enoch plays practice, he wants to just like fan Rotom this turn, like without benching Latias. If he's able to do that, that would probably be the best play here. The other play is actually just going attach boss's orders, bring up the Dunsparce, and just knocking out the Dunsparce, because the energy getting moved to the bench is not the end of the world, because you can attack with Speedwing. So it's like fine. You always cut your deck after opponent shuffles if they do. Yes, if my opponent shuffles my deck, I will cut it. Most of the time. Make it so tough? Yes. Dude, what is happening? Okay, like I feel like they always like ask the judge or something. All right, so valuable turn here for Ansem. There comes another Dunsparce. I don't see Asada's in the hand here. We do see that Erica's. However, Erica's here is probably not great because you have to take a Pokemon with Erica's, which means what if like the only Pokemon is like another Fan Rotom here? So like I have no, oh, there's the Blood Moon. Okay, so pretty lucky play here. I definitely would not have done this if I was Enoch, because you have to pick a Pokemon, right? So that was like potentially a just catastrophic mistake if there was literally anything else than Blood Moon. Like, oh my god, that play was so bad, but it got bailed out. Like that was literally the only bad thing that could have been gotten there, because if Enoch, for example, uses Erica's and there's just a Teal Mask in hand, great. Then Ansem just goes Teal Dance, attach, retreat, go into Fan Rotom, punch with Fan Rotom. You've just made it so that I can still keep my energies on Raging Bolts. So using Erica's there is never correct. But always lucky. And now here comes the Latias, and then this is where the Cactus could potentially make a big play in this game. All right. Yes, Fan Rotom. Yes. The active spot? Yes, it's Luka Doncic. What a sack. Yeah, I don't know. Well. Wait, why did Enoch promote? He's got to stop. Just promote the Dunsparce. Please, just promote the Dunsparce. You draw cards first before you have to promote, right? Okay, he has Sada's again. Okay. But, like, technically here, if you could Cactus, that would be broken. Like, Cactusing here would have been so good. Oh, there it's in hand, right? Dude. If you just Cactus here, like, for example, if you Cactus the Latias, you force them to burn Prime Catcher, which means they're not, it's going to be difficult for them to Prime and Boss's Orders, for example, if they don't have another Noctowl piece on board. So, which means that then you just Cactus again and the game's over. Any comment on the Giants loss? It was a tough loss. All right, there's Night Stretcher. Oh, now what? Why would you? Oh, okay. They're benching it now. But now, if I'm Anselm, if I can just go retreat boss's orders Cactus, like, he has plenty of cards left right now. Like, there's probably about 30 left. Assuming about 30. So like, chance. All right, Sadas and ooh, Noctowl. Honestly, not the end of the world. Not really bad stuff thrown away. The energy is annoying, but we see no Night Stretcher. We see no energy retrieval as well. So, all right, action back onto Anselm here. We do see the Nest Ball being played. Area 0 is in effect, so going to be able to fill their bench up to 8. We do see a Hoot Hoot. Most notably, though, I guess that Noctowl was discarded. They do have multiple Night Stretchers. We did see them, so they will be potentially able to, in this situation, use that Night Stretcher to get back the Noctowl. However, puts them in a little bit of an awkward situation here because they want to use Night Stretcher potentially for energies, as energies are going to be the things that are potentially hard to come by at the end of the game if they have low counts of Sadas. They're winning. What round is this? This is top 32 cut. Let me actually... All right, here's the judge. They could have done this early game, I think, but they didn't go for it. So... All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here's the vessel. That Prime is still hiding there. Another big thing in this matchup is whether or not they play Turo or not. If they play Turo, that could be huge to bring up potentially that Latias. However, there are 2 liabilities on the board, being Latias and also Blood Moon or Saluna. Judge Pun is incoming. Yeah, well, it's unfortunate they didn't do it earlier in the game when they had the ability to. So... All right, what's happening here? We are seeing the promote. This is sketchy. It's a couple gears in the hand, though, so... Actually, no, there's one, I think. Might be a second one in between the Dunsparce. Do you have a preference on what energy style you play in your main deck, or do you not care? I like using I like the silver border basic energies, regardless of what silver borders they are. But if I had access to them and wanted to spend a bajillion dollars, then I would probably consider using the Heart Gold Sword Silver ones, as in my opinion, those are the best looking with like the Pokemon in the background. Those ones are really cool, but they're very hard to come by, and the people that have them usually sell them for quite a bit, and their prices are quite high. So yeah. All right. Arsada is 1, 2, 3. All right, there is... What is that in hand? It's next to the Dunsparce. I don't know if it's a Dunsparce or not. Oh, they're thinking here. They're in the chamber. Okay, so that boss's orders in Anselm's hand is huge, because next turn you can use boss's orders to be able to bring up the Maractus and knock it out. No, there's counter catcher. Yo, what's up, a Frosted Pop-Tart? How you doing? I still have been buying HCSS energies when I can snipe it for around 20 a piece. Yeah. Dark Gold Soul Silver energies look so nice, but I personally love the Call of Legends energies. I believe they're the ones with like the symbol and then all like the lightning around them. Oh, those the ones that like... Here, let me look them up. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Those are cool. Oh, Holon Phantoms? I feel like I know which ones you're talking about. Yes, these ones. Yes. These are the ones I thought you were talking about, yeah. With like all the lightning. They're so nice. Those are my second favorite. Yo, what's up, Zoink? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I always use the 151 hollows. Those are cool. I'm not a huge fan of hollow energies. No, what's happening? Counter catcher? Oh, they're jamming towering. Got it. However, this Noctowl takes... Okay, so the play here has to be... Okay. What Ansem can do is he can boss his orders up the Maractus, which turns off Gravity Gemstone. Right? Or... Oh, wait, no, there's Jamming Tower. Never mind, there's Jamming Tower. Okay, we're good. So, now, what does Enoch do? There's not a whole lot of things to bring up here in this situation. The best option would be to potentially bring up the Mew. How good do you think Bolts is right now? Bolts definitely a tier 1 to tier 1.5 deck. It's not the best deck in the format, but it's really good. Wish you could play the Japanese HGSS energy Pokemon. Energies legit say energy in English too. So sad. They'd be way cheaper. Is there like a thing on the... Is it just like the back of the card is different? Is that the only way to tell that they're Japanese cards? I always wish like TPCI was more lenient on those things. Yes, sir, Zoink, you can do it. 100%. Appreciate you. All right, there's Explorers. It's so hard to tell how many cards left Ansem has. I'm pretty sure it looks about 12, like 10 to 12 max. So it's getting a little sketchy. Oh, the top right is kanji. Gotcha. I always use a classic collection energies. What's that for? Oh, is that from like the big box? Like the hollow big box ones? Eskimo, my beloved. Yeah, we're seeing if it can get there. It's going to be close. It's going to be really close. What version of Gardevoir do you prefer? I personally am a fan of the TM Evolution variant, but I don't have Turbo Energize in my list at the moment. That might change. So somewhat similar to the list I won at NAIC. Oh, there's... Okay, here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looking for another ancient supporter. It looks like we do have the Explorer's Guidance, which could potentially get ourselves closer at some points to getting another Gust effect, specifically Counter Catcher, to just try and bring up, for example, that Mew EX or that Noctowl to stall for a couple turns if you have access to Cactus. But in this situation, if you can't get into Cactus, your best option is to counter catcher, in my opinion. Bring up that Noctowl with no energy and just hope that Anselm does run out of energies. However, I believe we saw a couple of turns ago, there seemed to be some Night Stretchers left. Oh, and there's one of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, so this is not looking good here. So if Anselm is smart, what he needs to do is just hold on to that Prime Catcher if it's in hand. Is it in hand? Is it not in hand? So this is looking okay for Anselm here. I think this is fine because there's more than 4 cards left. If he's able to just go Teal Mask Punch here, then he's really close. Let's see how much is left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 cards, right? 2, 4, 6. Okay, he should be fine. Because Enoch cannot Enoch cannot mill and Cactus in the same turn, right? Because if he mills, then he just loses to Energy Retreat. And if he cactuses, then he can't mill the Prime Catcher, and Anselm can always draw his entire deck and just win the game. So this Iono is also smart here because it potentially just gives Anselm the Prime Catcher, which just gives him guaranteed game if he draws it in hand, because cards like Eerie are not typically played in Enoch's deck. So, or at least at a heavy count. What if he Cactus plus Turos? That would be his play. It's Cactus Turo, yeah. But I don't think that this deck plays that. I could be wrong. Yo, what's up, All Out Drift King? What's up? Wait, Anselm was shuffling next deck for them. Hey, it looks nice. Play Fortnite Mobile? No. Do you take a look at 60s at all that people send you trying to get input on my Maraudon list for Black and White Onward? Post it in the Discord server. Is that Black White legal? Nah, unfortunately not. It is like their international, or not international, it's their like national style event though. But yeah, watching Great Tuscan cut is crazy. Here comes the counter catcher. Does he have access to the Turo? He doesn't, which means that Anselm should just be able to... Oh, there it is. Yep, there's Prime Catcher. Bring that up, and that is pretty much checkmate in this style of tournament, because with only 25 minutes left, and yeah, like Anselm just has to not lose 2 games in 25 minutes. So Enoch has to go super quickly here to try and mill both games in 25 minutes, which is quite a chore. Because the shuffling has been terrible. Oh, yeah. Like this right here, I hate this type of shuffling. It's not actual shuffling, in my opinion. A lot of Japanese players do it, and it doesn't do like anything. Like, I cannot stress how much I hate that type of shuffling. And I only see players from Asian regions do it. Or sometimes players who are new at the game and have came over from a different game. Sometimes they do that too. But I hate that type of shuffling. It's so terrible randomization. Do Blink cards clump together? I don't know. Oh, he started Ditto, and that's an insane starter in this matchup. So your guide to improve greatly helped me get into the game. So hey, I'm super happy. I'm glad that you found that useful. I mean, the local travel team that's gonna be sponsored by my LGS. Yeah, that's sick. Congratulations. Good for you. In the Torterra Spidops deck, I'm not. No. Are you going to Pittsburgh? I will be at Pittsburgh, yeah. All right, the Cactus is prized here. It's not good for them. All right, here we go. Hopping into game number 2. We see the Ditto start for Anselm. Going to be able to search his deck. I think probably getting Baby Bolt or Fan Rotom. There's already a Fan Rotom in hand, so in this situation, you probably just get Teal Mask because next turn you can attack here. Yep, get the Teal Mask. Glad he saw that. You can just attack with Fan Rotom here. So you always should just get Teal Mask unless you have a Nest Ball ready to go. Going to my first regional in Pittsburgh next season. I've been looking to get Coach Roger recommend it. If so, who'd you recommend? Not for Coach. Did the registration for regionals already start? No, registration for regionals have not started. We have no idea when that will even be. They've not announced it yet. More than pile shuffling? Yes. The shuffle, for anyone who just got here, like, you oftentimes see Japanese players do it where like they're just like this. Oh my god, it is just awful. It just doesn't randomize the deck. Like, can someone explain to me how doing like this, like, how is this randomizing? Like, you're taking clumps of cards and putting those clumps on top of you. Like, you're not riffle shuffling, which evenly, like, distributes. Like, yeah, for sure, Zoink, let's do it. Yo, Sammy, thanks for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate it. All right, there's a pat. Dude, this start's broken from Anselm. This is so good. You can just Fan Rotom next turn and punch, which is what he should have done in the first game. Wow. All right, here we go. Earthen Vessel coming out from Enoch. Searching the deck here. He cannot prize check this game. He does not have time to do that. He just has to go. Just play quick. You have to just turbo through this. All right, there is the lightning and the fighting here. See a little urgency coming out. Is there anything in the hand? Oh no. There has to be. Okay, there we go. It's not guaranteed he finds a Pokemon though. Oh no. Is there something? Is there anything in there? It has to be the last card. It's that card I think he just took. I think that's a Great Tusk. Okay, I think he's okay. Crushing Hammer. Mass Shuffle or Riffle? Mass Shuffle and Riffle good. It didn't cut bad. Is that actually what it's called? Is it called an Indian cut? Is that like the actual terminology? It's got to be a Great Tusk, right? Yeah, that's what it was. I think. Also, attaching energy to Mimikyu was definitely a mistake before Explorer's Guidance, and that made no sense. All right, action back on Anselm here. All he has to do is just get a stadium and then punch with Fan Rotom. Take that first prize. Called Hindu Shuffle. Oh, it's a Hindu Shuffle. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's a Hindu Shuffle. Gotcha. That makes sense. All right, here we go. We just got to see Stadium in a Judge. You just can, if you can just KO this active, judge them to 4. And do they have energy in hand? They must have not had energy in hand, which would make sense why they... No, they did. They should have just judged, dude. There's a Budu in the deck. That's interesting. All right. Couple energies being grabbed. Field Dance. Drawn 1. That's exactly what I ended up getting here. There is the Pheasantipity. Definitely not something you want on the board. Why are we doing that? I don't think we need to. Yeah, just a retreat. Yep, use a retreat. Go into the Fan Rotom. You got to put that jamming tower down, which is incredibly powerful here because it also shuts off that handheld fan as well, which is a really annoying card sometimes. And there is the put down of the jamming tower and the assault landing for the knockouts. It crashed? Really? Did my Twitch actually crash? No way. That's weird. Oh, I guess it did crash. Huh. Wonder why I did that. That's weird. Should be back. All right, it's back. I don't know why I did that. Sorry about that. Most people are watching on YouTube anyways, but funny. I was wondering. I saw like a huge dip. I was like, wait, what the heck? Sorry about that. That guy's no hurry up here. Yeah, he has to get going. You have to start showing some. Gotta show some action here. We don't got much time left. This is so sad. As Ansem can literally just, like, you don't even really need to play this knockdown. Like, yeah, you can KO the active. You could also just punch and feel fine. But yeah, this is just KO. Yeah, this is so bad for them. There's an S-ball. Spin. Getting a couple energies. Yeah, this is just bad. I guess is there any like play here we can make? There's the attach. Dude, their camera needs to unblur. Oh my gosh. They need to fix their camera after this game. Oh, there you go. It's back. I think we're a little bit behind. There you go. So they got the Ericas. This deck's just so inconsistent. That's like the problem. That's like the big issue with Great Tusk. That's why Marnie's Grim, top tier deck. Pretty good. Gets even better with the addition of Air Balloon as well. Oh, there's the neutralization zone. Are both the area 0 prize? That is the... Nope. They're not prized. Oh, no. And here comes the ogre and just a punch. You don't even need... You can't even play this. I mean, you could play this out if you get an ancient card down, but, like, do you really need to even? I guess there's no downside of getting Raging Bolt here. You probably do just get like the big bolt. I'm like fine with that. You could also just bench another teal mask, but I don't know. Like you don't even need to do this. You're like under no pressure. You just don't have enough time to cactus too. The issue with cactusing is Enoch will run out of time. That's the big problem, is that Enoch just cannot win in time. So he has to mill, and if you're, yeah, there it is. I was like, you have to mill, which means that you're not locking things, and there's 4 energy in the hand. All right, so there is the W from Ansem. Raging Bolt moving on to the top 16 here, able to take down a non-conventional deck. Definitely the fan favorite in Great Tusk milled Dunsparce, but looks like the Turbo meta deck was able to win, even though I think Enoch had some chances in game 1. Definitely could have played better in that game to give themselves more opportunities to lock them out of the game. But thanks, Electric King, for the $1 donation. Appreciate it. The Noctiles on the board seems like downside going wide with attackers too, in case Enoch bumps area 0. Yeah. Also on 2 boss and Grim, or too much gust, or 3 boss 2 CZ. It's like fine. I don't think it's too much gust. Acceptable. All right, looks like they're taking a quick break here. All right, I'm gonna go get some water, quickly use the bathroom, and then we'll be right back with top 16. What's doing well? We just saw Great Tusk lose in top 32. Cash is in top 32, so big moves. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. What's up, Anti? How you doing? Favorite regional location? In North America, my favorite regional location is Vancouver, Canada. And overall, my favorite regional location is Melbourne or Perth. I also like San Antonio too. Good looking through the $2 super chat. Mousehole to win? Never. Yeah, what's up, Frosted Pop-Tart? All right. We got a few minutes until the beginning of the next round. So we're going to play. I want to play. We'll play some Zard Pull. Yes, it's funny. One second. Let me just change my thing. All right, there we go. Against Nagita Hirokazu. Sand's kind of good. Sand's pretty broken. They can cactus me, but then I just punch him. It's fine. We're going against the Grim Snarl deck. Thankfully, we do have access to turn 2 Burning Darkness. As long as I actually didn't price check how many energy I had prized, so hopefully we don't have that many energy prized. That would not be good. All right, strike look. Recon. This. It's hard. There's no way I prized that many energy. Okay, good. I was about to say, I was like, if we prized all those, that would have been very unfortunate, but we did not, so. All right, this is looking quite promising here. And I do not want Iono because of a 4-card hand. 1 second. Other look. I guess I gotta put one there. Yeah, probably been fine. I thought about keeping one in deck just in case, but yeah, I was probably okay. Yeah. I guess maybe I played that too conservatively. Probably worth to put one there. All right. Yo, Stick, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. In the 21 months. Hope you're doing well. You're currently watching the Champions League, not Champions League, the Master Ball. But currently we're just waiting in between rounds. I meant to grab the other thing, but okay. So I accidentally misclicked here. This should be Dreepy, but or it should be Buddy Puffin, but it's like fine. I don't need to bench this. Oops. That's all good. Matches that I missed. You missed. That's one thing I hate about TCG Live is there's no take back button. Because like when you misclick, you just get farmed. You missed Raging Bolt versus Great Tusk. So you missed a match. That's for sure. They didn't take back button in live. Yeah, it's just like I just clicked, like I slightly clicked Charmander, not Buddy Puffin, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm farmed now. All right, they weren't cooking anyways. I like this deck. This deck's better than I initially gave it credit for. It's like pretty consistent. I don't know if I like it more than Pure Zard though, but it's like more consistent I think than Pure Zard. Like having a Dragapult engine is really nice. Like yeah, Pidgeot's powerful, but you need so little to get a Zard actually going. At that point, it's like how good is Quick Search actually? That's what I'm still trying to figure out. But that's like one thing to kind of consider. They need to fix my frozen application button. Yo, what's up, Bad Robot? It's true. It's very true. I'm just using the list that Ryan Antonucci and Makani used to get top 16. All right, we'll play one more. And then the next round should be up by then. Hoping the next round will be up by then. Well, 3. You could cook. Start cooking. Lock it in, man. What are you doing? What do you think about Chi Yu in the list? Yo, what's up, Nordic? How you doing? What do I think about Chi Yu? It's like decent, but I don't know if you need it. It like you hinder your consistency ever so slightly for like a slight increase in some other matchups. So you have to ask yourself, does your win percentage overall increase more if you play that card or not? What sets are legal in the tournament? I hate Pokemon sometimes. It's the same format that we're playing in, Maddie, right now. So whatever you see, once we go back to the stream, once they start top 16, it's the same format that we have. Typically events in Southern Asia are usually, from what I remember, are like our format, whereas Japan plays ahead of time. Since Singapore, for example, doesn't use Japanese cards as an English speaking country, they play usually, I think, under our format. Ah, well, good luck with that, Nordic. Hope you find someone. That missing middle black soundbox. Oh, it's bad. I know. It just fell off, and I never did anything with it. The actual story behind this is I had plans to like fully complete this thing. Like there was a lot of cool things that, or I don't say a lot of cool things, but I had plans for my back like ground. I just never got to it. It's so. Yo, Stick, thanks for the tier 1 gifted sub. To Jeth, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Alright, it's just a Tam Evo angle, right? Get Dreep. Fire goes there. Yeah, this is fine. Kind of annoying this Charmeleon is in hand, but it is what it is. It's fine. We have Rare Candy, so it makes up for it. Yes, of course. Just DM me. You're trying to kill with a million mental breakdown cuts? Yeah, maybe I'll finish my wall. That's something, you know, chat, hold me to it. The wall will be built by the end of 2025. Yo, what's up, Derek? We're building the wall. Eventually, but I don't really know what I want to put up there. But like the problem is that I don't have a backdrop. Like I don't have a whole lot of space, right? So for example, if anyone's like, I don't have like enough space to put like a big shelf with like cool Pokemon things. So I'd have to completely rework my room. Build the wall. Yes. Man, this person drew the nuts. This is not good. For what it's worth, if they do hit this turn 2, just kind of have to like shrug. Actually, I can't. However, we still have a line here. The line is going to be counter catcher. Wait, do they have? Dude, they got this. Oh my god. Okay. This is not great. This is rough. All right. Well, that's a start. I recon first, because if I find counter catcher, yeah, I'll just recon first. Okay, there's CC. Discard, discard. Oh wait, no, we didn't need to get rid of this energy. That's fine. It's whatever. This is bad actually. I should have gotten. Actually, losing none of this feels good for what it's worth. I probably need the super rod at some point. Actually, you know what? This is fine. We're just gambling here that we're going to find it. I'm actually okay with this. I've talked myself into this being an acceptable play. Whatever. We'll just hit it and be fine. We need Buddy Puffin plus energy, and I'm happy with this. If we hit it, we just lose, but this is like kind of weird. I could actually take the monkey here, but KOing Curly does force another bench, and then I could just Zard KO. It's probably still like monkey though. I give them too much room with this, or too much stuff to do. All right, we lose. Unfortunate. It's like our game 2. Oh yeah, that energy counter catcher. Dude, that would have been so good. So like if Gardevoir, I don't know. I think I did everything I could. Like playing around turn 2, rare candy Gardevoir plus 4 energy in the discard pile is so hard. It's just like you can't do anything about that. It's very, very rough. Very, very rough. But I like this list. I think I want to add a switch though. That's like one thing. Oh, this jamming tower should be cut. This card sucks. I don't think this should be in the list. I think this should be a switch for the Gardevoir matchup. Having switch is really powerful. Also means you have switch and rescue board to go into Buddy turn 1. This is like probably fine. I like this. I just think jamming tower is just not good. There's just like nothing you need it for anymore. Because like Gardevoir is not even playing heavy charm, so it just does not matter at all. I think the card is just bad. But the rest of the list feels fine. I mean, this switch is just a flex spot. The switch could be anything else. Yeah, Guardy's too good. All right, we'll try this again. We'll play one more because they still haven't started the stream. As soon as they start top 16, we'll just hop over to that. I think I set next year Portland Regionals. What round was it? Yes. My opponent was late. You did probably sit next to me. My opponent was late for that. I do vividly remember. I think they still lost the set, regardless of the late penalty. This hand is terrible. Oh no. This is not great. Goodbye, Dragapult. Goodbye. Like, it's probably not. I probably keep Monkey. I'm like fine ditching Ultra Ball here. Like, keeping Super Rod's important. I have no idea what this is. That's like the issue. Small world? Yeah. For sure. It just feels... it's probably this, actually. That's fine. I don't think I super odd though that. Yeah, their commercial break is taking ages right now. It should be almost done. Wow. Still bad. It's got Iono here. I mean, it's better than last. Still on commercial break? It is still on a commercial break, yeah. Once it's not on commercial break, we'll head right over. But it is still a... I think they're showing Pokemon Z right now. They're showing like a video of that. I think it's Pokemon Z they're showing, right? Isn't that the new game coming out? Played one whole... Yeah. Oh, this is not bad. Okay. Well, this was pretty good. Yeah, Pokemon ZA. Yeah, that's the new game. Are any of you guys getting it? I haven't gotten any new Switch games in a while. Should maybe do that. You definitely did not. Yeah, they just finished the ZA commercial. Let's see if there's something else. Come on. No, they're just replaying the commercial again. Oh my goodness. They got to give us some content at some point, right? Recon. Con. I could attach here, but I think it's worth to like reasonably threaten Phantom Dive KO next turn. Yeah, I can just Phantom Dive. That's like fair. I don't want them to Iono Itchy Pollen me again because I know they already are. Yeah, I think I just evolve here. Just to be like careful. Seems fine. There's the Melian. We're going to take that out next turn. Potentially. Depends what they do. Arvin. There's Ultra Ball. Probably we'll get Dracoloak here. They're now showing a Pokemon Champions commercial. We have now moved on to a Pocket commercial. Well, they're not doing very much, so I guess that's a positive. Recon. I can just KO Charmander, and I can just... Well, actually, no. I always KO Dracoloak, Dreepy. Yeah, that's way better. Oh, wait, no, I can't do it. I can't do it this turn. I can't get 2 energy on the board. Never mind. What am I talking about? Yeah, this is like fine. I think I just take Dreadcloak. Because they can't hit my Charmander next turn, so this seems fine. I'll just go Phantom Dive, KO this, 10 here, 10 here, like, but 10 here, 10 here, 10 here. I guess I could have put all 30 here too, I guess. That probably would have been fine, but I guess I could Monkey Dory next turn anyways, the 30 off, so I think this is okay, actually. Yeah. Oh, they're back. I'll wait until the match is actually set up for us to head over, but looks like top 16 will be starting very shortly. After 30 minutes of ads, they have returned. It could have been the move. But KOing Dracoloak is way better. They're talking currently. This is just fine, though, because they hit us, and then I just go attach to Luminous, Phantom Dive the active, and then knock out, like, for example, bench Dracoloak. And then, yeah, I should just win here. Did Lash win? Don't know. Or Cash? Let's see who won. Cash did not win. Yeah, Cash lost, unfortunately. Darn it. That's sad. Sad moment. Can I just take this? I guess no, I probably want to take... No, I probably just take these two. I can always boss KO this later. Well, I guess they can never bench another thing ever again. If they'd hit me for 330, I promote, hit them, they can KO. Yeah, it's probably just this. Well, but then again, I'm trying to think about this. Actually, you know what? I think I'm talking myself out of it. I think this is like fine. Yeah, this is fine because I always have this monkey damage left here and I can just send KO. Yes, okay. This is like kind of aggressive, but I think it's fine. This is like kind of risky, but I think with this board state, it's okay. I just need to announce 2 attacks. And I can also just KO the Charmander next turn, too. All right, they're just setting up right now. Top cut, top 16. So we'll head over there in just a second. I want to see how this game ends. Okay, they conceded. Never mind. Okay. All right, let's head over there. So in this round, we have Ong against Hannah. We have Hannah here. The 28th seed coming into it at 6-2 was able to win and is in top 16. And we have Ong here, 7-2 as well. I think it was Grimmsnarl, right? Should get placed on the number. Oh, you're true. Round on. Yeah, it's an unfortunate price cards. Or Ung is 8-1. Okay, so 12th seed. So 1 and 7, 1, 1. Looks like they don't have their headsets on just yet. Or Ung doesn't. Might not be ready just yet. Rock and roll. Unfortunately not, no. The 2 people I was rooting for lost in top cut. So I got no favorites anymore. Unfortunate. Is Cashman still in? No, Cash lost 2. Unless the thing is incorrect. So the world dream ends, unfortunately. I feel bad. He's a great guy. What? So 16 very deserving competitors. See what happens. Looks like they're still waiting to set something up right now. What ends up happening? Maybe the round hasn't officially started. Maybe everyone else hasn't started yet. Do you ever have 5k cash or 70 life-size Screamtail? 5,000 cash. I'm pretty sure you can buy 70 life-size Screamtails with $5,000. I always find it where it's like, do you want to like, would you have like $1 million or like, or I don't know, like, would you have like $10 million or like dinner with LeBron James? It's just like, dude, I'm taking the money, and if I want, I'm offering him a percentage of that to talk to him. It's just like things like that. Like, you always take the money. You just always take the money in those situations, because money can just literally create the other thing. So important to think about. Topic gets invite? No, I do not believe so. Actually, if anyone here knows how the system works, it just gives points. It's like an IC. Basically, it gives more points. The winner, I believe, gets an automatic invite. I think the winner is the one person in the tournament that gets the automatic invite. But the rest of the people, they get points that go towards, I believe, for Masters top 12. And I think it's top 12 for them. All right, here we go. 50 minutes. And we are off. Looks like Gardevoir is going. Oh, it's Gardevoir, not Grimmsnarl. Gardevoir is going first here. We do see Ung start off with that Earthen Vessel. Great start there, getting energy in the discard pile. Always the main thing. get those energies as quickly as you can. So you're doing a nice quick price check here. Now, Hannah did just take down Gardevoir. So this is, I believe, Hannah's second straight Gardevoir. So we'll see how this one goes. See, picking out those dark energies there. That's where Guardi's really hard. No, I think it's really favored for Gardevoir. I think Gardevoir's favored against Raging Bolt. It's close, but I think Guardy's favored if they get turn 2 or if they just get like turn 2 Gardevoir. Oh, my bad. I also said Grimmsaw at the beginning because there's a dark energy. I agree though. That matchup is hard. Yes, 100%. My apologies. I believe, yeah, Hannah's on Raging Bolt, I think. Oh no, Ralt's on the board here. Oh no. So if Hannah has turn 1 attack, it is not looking good. I don't know which one's better. They're both cool. No, it's okay. No, it's okay, Stick. I think I said it was Grimmsnarl originally. That's my bad. I saw the dark energy. That's on me. So let's see, does Hannah have the ability to take down a Pokemon this turn? Turn 1 Crispin would be absolutely huge here because it means you're guaranteed going up 2 prize cards pretty much. And yeah. Oh. All right, there's the Earthen Vessel. Do we see the Crispin? I don't see it. Actually, I might see it in hand. That might just be a regular art Crispin. Let's see. Oh, it's a full art. So Hannah did Steel Mask into the fighting energy. So is there the other fighting in the deck? Because you need to take 2. Oh, it's there. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, if she got screwed over by drawing into that fire energy off Teal Dance, oh, that would have been really bad. Yeah. Oh, it has to do with Prime? Wait, why? It's because Screamtail's resistant? Wait, no. It still dies. Oh, this is so bad. So bad for Ong. Oh, no. Okay, the one thing here is that Hannah has, like, no good board state. Like, this is, like, a full send play that, like, fully is all in on this, so. I don't know. I think it might be. I think it is the no birds. Oh, their camera. They messed up their camera again. They need to recalibrate it. I think Bolt is better. I think Bolt's better without, or I think Bolt is better with owls. I'm a strong believer in owls, but that's just me. Oh, it's back. I think you gotta play owl. I don't know. So I played a couple of games with no owls Bolt, and it was not a fun experience. So it could have just been I glow rolled extremely hard, or I don't know. It's not as good as I thought. Yeah, owls is really good. However, this was about as good as you could have. It's not perfect, but it's good. Like, he's able to get a curlier on the board, which is really just what matters. Now, action back on Anna here. Hannah needs to look for a boss's orders or prime catcher here. Either of those cards would be really big. Now, if Hannah's put in a spot where she has to blow up her own Slithering here to KO Curler, it is 100% worth it because, yes, you give Ung an extra prize card. However, they cannot attack on the next turn for anything reasonable, which means that you'll go up guaranteed another prize card, making that sacrifice worthwhile. So yeah, just kind of, oh, and there's Crispin. I think, you know what I said a few minutes ago, Hannah doesn't have a whole lot on her board. This was kind of a situation where she had to fully commit to this play, but if Ong was able to get any sort of response, now you're kind of in this weird situation here where it's like you got the big lead, but it's not stable, and it's not really even a big lead anymore. It's like very close. Yes, one curly 100% is scary. However, if it survives this turn, I would actually say if Ong can find a research or just some type of draw supporter here, I think Ong's in a good position. But comes down to what Hannah can do here. There's an energy switch in the deck. Whoa, wait a minute. Never mind. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, Hannah's chilling now. Right, this Arvin. Yeah. Great spot here for Hannah. So then I'm getting here, Arvin. Yeah, I think you just got a TM Evo again. The problem is that do you only have one curly in deck? I don't know. Because like then it just comes down to the same issue. It was like how she retreat. I was literally thinking the exact same thing. I was like, I saw the energy switch and I was like, oh, she can't retreat though, so it doesn't matter. And then bang, Latias is on the board with the E switch. Maybe, I don't know. Question. Cake or ice cream? Ice cream with cake, like ice cream cake. That's where it's at. After having ice cream cake as a kid, it's hard to ever go back to regular cake. All right. Now, Ong is still alive here. This confusion flip is very annoying if Hannah does not have anything here, which I don't know if Hannah actually has very much. Ice cream cake is so good. It's so good, yeah. Man, they need to make ice cream cake healthy. I'd eat that stuff every day. All right, we see the Raging Bolt here coming down. We'll see exactly what Hannah has cooking here. Now, using Burning Turbulence is a little bit more risky here because you would kill your Pokemon, and then if they have Rare Candy plus Gardevoir, it gets shaky. Have with strawberries? Oh, true. I like strawberries on ice cream or cake. I love cheesecake. That's my favorite. Ice cream cake's number 1, cheesecake's number 2. Nope, no owls. No bird technology. Not a fan of key lime pie. It's not bad though. So like I don't dislike most foods. I just wouldn't go out of my way to eat key lime pie. I like it like it's like fine. It's oh my gosh, the heads flip too. Dude, no. What is happening? Ung can still win this game. If Ung can go Rare Candy Gardevoir here and then KO the Bolt, maybe can win. Cheese or cake? Cheese. Cheese is a more like you can do more things with cheese. You know, I have an interesting ruling that I actually want to bring up. So, what happens if, let's say, Ung, like, confuses Hannah, and then Hannah announces an attack, takes the KO, takes the prize, and they both realize like a turn or two later that Hannah should have coin flipped. Is the ruling in that situation, if Hannah flips heads, there's no penalty, but if Hannah flips tails, it's just like a game loss? Has anyone ever encountered that situation, or if there's any judges who have ever like actually wondered about that? It was like, technically if she flips heads in that situation, then there's like, would there just be no penalty? These are potatoes. Cheese. Like, does any judge know? Because technically if she flipped heads in the judge ruling, then it's fine. But if she flips tails, the attack should never have happened, but the attack did happen for them. What is the ruling for that? All right, research here. Shipping it. Rare candy, Gardevoir, or Scoop. Oh, there's candy. Oh, and there's an Ultra Ball too. Okay, so it depends on what happens between the attack and discovery. So for example, let's say like Hannah were to use the attack. They don't flip on it. Ung plays out his turn. And then under the assumption that Hannah flipped heads, and then like a turn later, they realize. Would Hannah just say, oh, I just have to coin flip, and if it's heads, everything's fine. But if it's not, it's an irreversible board state. Because technically, if you play it, because if you're like, yeah, what's up, MC2? Should be an auto loss since you missed the flip. Yeah, that's what I'm probably thinking. But technically, if she flips heads, the board state was never broken to begin with. I agree. Yes, sure. But like, if you're basing off pure technicality standpoints, if she were to flip heads there, it would like the board state wouldn't have been affected, because both players played like there was a head. Yeah, it's definitely a broken board state, but it's kind of interesting. All right, here we go. Ung has the attack here. Going to be able to do 180 damage. Oh, there's no energy on that. Yeah. All right, that's fine though. So what Ung needs to do is Hannah will go down to 2 prizes, and then Ung needs to go like counter catcher, KO, Monkey Dory, KO, take 4 prizes in 1 turn, ideally with the 1 prizer in the active. So Ung's ideal board state next turn is going to be making another Screamtail if the Screamtail gets knocked out, benching Clefairy, counter catching up the Raging Bolts, and then with the Clefairy on the board, just poking for 120 with Screamtail is enough to take the knockout on the Raging Bolt, and then the 20 from Monkey Dory KOs, and you force Hannah to have Prime Catcher or Blood Moon Ursaluna plus boss of some sort to win the game. Get Los Cigarros, Boca, and board state depending on if you can backtrack. If you can backtrack, may just be a DPO with a warning other player. Oh, well, then this is a disaster. Okay, Ung could still win though. Ung could still go like Monkey Dory. Actually, wait, never mind. This is really bad if there's no CC. Oh my gosh, no. Okay, for what it's worth, if Hannah flipped tails there, I actually think Ung would probably have been completely fine. But since Hannah flipped heads, it's just looking so bleak here. But a tails there, I think Ung could have won this game. Anyways, here comes the Ultra Ball, getting rid of a TM Evo and a rare candy. Don't need that rare candy really anymore because you have a Curlier already on the bench, and you just got to get monkeys going here. See that Monkey Dory coming out. This is actually smart sequencing by Ung, Ultra Balling before Pheasantipity, because he kind of knows he needs to hand disrupt or just draw cards this turn with like research. So it's typically better to play it like this. We do see, I think, the Mew EX in the hand here could be benched. You can potentially copy that Raging Bolt's Baby Bolt snipe attack. However, doesn't really do much in this situation. We do see an Iono. It does get played here, shuffling Hannah's cards back to the bottom of the deck. And yeah, the big thing here is we are hunting a Dark Energy. If Ung is able to find, oh, there's 2 Sadas. Okay, there's the Dark Energy coming out here. So we are going to be able to see a knockout on that Mew EX. You probably want to get this off the board right now as soon as possible, because if you don't, and Hannah's able to find maybe another bench Pokemon or two plus Jamming Tower, you can then bump that Mew EX and all your hard work is gone. So we'll see basically what Ung is able to do here. Consulting his options, checking the discard pile, checking how many psychic energies he has there, because you really want to make sure that over the next couple, I guess the next 2 turns, that you can Adrenaline Brain as much as possible. The problem is you just don't have enough monkeys. So we see one monkey take the KO here. Now, Ung really actually needed Bravery Charm. If Ung was able to find Bravery Charm plus hit, let's say, the Latias for 200 or knockout, then you could potentially set up a game-winning scenario. However, this does not look like that's the case here. Ung checking the discard pile, seeing exactly what is there. Puts it back. Yeah, I think your best option here is just to Screamtail, hit the Latias. You really don't have another play in this situation. I guess you could kill Baby Bolt too. The problem with killing Baby Bolt, I guess, is, well, actually, maybe you do kill Baby Bolt there, because then you could go double monkey KO the Slitherwing. Yeah, actually, honestly, killing the Baby Bolt was better there. I think actually Ung misplayed, because if you kill Baby Bolt in this situation, you go down to 3, and then next turn you go monkey KO Slitherwing, KO the 2 prizer in the active. Yeah, this is actually a huge throw here by Ung. Because this 160 doesn't do very much because you don't have access to Counter Catcher. Now, if you had access to Counter Catcher, this plays completely fine, because you could then just go monkey Counter Catcher, bring up Raging Bolt, bench Clefairy, and then just win the game and take 4 prizes next turn. However, if what we saw was correct, that there are 2 Counter Catchers in the discard pile, I don't think Ung is actually going to be able to pull that off. I see one there for sure. There's at least one. The big question is there a second one? Yes, there are. They're both right next to each other. So, yeah, this is looking pretty difficult here. The big question is does Hannah really want to flip for it? Because if Hannah flips for it and flips... Oh, there's a Jamming Tower. So, yeah, we're going to see the flip. Number 2. Is this going to be a heads? It's a huge coin flip. Oh, it's another one. Oh, no. That was huge. Oh, I think if... Oh my gosh. I think if Hannah flips tails there, Hannah's hand is bad. It's just Sada's. There's like no boss's orders. So if Ung was able to KO and take 2 prizes here, back-to-back turns, Hannah needed to flip heads and flipped heads. Oh my goodness. Yeah. When I tried a Monkey Door Confusion attack, it's GG. Yeah, I think it is GG here. After that, I think that was the checkmate, because we know Hannah has the Professor Sada's Vitality, but we do see an Iono. So this is going to be pretty much an Iono and Gardevoir EX attack. Actually, this game is not over. If Ung can attack with a Gardevoir here this turn and just punch and then win the game the next turn, there is a line that exists. It's just very difficult to get there, I think, because you can go retreat, punch the active, and then try and deal with that final Pokemon. Is there enough? I think there is enough energy in the discard. I remember there are 2 energies in the discard. So, yes, there is a play. All right. It's Gardevoir, Punch, and Pray. You cannot, under any circumstances here, as Ung Screamtail. I think that's way too risky. Well, actually, yeah, I think it's way too risky, because you could leave it here and like leave it up to a coin flip. But if you go like Screamtail around, go down to 2 prizes, and then Hannah just flips another heads, the game is over. This forces Sada. So the argument becomes like a 50-50 like chance on a coin flip versus this play. And I think this play has like at least a 50-50 chance of actually working. So, all right, we're not going to energy switch the Bravery Charm. Yeah, there we go. All right, here we go. I'm going to be able to take that KO. Has to put 30 damage here somewhere. Most likely going to remove it off the active. There's no... Well, you definitely want to remove it off the active here. Yep, get it off the active, because you always win the game next turn, most likely. So in this situation here, you probably just want to put it onto the Latias, because you can win the game the next turn by killing Latias and then killing the Slitherwing here. So, all right, comes down to this. We see Roaring Scream taking out that 1 prize attacker here. And it all comes down to this. Hannah needs 5 energies or Prime Catcher as well. That also gets them game. I guess Grass Energy plus Prime Catcher gets them game. It just comes down to Sada's though. And we know Sada's was put onto the bottom. So Hannah figuring out what she wants to promote. What is that one card here? We see the draw here. And oh, it's Prime Catcher and Squawk. Oh no. Wait, Hannah doesn't have a win con here. Oh, wait. How many cards are left? Wait, does Hannah have deck out? Wait, is there only one card left? Oh my God, does she not notice this? Wait, there's one card left, right? Hannah has mill for game. Unless that's a sec. Oh, there might be two cards there. I don't know. There might be two. If there's two, she doesn't. Oh my God, please, please tell me. Is there one? I think there, it looks like there's one card. Oh my gosh, she has game if there's one. There's gotta be two left. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh, is there just one? No, does she not see it? Is there one card? Oh, there was two. Okay, never mind. We're good. We're good. Okay. Or there's at least a couple more. It looked like there was one for a second, and I was like, wait. Oh, there was four. Okay, never mind. It looked like one, though, if you actually look at it, because he had his deck, like, perfectly like this. Or, like, it was like you couldn't tell if there's another card. Okay, all right. Now what do you do as Ung? You just need an energy attachment, and you win the game. So, okay, so Ung's gonna take the prize and try and find energy here. Is the energy there? And there is the energy. Oh my goodness. And we're gonna see the retreat into the Screamtail, take out that Slitherwing. What a crazy game. Ung able to take game one here. Oh my goodness. It felt like Ung was so far behind in that game. However, one of Gardevoir's biggest strengths is comeback potential, and we saw that on full display there. What an insane win. I don't know. Oh my gosh. I need to stop counting. Yeah. I feel like every time I go, Guardy can't win this game, or oh, this game's over. And it's just like it finds a way to finesse it. That's when Hannah took her third prize. It's just to go next game. Yeah, Guardy's just a monster. It has so much win potential. So much crazy stuff you can do with your manipulation, with Monkey Dories. Just a lot of crazy stuff. And on top of it, too, Ung literally drew poorly in that game. Hannah flipped two heads on top of it as well. And Ung was still able to get the dub. Is it finesse or Iono and Prey? I mean, would you say Iono and Prey is finessing? That's the question, right? Yeah. Hannah losing after getting 3 times heads was mad funny. In your expert opinion, which is better, potatoes or cheese? Cheese is more like, cheese is easier to use. But like potatoes, right? Like got like potatoes, mashed potatoes, like potato casserole, French fries. But okay, neither player prized anything really relevant, right? The 2 energy is kind of annoying. Oh, actually, wait, no, Prime Catcher's prize. It's at the top. It's kind of annoying. Unless it's, yeah. But, like, cheese, you can do so much with it. Like, you just have so much more versatility with cheese that they're both good, though. But cheese has more versatility. So I would take cheese over potatoes. It's like also just a potato with nothing on it has very little flavor, right? It has like that earthy feel, right? Which is not a bad thing. But like if you put cheese on a potato and like bacon, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Those are the real questions, though, we should be asking. All right, on draw pass, maybe? Yeah, that's another pretty iffy hand there. Pretty iffy. So potato needs cheese, but cheese doesn't need potato. Exactly. That is what it is. Potato, like, okay, like you can put butter on it, but like then it's tasting good because you put butter on it, right? But like just cheese, if you just eat a piece of cheese, like there's so many types of cheese. You can stream when? I did take culinary in high school for a couple of years. We had like a full like kitchen classroom. That was one of the things, because like we had to take elective classes in like the last like couple of years. So I was like, oh, we'll just like, no, why not? We'll do cooking. When I was a little kid, I was like, oh, I always want to become a chef. Like that was like my thing when I was a little kid. So I actually do enjoy cooking. Cooking's fun. I find it therapeutic sometimes. The ability to create something. It's cool. That's also why I like Pokemon too. The ability to create something. Shredded cheese on a baked potato or melted cheese on fries just makes them better. Yes, exactly. Just makes them better. Like, %100%. Cheese optimal. Cheese is definitely a higher tier food. Wouldn't say it's S tier, but it's high up there. It's definitely a solid B or A because of its versatility. Maybe it does deserve S. Anyways, back to the game here. Cooking is great. Working in a restaurant is stressful. Yeah, it is. I know someone who works in a restaurant. His like family owns a restaurant. It's work. I have been there. Yeah. Yeah. I have a lot of respect actually for people who work in the food industry or just like do those type of jobs like customer service and food industry. I have so much respect for people that do that. Like even as like a waiter, like I sympathize so much with the bullshit that they deal with, or like cooks who like don't make great money, who just sit or just like stand nonstop working in hot kitchens and like uncomfortable environments and things like that. I have a ton of respect for people that like do those type of jobs. Like those are the difficult jobs. It's like the jobs that like they have a ton of pressure on you to get stuff done at like an adequate time, and you're not getting paid very well for it as well compared to like other jobs, right? Their favorite deck of all time, Baby Buzzle Garbodor with Shrine of Punishment. Superior to most things, yeah. But yeah, I have a lot of respect for who work like those, what some people think are easy jobs, because like it's like you get paid garbage to do actually genuinely hard labor. So, all right, here comes Crispy coming out here. We're gonna see that KO. They do play the C-Pow as well. There's energy attachment on to The Tealmass Ogre Pawn also getting energy onto Raging Bolts, probably planning to use that Bolt next turn once this Gardevoir is potentially forced to make a move. There is the top deck. Looks like Ung was... Yeah, it's not good. There's a lot of energy in the hand, and, you know, if I'm Ung, you just attack here. Why not? Actually, well, if you know that Hannah has an energy, you probably don't do that, but... All right, 20 hit. But there was an argument just to say F it and just hit it. But I guess this is also fine, too, because you can just KO it next turn. That's my favorite deck. Radon's fun. They were not fun. Yeah, food jobs aren't fun. Like, I worked before I just started playing Pokemon full-time. Like, I worked in the food industry. It's hard. It's like you get paid really poorly, or some places pay like for the amount of work you do. Like, you're also like doing like hard labor too, like when you have to move like shipments in and stuff like that. Like, it's not easy. Like, I remember my back would literally hurt sometimes because like I would be opening and there would literally be like well over like hundreds of pounds worth of like food that like you have to like put like away in places. And like the place I worked at would literally try and like manipulate the hours so that you weren't legally a full-time worker, you were legally a part-time worker, so that they wouldn't be required to like give you health care and benefits and stuff like that. But that's just the capitalistic machine at its finest work. Worked as a line cook in 2 restaurants and it sucked. Yeah. I have a pretty casual warehouse office job now, and it's really easy to tell who has had a job in food service and who has not. Yes. It's very easy to tell. Because, like, we understand. Not fun. And a lot of them would love to be sitting on a computer 4 days a week coding, making 300 grand a year, right? Oh. Clean up a table. Yeah, it's like I kind of feel the same way too. It's just like I always want to make sure I leave them with something presentable that they can actually like. I hate leaving like just a chaotic mess. Or like, especially in like hotel rooms, I try and like clean up as much as like I reasonably can, so that like I don't leave like a nuclear explosion in there that like someone has to clean up. That's making $12 an hour. All right, let's Poke Gear. All right, let's see what they get. There is the Professor Sada's being taken. Going to be using that, loading up either the Raging Bolt or the Baby Bolt. Probably want to start getting some energies onto that Baby Bolt, though. You already got 2 energy on Raging Bolt, so getting that Raging Bolt on the bench, the basic one on EX going, it's going to be pretty good because Ung at some point is going to have to bench more 1-prizers. For example, things like Monkey Dory and Screamtail as well. So being able to set up another 1-prizer that can deal with those and potentially disrupt the prize trade at this point is really important. Playing on new time rules? No, they just take forever. All right, Ung scoops. And we are heading into game 3. 15 minutes left. Plenty of time to be able to determine a winner here. Hannah takes game 2. Gardevoir just really not able to get set up. Admittedly, either of these games, I would say Ung stole that first game there with how he drew. Definitely could have lost that game. Probably would have lost that game in most scenarios. But Hannah also drew a little bit awkward. And in this game was just a complete bloodbath. Hannah's consistency overwhelmed Gardevoir's slow start at the beginning. One of the big things that Raging Bolt has going for it is that hypothetically its matchup spread isn't amazing. However, what it loses in matchup spread, it gains in consistency. You can almost always guarantee that your deck is going to be able to function at some point. So you're able to steal quite a few games off people who don't actually set up. So one thing that Miraidon was also very good at doing too. Miraidon was very good at stealing games too, just because like it might play against a rough matchup and just hit turn 1 amp you very much, and there's nothing the opponent can do. Man, I miss Miraidon. I can't wait for Black Bolt, White Flare. I miss Miraidon too. That's one of my favorite decks. I loved Miraidon. So this is best of 3 on a time crunch. Is this part of the new tournament regulations? No. So this tournament is being played in Singapore, where they have different time rules. For example, in the first day of the tournament, it is best of 1. However, when they go to a top 32 cut, they don't have a natural day 2. They have a top 32 cut. So once they go to that, we see best of 3 50 minutes, which admittedly for a top cut game is a little bit weird. I am curious what they end up doing in top 8, top 4, and finals, if they continue with that 50 minutes or if they increase to 60 or more. Yeah, it definitely could be improved. They don't have the greatest lighting, that's for sure. And sometimes their camera zooms in and zooms out, so like it blurs, but kind of hard to criticize though, because I think they're a little bit newer to running more high quality streams. I think they're trying. And like, I don't think TPC, like, well, I know this for a fact, like TPCI is not sending over its camera production. We become so accustomed to TPCI's incredible, like, regional and IC and worlds production because they spend like literally millions of dollars on like their production, and they have like an entire team that travels around the nation producing these tournaments as their job. So this is probably more along the lines of just like maybe they got a little bit of funding and they had to set it up. Yeah, welcome to Southeast Asia. Yep. What are your thoughts on the new announcements for this season? Well, I think one of the big positives that they announced was the addition of more invites, going from top 120, or what was it, top 100? What even was the invite for this year for Masters? I don't even remember. The top 115, right? But they top 125. They increased it to top 135, right? Plus auto invites, yeah. So like if it's now 135, it's now like technically 145 to 150. At least they're trying, and yeah, that's try to set up as top tier so hard. Yeah, exactly. Like so I've been backstage at regionals and ICs, and like I shit you not, if you go backstage in an IC, there are probably 50 like there's like 50 computers, it seems like. It's just literally lines of people, just lines of production people on computers back there. It's just like, it's like a city. It's insane. I don't know about 50, but probably at least 15, like to 20. It's crazy how much there is. And like at regionals, it's a little bit smaller, but at ICs, it's wild. It's crazy, crazy. Yeah. Here, they probably got like 5 people. They don't got a full team of literally like 50 people. All right, here's the attach benching a couple of Raltas and pass it. It looks like Ung doesn't look super happy here. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There should be 3 cards left in the hand. Yep, there are 4 cards. There's a Pheasantipity. I think a rare. Oh, there's actually some stuff here. It's a Pheasantipity, a rare candy, also a Gardevoir too. This hand actually has so much potential. If Ung can just find research here, he can just explode. If there is a Gardevoir, like I think there is in hand. However, if there is a Gardevoir and the hand is still unplayable, if I'm Ung, you just pass. You don't evolve here. It's actually incorrect, in my opinion, to rare candy evolve, because you put yourself at such extreme risk of just being blown up by that bolt and then losing your Gardevoir, having to find your second rare candy, even if you play second rare candy. So yeah, we're just going to see the hit here for 60. If what I think is in their hand is correct, this is 100% the right play. And yeah, action back here onto Hannah. All right. Looks like they're thinking about what they want to do here. They have a penny. Ooh, they could penny, but they can't actually take a KO, right? They don't have the energies, I think. Right? So yeah, what do you actually want to do here? All right. There's the energy attachment onto the Raging Bolt. And oh, there is Prime Catcher going to be able to bring up that Monkey Dory here. However, oh, actually, no, there is 3 energy on it. Yeah, they're going to be able to snipe that down. Oh, card fallen. Now, this is really awkward for Ung and actually a very strong play by Hannah, because Hannah knows there are 2 Psychic Energies that are stuck on that bench Monkey Dory, which means that Ung is going to need to be able to find a way to retreat this and also a way to deal with this Raging Bolt. So this presents a lot of problems. Like, Ung is going to need to draw into at least 2 to 3 energy here, in my opinion, to actually be okay. However, from the looks of it, I believe Ung actually has some stuff in hand. From what I remember, there is a Candy, there is a Fez, and I think there is a Gardevoir. Yeah, Candy, Fez, Gardevoir. It's all there. Okay, here comes the Fezandipity. Put it on the board, drawing 3 cards, 1, 2, and 3, and ooh, there's some stuff. Looks like the other counter catcher. Is that 2 counter catcher in hand? No, it's just 1, I think. Okay. There's the stretcher, bringing back Ralts. Definitely correct. I do think the benching of that third Monkey Dory is a big mistake here. And the reason is that in this situation, now you have no space for Screamtail, and there's really no reason to put down this third Monkey Dory here. I don't know why Ung decided to put that down, because now you just limit your potential here and the ability to Screamtail if you wanted to this turn. Because if you found the pieces, maybe you just poke the active, or even Screamtail the bench. Like, in this situation, Screamtailing the bench Raging Bolt for like 160 would have been completely fine, because then it's 20 damage away. So just kind of limiting options for like not really a great reason. There was no downside of taking the Screamtail there, because you know a bench spot's going to open up anyways on the next turn. Oh, there's Earthen Vessel. Ung playing quickly here. Let's see if there is an Ultra Ball, and looks like by the fact he's not shuffling, he did end up drawing into an Ultra Ball. Oh, there's another Earthen Vessel. Oh my goodness. Okay, so such a horrible, like, honestly, pretty horrible situation has turned completely around. But Ung is getting punished here, because he could have put Screamtail down instead of that third Monkey Dory, and now he has no good attacker. So this would have been so good if he just Screamtails here for like 160, even just 120 Screamtail would have been okay. And now he's just getting completely punished. Yep, it's there. It's literally hiding there. Oh my gosh, what a throw. You know, one of the great things, I love when like a player actually like hits everything they need, but they get punished because of the mistake they made at the beginning of the turn. So in this situation, Ung drew the nuts there, like finding everything that he needed, but gets punished here because of that mistake. All right, here we go. There's the 60 damage onto the Raging Bolt, but it doesn't feel very good here, because now, as long as Hannah is smart, Hannah doesn't have to bench another 1 prizer, which means that if Ung ever wants to take down this big bolt, or if Ung ever wants to take down this baby bolt in this situation, it's just 1 prize card and puts Ung onto an odd prize trade that Ung can never remake into an even prize trade. Now, if Hannah puts down more one prizers, then Ung could potentially go a few Monkey Dories, knock out that Raging Bolt over a couple turns, and then Scream Tail and knock out that other one prizer, presenting a one prizer for Hannah to deal with, and also retying the prize trade here. So, and he also did not Adrenabrain too. Yes, this is another big mistake too. But yeah, if Ung had Scream Tail there for 120, all it would have taken was a 120 onto the Raging Bolt, plus the monkey would have been 180. Because it'd been 100, or it would have been 120, 180. Actually, no, the bolt would have been up to 200. It would have been 2 monkeys away. Wow. Okay. Anyways, Hannah here smartly getting a 2 prize attacker, knowing that this Raging Bolt in the active is pretty much working against Ung here because it is a 1 prizer. And we'll see exactly what Hannah decides to do. You have a couple options here. You can go into the Raging Bolt, take a guaranteed knockout. However, you do run the risk of Clefairy, but once again, there is a third Monkey Dory on the board, which is clogging the board. If this active was Scream Tail and Ung chose to not, and then Hannah chose to knock it out, then there would have been more bench flexibility, potentially. Because like, there's no need for the third monkey yet. But okay, all right. Let's see what Hannah decides to do here. Consulting her options, a few different things she can do. I think that in this situation, it is safe to attack with big bolts here if, it's a big if you have another Raging Bolt in the hand. However, if you don't have another Raging Bolt in the hand, it's very risky to attack here. So, because the thought process would be if you attack with Raging Bolts, the big EX, knock out Monkey Dory, Gardevoir comes up, Gardevoir knocks you out with a bunch of a Clefairy or 2 Adrenabrain, and then you go into another Bolt, you KO that Gardevoir, and then if they present you another Gardevoir, you just knock that out, or you have access to Blood Moon or Saluna, plus Prime Catcher or Boss's Orders. A lot of different things kind of start to open up at that point. So see what ends up happening here. Yeah, I think that this feels super risky. I don't know. I probably in this spot, if you did not have Latias, just coin flip it. Like, I'm kind of down just to coin flip there. Because you flip heads, you hit 90 damage, and you knock out that Monkey Dory on the board because Ung misplayed and forgot to move the damage. Unless that was intentional by Ung to leave it there, but I don't think it's correct. All right. I think Hannah already crispined, right? So she can't Sadas. So we're just going to see here. Yeah, the Fez should be on the board, right? Oh my gosh. Wait, what did she do? Are they asking if she supported or not? Yeah, I was like, I don't know if she... I guess she hadn't crispin. Yeah, she hadn't. This is fine. All right, here we go. Wait, did she just Sawdust... Wait. Did she just Sawdust 2 fighting energy? Wait. Whoa. Wait, she can't do that, right? Wait. Did she just Sawdust... Wait, someone needs to... What's happened? Wait, are they saying in the chat? Oh, Sawdust can... Oh, wait, my bad. Yes, Sawdust you can. I'm stupid. Sorry. It's super late at night. I should know this. I've played this deck before. Yeah, Sawdust you can... Am I tripping? Wait, am I just stupid? My apologies, chat. It's late at night. We got you. I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, that keep me honest. All right, here we go. Action back onto Ung. I do think flipping was correct, though. Got confused with Crispin? Yeah. I got confused, too. Okay, oh, what's the time rule here? Oh, what happens with time? How does time work in Singapore? Yo, Lushtology, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Chat, does anyone know? Well, I don't know how this works. There is a possibility. Wait, what's happening? This is just an Ultra Ball, right? Oh, their time rules are just +1. Wait a minute. I think they both get 1 turn and the game ends. Wait a minute. I think they play the same time rules as us. Or what our future time rules will be. Oh, they do. No cash loss in Top Cut, I think. No, yeah. So that's why there's the thing that says first and second. Both players, I think, get 1 turn to play. Oh, no. Now Hannah just wins with Asadas because it goes to sudden death because I think it went to time on Hannah's turn, right? Or was it time on Hannah's turn? What? Oh, dirty there. Oh, it's even turns? Wait, what do you mean? It's the same as our system right now? Wait, then why is there a second thing there? Do the little second, like piece of paper. What are the rules? Does someone actually know this? I guess Cups might know. It is not the same as us. It's, oh, so do both players get a turn or how does it work? Oh, she's playing fast. Here comes Crispin. Crispin, all she needs is a lightning energy. And there is the lightning energy. There's the grass energy. No, I'm saying, is it the same for us next game or next season? Because next season we're going to plus, like each player gets 1 turn and then it goes to time. I know, but this went to sudden death, right? Because Ung tied the prize trade, and then yeah, it's +1. That's exactly what I was saying. It's +1, which we're currently best of 3 50 minutes +3. This is best of 3 50 minutes +1, right? They both got 1 turn, and they were even on prize cards, and then Hannah won, right? Oh, only person who would ever get a turn is if time was called. Oh yes, because it's. Oh, so they both just get 1 turn and that's it. We get +1 turn. They have even turns. Oh. But what does that have to do with sudden death, though? It still all goes to sudden, right? So whoever went first, the going second player gets even amount of turns. First player only got an extra turn. This is sudden death. Oh, gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Wow. What a game. So, Raging Bolt advancing into top 8 there, taking down back-to-back Gardevoirs. Still, yeah, it's still sudden and cut. It's, yeah. The game would have tied. Correct. Obviously, yeah, they're going to be... Cannot be a tie in top cut. That would be weird. Our system would make more sense if we did even amount of turns instead of +1. Yeah, I don't know why we're doing +1. I don't know. I don't like +1 10-minute max. I think it's kind of dumb. They should have just done best of 3 or 3 turns, but 10 minutes max. Because if both players like knew they only had 10 minutes left and the game would have to conclude, they would play faster, even in time. Because the problem with time is that you'd play best of 3, but like once you reach 0, 1, 2, 3, both players would just turtle and take so long. Like that actually was a problem. Like events would go so long because like when time was called, it would take literally forever for people to finish in turns. Like each turn by each player, it'd be 0, 1, 2, 3. So both players got 2 turns, right? Each turn would take literally like 5 minutes, it seemed like. It would add like an extra 20 minutes to the game. On top of then, like once you finish those turns, like, you know, if there's a gentleman's agreement and stuff. I don't feel like I can win this matchup. Well, in that situation, the Gardevoir player did not draw very well. But utilizing Judge, Fan Rotom is a decent attacker if you play the Noctowl variant. Baby Bolt 2, things like that. Yeah, I've given warnings during overtime turns since players think, yes, thank you for doing that. It is 100% necessary. Like, there are players who literally take 5 to 6 minutes, like minimum, in a turn. And it's absurd because they know that there's no time limit anymore. And it's just like, oh my God. Yes, it 100% falls to judges to keep pace of play. And that's one thing that judges need to do more in the future, is be more sticklers about pace of play when time is called, because it's absurd. It's absurd. There's multiple players who do it. From top end to just like random people. But slow play has been a huge issue in Pokemon for a while now. But Pokemon refuses to actually make a ruling on slow play. Like, well, they have a ruling, but it's like such a gray area thing that's like so easily abused in Pokemon. Whenever I judge the day, it's mostly just walking around bugging people to play faster. That is the number one thing judges need to work on, is monitoring slow play. As someone who's played at a high level for several years and has been to so many tournaments and watched how other players play, y'all are getting way too comfortable. They added an outline for time in situations. Like, I literally think they should hire judges to just be time judges. Just to literally walk around and monitor these things. Because it's so bad now. Like, the problem with Pokemon is that to be a top player, you get put in situations where you need to become very good at gamesmanship when it comes to gentlemen's and also understanding how to work a clock. It's just the truth. Because all the other top players are doing it. Like, I try and play pretty fast. I'm not a big fan of tying. I hate tying. But It's hard when like someone's like just egregiously slow playing you. It's like, what do you do in that situation sometimes? Because some judges don't rule on it. Like some judges, like you can ask a judge to like come over. But the problem is that if your opponent's slow playing and you call a judge to come over, the opponent can just start playing faster again. And then if the judge leaves and they start slow playing, you call over a judge again, it just doesn't do anything. One of the biggest issues as a player, I tend to play too fast at times and need to slow down within reason. Yeah, you do. It's at the end, it's such an impossible situation for player. There's a huge moral compass thing here. It's like it's very similar. Back in like 2019, I think 2020, 2021, there was a huge issue in baseball, where players would use like, what was it? Sticky stuff, which was basically stuff that pitchers used when they were throwing baseballs, and it dramatically increased the spin rate, making some pitchers just super, super good. And the MLB refused to rule on it for years. So top pitchers were like, well, all the other top pitchers are doing it. I need to do it because technically it's not cheating. Technically, they're allowing this to happen. And eventually they actually tried to crack down on it, but it's vaguely similar in a way. Yo, I don't give a check. Thanks for the 50 bits. I appreciate it. I feel like it's unfair that my op takes ages as guardy or pull. I play normal and then we go into overtime when I play 10 minutes from 30. I mean, it brings up the thing of chess clocks. Like, do you want to go to a chess clock thing? Like, I don't hate the idea. Where both chess clocks are set to 25 minutes. That means each player gets 25 minutes to play. Even distribution. The game will always finish in about 50-ish minutes. You still play best of 3, except chess clocks. You want to blow all 25 minutes in one game? Cool, you'll just lose game 2 and 3 automatically. I also do not like price checking. Like, you have to price check, right? It's like, I will always recommend that, like, my students, for example, price check. However, in an ideal world, you could just flip over your prize cards, see what they are, and then just shuffle them. Because price checking is literally, it's not really a skill anymore. It's just learning how to do a tedious task over and over and over again. Yo, what's up, Colin? I saw that added time restrictions for pitchers, etc. in the last couple of years as well. Yes, that's true, because some pitchers would take ages. They would just literally sit, like, some pitchers would throw 1 pitch a minute. TCG Life, it's already implemented. I don't understand why. Like, chess clocks are not hard to implement. Yes, exactly. Like, we literally have them in TCG Live. But, like, imagine that, but it was a best of 3. So, like, you have 25 minutes. Each player has 25 minutes for best of 3. It's best of 3, 50 minutes. Each player gets 25 minutes. How about this? We'll make it even easier. How about both players get 30 minutes each, and it's best of 3, 60 minutes. Give both players a little bit. I don't know. It's just like there's so many things they could do. What's up, Cohen? Gonna hang out and play ladder? Sick. I would love to see them. So I know Pokemon is like too careful and like conservative in this way to do this, but like, why don't they just try it out for an event? Or like, one thing that they could do is like, why don't you just have the top players try it out? Like, why don't you host like a small tournament the day before a regional with chess clocks? Like, why don't you make like your side events that you promote and spend a shit ton of money on? Why don't you like try new things there? What would be that you just lose the game if you run out of time? Yeah, why not we try it at a Professor's Cup? The stream end on YouTube? No, it's still here. We're watching it right now. A new series beyond limits. EX. Nintendo Switch. And then it says does not reflect actual gameplay, right? Is that what it said? Yeah, it does not does not reflect the actual gameplay experience. Always funny. Also, going back to 3 prizers, if they make the 3 prizers not broken, that's fine. I think if you're gonna make 3 prizers, just make them all be evolutions. I just the problem with 3 prizers was they were basics, and that was just absurd. Like the 3 prize basic format was like cringe. I don't know. Pokemon is very good at like not addressing problems and creating more problems. They're like super good at that. Like the reason why I think they changed to best of 3 50 minutes plus best of or plus 1 instead of plus 3 is because they just want the events to run smoother. Not actually to better the experience. It's literally, well, technically it betters the experience for some people. However, if we're looking at an actual game standpoint, it doesn't better the experience. It just creates more gentlemen's agreements and more like gentlemen's agreements broken and more people bitching about it. And these breaks are absurd. Yes, they're very good at doing nothing. It's likely because the other cut games are like also taking a while. I don't know. You don't want Clay DP back? Clay DP was a fun deck. Clay was a hilarious card. No, that, like, of all my years playing, that format was, like, probably the second, probably the worst, was the format where ADP Crushing Hammer was a deck, Pikarom Crushing Hammer was a deck, Eternatus Crushing Hammer was a deck, and multiple players were also putting Pokemon catchers, too. So you had a bunch of like cards that you would just win games by flipping certain amounts of heads. Was a miserable time in Pokemon. Thankfully, that time came during COVID when there were no tournaments. However, there were online tournaments, and I remember as a kid playing in them, and it being a very interesting experience. I remember in the Players Cup. So for anyone that doesn't know, Players Cups were these big online tournaments that TPCI held, and the top 4 players would get an automatic travel award to the next IC. However, they changed that and just gave, I believe, $5,000 to every single player who finished top 4. I think that's what the award like originally was, and I think they changed it to $5,000 for each. And I remember I was playing in the winning into top 16 North America. So what it was is that it would go from like a bunch of players. It would go to top 16 of each like major region, and then they would then you'd play like a double like elimination bracket or something like that, and they'd take 4 from each region. So they take 4 from Europe, 4 from the US, I think 4 from Australia, and 4 from like Latin America or something like that, right? And I remember I was the winning into top 16 in North America. I think I was like 6-2. You had to go like it depended on your like depending on your record. Like if you like started 6-0 or something like that, you'd automatically make day 2. But if you started like 0-1, you'd get put in the losers bracket, and you'd have to win like 8 rounds or something insane. So I remember in the winning into top 16 for North America. So I would have still had to win, or I still would have had to been in the final four, I guess. Or no, I still would have had to, yeah, I still would have had to been in the final four, I think, for North America. I think that's how it worked, was they took 4 from each one and then they went down. Yeah, something like that, right? But the win-in was against Andrew Mahone. And I remember I won game 1, I think. And in game 2, I think they flipped like 3 straight crushing hammer heads. And that was the only way I lost, was if they went like crushing hammerheads, crushing hammerheads, crushing hammerheads. And then heading into game 3, they hit like crushing hammerheads in game 3 to start the game. And like, that was just a miserable format to play in. With Orbital. Oh my gosh. Miserable experience. They flipped 5 straight heads to win. And at the time, I definitely was like a less experienced player. Like I wasn't as good as I am now, but that was like so crushing. I didn't get into Pokemon TCG until the final team challenge, which they do official online events again. I don't know why, but I think the big reason is that Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is a game that is capable of hosting tournaments, and TCG Live, unless they use a third-party platform like Limitless, is at the moment questionable on whether or not it is able to hold a big tournament. Because I guarantee you, if they hosted like an online tournament that gave like, let's say 200 CP for first place, kind of similar to what the VGC things does, right? What's the VGC online tournament called again? What's it called? The trainer chat? No, team chat. It's not team challenge. What's the big VGC online tournament called? Someone has to know here. Global challenge. Thank you. Thank you. Like, if we did a global challenge where like first place or like top 4 got travel awards to the next IC, or a little bit of money or championship points, we would get 5,000 players, maybe 10,000 players. We would probably, if it was an online anyone can register and they capped it at 10K, I'm confident we would get 10K players who play in it at least. Yeah, mid-season showdowns, global challenge, grand challenge. Yes. You're telling me 10,000 players wouldn't show up for like an online like mini regional thing? %. I think they should do that. Or like, let's say first place gets an automatic invite, so it gives the opportunity for players who don't have unlimited money to auto qualify for Worlds. Like, if there's 10,000 players playing, if like you can end up first in that, you probably deserve it. Like, how I would run it is, I don't know if I'd run it as like a regional. I would run it maybe like maybe 15 to 20 rounds of best of 1, and then the top placers, you know, first place gets an auto invite, and then, you know, I guess like automatic points as well. So it'd be like 20 rounds best of 1, and you would queue up randomly into players, so that's like there'd be like, or something like that. I don't know, something how like the global and like challenge stuff does that. No, we just all do it in one day. 10K online tournament sounds like I retire. Dude, it's like, if they just catered more towards an online audience instead of tabletop, they have so much potential. Because doesn't Magic the Gathering run tournaments online sometimes, or have they in the past? Like, I don't know. There's some cool things we could do. Yeah, sometimes they run limited constructed events where if you go something like 7 wins before 3 losses, you're gonna take it to try day 2 stuff. Yeah, why not? Like, okay, cool. So it seems like they don't even have that highly of a structured, like, competitive online tournament. Why don't we just do something but bigger? Give me a better client, and I consider the amount of live bugs would turn me off. That's too fast. Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree. For Magic, you can play in tournaments online, any format. Ladder play can earn you invites to IRL invite-only tournaments. Dude, yeah, there's so much cool stuff they could do. Pokemon was close with PTCGO Online with their tournament system, where like you could play in like ticket tournaments. If they just had made that bigger, so much potential. I think online events could be reasonable if there were less stakes, because then live bugs are less of an issue, or they could just fix TCG LO. Yeah, I mean, that's the end like argument is, hey, you could always just fix TCG live, right? Take tournaments for fun as a new player, queue up for an 8-man, win some packs. Hell yeah. But like also back then as well, like that was one of your easiest ways of actually getting packs for free too. If our top 2% of Arceus as an example in ladder ends, you get to play in those invite tournaments. There's like, yeah, exactly. Like we're literally just spitballing ideas that are all reasonable and realistic things that Pokemon could do. They're all realistic things that we could do. 100%. I guess with the new TCG ambassador program, maybe we could tell our ambassadors, like Little Dark Fury, to relay to Pokemon these things. However, I will be 100% honest. I would be absolutely jaw-droppingly shocked if they actually took what they said and made a change. Like, for example, if LDF goes to Pokemon as like, hey, we need a ranked ladder, and they do it in like a month or 2 time, shocked. So I don't actually know if it's going to help, because I know it just started a few weeks ago. We'll give them a little bit of time, but there are so many things the community wants and are definitely voicing that we have not gotten yet. For example, we've all been asking, and I know TPCI sits on Twitter. They read things, and I can guarantee you that some of them have seen the want for ranked ladder, and we've never gotten it. Yo, what's up, Aura? I don't see why I needed live. Why not just take the best things that they put into live and just update the old? Yeah, I thought the old client was almost really good. I thought the old client just needed a ranked ladder and a better tournament system, and bang, you had it. Like, TCG0 did not have very many glitches. It had like the beast energy glitch, I think, and a few other things, but overall was like pretty reasonable. But like last week during Pro Tour or Final Fantasy and their client, you could play draft, get 7 wins, you're allowed 2 losses, you'd win 1,000 IRL Final Fantasy Collector's Edition mailed to you. Enter was $20. Friend entered 4 and won 3 of them. Secondary trade market to get cards. It's true. I do feel like some of the top players need to take a lead to support ticket dumps. I mean, I will make it very clear that there are things that need to be changed in Pokemon. I have no problem talking to them. It's a shame the one person I know who works at TPCI personally doesn't work in that department. They work in a completely different department, so my conversations with them usually are not about problems like that. But TPCI does read Twitter, so I do agree though, 100%. Like, top players definitely need to be more vocal. But then, like, I don't like. Then again, we've also tried being vocal in the past. Like, a lot of us have tried yelling at, like, on social media about the problems. So, whether or not they actually change them, that's the question. That is the $1 million question. But hopefully they listen at some point and are like, yeah, screw it, we'll do it. Try it out. All right. If we should have about 5 minutes left of ads if we're going by like what's been happening the past couple rounds. So we should be starting soon. Keyword is should. I feel like we've seen these ads like 1,000 times already. There's a Dondozo and an Aegislash and a Samura and a Charizard. I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot with the new client. I just hope it's not doomed and they add modern features that everyone wants, even if it takes a bit of time. Yes, they downgraded the client. PTCGO was a better client. The problem with PTCGO is I don't like, they literally hired people. Okay, the thing about it was PTCGO wasn't actually ran by Pokemon. They hired other people to run it. So, and they did a fine job. It was like was it Direwolf Digital? I think that's the name of it. Yeah, it was Direwolf Digital, and they ran PTCGO and it ran fine. I mean, there were issues with it. There were things that people wanted, but I think Direwolf was like did an acceptable job with it. Pokemon seems happy to just print stuff and do minimal effort for actual play. They just want a spectacle for streams as advertising to get more people buying product. That's exactly true. The goal of PTCG, or the goal of TCG in real life gameplay, is a way to promote mass selling product. For example, regionals, internationals, and worlds are giant spectacles that they intentionally are fine losing hundreds of thousands of dollars on per year to millions per year, so that they can promote the game to thousands and tens of thousands, to hundreds of thousands of more people, and sell cards. However, what's the best way to say this? However, Pokemon has spent an absurd amount of money on their stream, which doesn't bring in a crazy amount of people anyways. So the argument that they're doing it just to promote the game instead of actually trying to create an esport is like kind of iffy, because they have like intentionally blown a ton of money on making the game more competitive. Like, they raised prize pools. They didn't have to do that, right? So I think Pokemon has made a genuine effort to make the game more esporty, which they have. I mean, like, for example, if you look at the Play Pokemon 2025-2026 the 2025-2026 season event page, where it shows all the events, shows the new things, like the new details of things, that looks like a genuine like esport page. Like, they made a genuine effort to make these look good. So they are putting an effort into growing the game. It's just there's a few things that they could do that they're not doing that could cause the game to explode. Same thing happened with Magic Gathering more or less back in the day, but they wanted to control it in-house, and the new MTGO client was terrible. Well, that's the thing, right? Is that they used to pay Direwolf Digital, I'm pretty sure that was the company, to like make the game and like run the entire client, and they just pay them. But they were like, no, we want to actually do the client now. So they changed it up. And all right, top 8 of the Singapore Masters event has been posted. We do have 8 players left. We have Sherman Ong with Dragapult EX Charizard, Tan Kian Chong with Gardevoir EX, Anselm Sim with Raging Bolt EX Tealmass Ogerpon. We already saw them earlier. We have Hiroyuki Nakano with Dragapult EX Dusknoir. We have Jackson Tom with Raging Bolts Teal Mask Ogrepon or Tham. Henry Jackson Tham. I don't know if it's silent. But yeah, Tam or Thom. We have Lo Wee Hao with Dragapult EX Dusknoir, Kaiser Sim with Raging Bolt Teal Mask Ogrepon, and Hanako with Raging Bolt Teal Mask Ogrepon. So we have 1, 2, 3 Dragapults, 4 Raging Bolt, and the lone Gardevoir Tan Qianchong at 7-1. All right, here we go. Looks like the next round is up here. This isn't on topic, but why did Mindbend becomes Gardevoir's win condition against Grimmsnarl instead of Drifloon? Because Drifloon oftentimes blows up in your face. When if you attack with Drifloon, they can just go counter catch your Gardevoir EX Monkey Dory on Drifloon and then just take 3 prizes in 1 turn. So that's the main reason as to why we saw the big adjustment. MCGO's leaps and bounds cleaner, faster, and better. It makes money. PGL doesn't make money, so I don't think it'll ever compare. It's free, so minimal effort. Well, yeah, why doesn't Pokemon can make so much money if they actually monetize that platform? All right. $5 a month would do it. Yes, literally. Or if they just sold packs. Kantang 83 thanks for the follow. If they sold packs for like $1 a pack, 50 cents a pack. Like, despite the game being free, people would still just buy packs, so they don't have to buy codes if they don't have any credits. There's so many ways. Dude, I would make this company so much money if I worked there. Like, there's so many ways that I could, like, actually want to monetize that game. So much potential. See, waiting on them to actually start the stream. Oh, there we go. Here we go. This is the game. All right, we see Masters category top 8. We have Sherman Ong, who is 8-2, started as the 32nd seed, but has won both of his games. Looks like they're playing a pretty standard Charizard Dragapult list. Looks very similar to the one that Makani used, and also Ryan Antonucci. Looks very, very similar here. Might just be the exact 60, actually. So we'll see. Oh, they play a switch, actually. So I think that was the one thing I saw. All right, here we go. Tan Qianchong, who is 9-1 with Gardevoir. Looks like they are playing TM Evolution. They do play the Shaman. They play 3 TM Evo, so pure consistency. 2 Night Stretcher, 1 Super Odd, 2 Counter Catcher, only 3 Dark because they only have the 3 Monkey, so they are playing that Drifloon Double Bravery Charm package. So a little bit more of a standard Gardevoir list, a little bit different than the list that did well at NEIC. Or is a paid option for increased rewards still playable? Yeah, just make a battle pass cost like $5. You'll make a bajillion dollars. All right, here we go. Looks like the players are ready. We have Gardevoir up against Dragapult Charizard. One of my more enjoyable matchups that I like to watch and also play in this format here. So looks like players are ready here. We are starting off with Tan. Looks like Gardevoir here benching the Ralts turn 1. We have an Energy Attachment and also a Nest Ball. A few other good things too. I think I see a Earthen Vessel or an Artisan. Yeah, it looks like it's an Artisan here. So, all right. Starting off with Nest Ball here, definitely good. You do not want to play Artisan on this first turn. That's one of the most important things with this deck is if you can get 1 Ralts on the board, unless you're playing against a deck that can turn 1 attack, do not put Artisan down. You just help your opponent, specifically against Dragapults and Charizard decks in general. And for this matchup, Charizard Dragapult. Cosmetic purchase even? Yeah, I could do that. All right, here we go. Oh, it's a Shaman actually. Okay, so this hand is really weak. You're going to need to get Mew EX here. Yeah, definitely getting rid of that Artisan seems like a good play. I think it's an Artisan, right? An artisan or a super rod? Nah, yeah. No, it's an artisan. All right. So here we go. Ultra Ball being used to grab themselves a Mew EX. I believe it is in the deck here. We'll be able to use that restart to draw up to 3 cards. And it's kind of awkward, though. You're putting down Mew EX. However, in this matchup, it's not really the end of the world. And the reason is that Charizard already hits for 1-hit KOs in this matchup because it's able to one-shot that Gardevoir EX. So putting down other liabilities like Mew EX and Fezandipity typically is not the end of the world because they don't really want to be attacking with Dragapult anyways because it gets knocked out by Lily's Clefairy. So it might feel kind of annoying. It definitely is. You'd rather have Fezandipity on the board as it doesn't get one-shot by something like Phantom Dive if they ever try and end the game with that. However, not too bad. And they chose not to bench it. That's kind of cool, actually. I don't think, yeah, that seems reasonable. But I guess, like, I don't know. I probably still would have benched it, like, because now Sherman just knows not to Iono. But he accidentally put the nest ball back into his hand. Oh yeah, that would have been awkward. All right. Yo, what's up, Night Owls? How you doing? Yo, Nico42 Royal, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, Night Owls? All right, here we go. Sherman using that nest ball, getting himself a Budew. Definitely wants to go into that Itchy Pollen this first turn to make it a little bit more awkward, which is kind of the question as to, like, I definitely would have put Mew down there just because you need to find a supporter, and now you only have one chance to do that, and it's a little bit awkward. So anyways, there's a Fire Energy attached going onto the Dreepy here. We see Iono in research here. It's still definitely, oh, I probably would have researched there. Because you know your opponent's hand is dead pretty much, most likely. And like there's no reason they would grab Mew EX if they had research in hand. If they had research in hand, they just would not have grabbed Mew EX. So this Iono bails out Tan quite a bit. So sometime with family was testing your Guardian list. Oh, sick. Doing all right. Excited to be streaming consistently again. So for anyone who doesn't know, I haven't been streaming super consistently the past year or two, but I do like streams once a month, twice a month sometimes, but I'm back to regular streaming. So we'll be doing streams pretty much hopefully each Monday for the Smart Series online TCG tournament. We'll be casting over that and also running that as well. So as long as it gets good support, I'll probably host them every week. I pretty much fully fund them, but potentially in the future, if we get sponsors who want to also fund them too, that'd be cool. But all right, here we go. Artisan being used. Put that down here. Since Sherman already has multiple Pokemon on the board, putting down Artisan is completely fine here. See that second Monkey Dory at this point. You could get second Monkey Dory or Screamtail. Doesn't really matter a whole lot what you get at this point. Either or is completely fine. You can just take the other one the next turn. But it seems like getting second Monkey Dory is the option here. And yeah, the big question is what are the other cards in Tan's hand? Because if Tan is able to get off a Rare Candy plus Screamtail attack onto that Charmander, he puts himself in a phenomenal... Oh, he can't Rare Candy because of Budew. But if you can TM Evo this turn into double Curly, he puts himself in a pretty decent spot, but we'll see. Yo, Night Owls, thanks for the tier 1 sub and the 11 months. Appreciate it. You're doing well. All right. Potentially, if you're around, I'd want to run it or like want to judge. Just DM me on Discord. Anyone can DM me who's in the Discord. Let me post the Discord. If anyone wants to join as well, that is the Discord link to the Smart Cafe. You can join that. Find me. I should be online. You can just shoot me a message about it so I remember. But anyways, here, we do see the Mind Bend. Pretty aggressive play here. Pretty much forcing Sherman to do something. If Sherman's not able to get really anything going here, items will be turned back on, and Tan will get the ability to get into a Rare Candy Gardevoir on that next turn. So things are potentially looking okay here. So here comes the Counter Catcher being used. Smartly bringing up a Pokemon that doesn't have an energy on it. Obviously, there was no other option, but this is a solid play because it forces Tan to find another energy. It's going to be a little bit awkward. There's that research. Not really giving him anything here. Oh, no. This hand is horrible. There's nothing there. There's a jamming tower, but... oh, no. Okay, here comes the Artisan. Honestly, if I was Sherman here, probably Artisaning first was fine because, like, there was a pretty obvious Pokemon that you would want here, which would be another Dreepy in this situation if you had one. I guess maybe one's prized. Okay, one must be prized. All right. Wow, what a bad hand by Sherman here. And now Tan, if he can just get into Curlias now, like, even just hitting into, like, honestly, in this situation, if you could go bench Clefairy, retreat, evolve into Curlia, and, like, just Mind Bend KO because you hit weakness here, that's a huge play because you can get into Gardevoir up 2 prize cards, most likely. Reaping discard, yes, but they play 4, so there must be 1 prize. The assumption is 1 is prized. All right, there goes the retreat. And yeah, if I am Tanner, I'm feeling optimistic here. Here's a draw for turn. Oh, it's a Gardevoir. Is there a rare candy in the hand? That is the big question here. It doesn't look like the hand is really getting him anywhere. We do see the Dark Energy, also the Earthen Vessel. We're going to see that Earthen Vessel first being used, getting some Psychic Energies into the hand. And yeah, the big question is what else is he holding? He is hiding something at the very back of his hand, and I'm not 100% sure what it is, but the rest of the hand isn't looking too promising. So see here, the Earthen Vessel is being used. I thought for some reason it was a Secret Box, but I could be wrong, and it doesn't look like it. Yeah, nope, it's just another Earthen Vessel here. So yeah, using 2 Earthen Vessels, not because he's going to use all the energy, but just because you want to maximize that chance of top decking something worthwhile. There's a board attached. Jamming Tower. Jamming Tower is in play. I actually think that was kind of a mistake because jamming... I guess actually no. It's fine because you want to prevent TM Evo this turn. Yeah, no, this is okay. It's a worthy sacrifice, I think. JoJo's. I got no idea. I've never watched JoJo's before. One of the shows I've never watched. All right, here we go. And another Iono, but this just helps Tan too, because Tan's hand was just bad. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, not like this. Okay, there's an Ultra Ball. I was about to say, even this hand is bad. Like this, for the fact that like Sherman has gone research into Iono and not found a Dracoloak is just rough. There's just not very much here. Which just make things really awkward. Oops, all supporters, yeah. All right, here we go. Let's see what Sherman decides to do. Gonna use that Ultra Ball, getting rid of Iono and Fire Energy. The annoying thing about this, though, is Sherman put kind of a lot of junk on the bottom and is having to Ultra Ball and shuffle it all back in. So the likelihoods that he finds another Dracoloak off this Dracoloak isn't super high. It's like, it's possible, but it's not great. Retreat Mind Bend 60. Yeah, honestly, Retreat Mind Bend 60 was also fine, but playing this like conservatively and taking a turn off is like, I think, acceptable too. Because I guess under the assumption that Sherman would have had Rare Candy Charizard, it wouldn't have done very much. Where Cloak finds his brothers. Fortunately, did not this time, but normally it does. There have been some times where I'm like, cloak into cloak, cloak on the cloak, and I'm like, yeah, it does. It's true. It finds its brothers. Should the Guardian put the Dark on a Monkey with a Psychic Energy attached to it? yes, I think because if they counter catcher, they're always going to counter catcher the one with the dark energy. So you'd rather have them counter catcher and get an energy off the board, I think. Brother miss brother? Yeah, brother miss brother. So you want to bait them to taking out that one with energy because they're always going to go after the dark, but you'd like them to get rid of the energy. It's not a huge deal, though, I think. All right. Here, for Tan, it's not looking great. I mean... Oh, actually, wait, no. Does he have an Ultra Ball in hand? I thought I might have seen an Ultra Ball. Is there one? Oh, there is. Okay, here comes Rare Candy. So this should just be Screamtail on Dracoloak if he has the pieces here. And I see I had 3 Dreepy and playing Ultra Ball to cloak, op tap the shuffle, and I cloaked into cloak, op cut every time after that. It sometimes be like that. All right, here we go. Rare Candy Gardevoir on its way here. We also see the other Earthen Vessel. So one of the big things that Tan has going for him is that he hasn't had necessarily an explosive setup, but tons of energy in the discard pile. Both players have been struggling to set up, but I feel like Gardevoir needs so little to get going. Just getting a Gardevoir up puts so much pressure on the opponent. And now we're going to be able to see that Screamtail take down that Dracoloak, because Tan also knows that Sherman's hand is clearly not very good. Because if Sherman's hand was playable, Charmeleon would have hit the board, another Dracoloak would have hit the board. So now here, if I'm Tan, I don't care about these Charmanders. I'm just taking the draw engine out here and just hoping that Sherman does not have that Rare Candy Charizard. All right, here we go. Do see that coming out here. We do see the bench of the Screamtail. Like on a stream? Yeah, I'm streaming late tonight. See the energy attachment onto the Monkey Dory here. That is the second dark energy we see. The 2 energy onto the Screamtail, activating that Psychic Embrace here. Gonna mean that monkey damage will be able to fly around. So we're probably gonna see 30 damage be put onto the Dreepy. You want to put 30 damage onto that Dreepy because it will most likely just evolve into a Dracoloak next turn. And either of these Charizards could become a Charizard. So if you put 30 on one of them, the other one can just evolve. So I think it's better to put 30 on Dreepy here to set up just to kill their engine next turn again. I appreciate it, Edwin. Thank you. I did, yes. Oh, looks like they... Oh. Wait, what are they doing? Wait, what? Oh. I guess I have an energy on dark. Nah, this is probably... I guess this is okay because there's already an energy on the Monkey Dory too. I think they still... Couldn't they still have just put 60 onto the Dreepy? And then even if they monkey 30 off, who cares? Because then you just fling it back at them. And then you just go like 30-30 KO'd the Dracoloak on board, assumptionally. Did they win? They did not, unfortunately. I've been to 5 games this year, I think. 4 games? 5 games? All right, here we go. Looks like Sherman does have an Ultra Ball. We're going to see that unfair stamp be used here. Gonna need to find quite a bit. We see that Rare Candy too. Looks like they're consulting their options on what actually they want to get. And we are just going to see that Rare Candy Charizard come out here. But the big question is does Sherman have anything else? From the looks of it here, this might just be a Rare Candy Charizard attack and not really have a whole lot to back that up. Meaning that if this Charizard falls or gets confused, they're going to be put in a really awkward situation. Had to put one to get KO, yeah. Oh, that's true. Well, no, they could have just attached another energy. They had another energy in hand. Is Cash still in the tournament? Unfortunately, no. Cash has been eliminated. Cash lost in top 32, I believe. Yep, and there's the boss's orders in hand. Unfortunately, cannot use the boss's orders this turn as they did already use Arven, but boss's orders will be an option next turn. And now this is the really, really weird turn for Gardevoir. Gardevoir has a few different options here. You can confuse and start forcing coin flips, or you can try and go down to an even price trade. Actually, no, you're already an even price trade, but you can try and like continuously keep chasing other one prizes. But Actually, because they're on an even price trade here, they actually do not need to Screamtail. They can just confuse here. If they weren't on an even price trade, it'd be a lot scarier because you would need to go on into an even price trade at some point. But yeah, I think this is, 100% benching Pheasantipity is completely fine in this matchup because if Gardevoir is getting knocked out, so is Pheasantipity. So Pheasantipity is not considered a liability in this matchup. On top of it too, because Dragapult Charizard typically doesn't play Blood Moon as well. So it is not a target for concern to have it on the board. So yo, the AA batter, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I think he'll screen share a monkey if he put the damage on GP. Oh no, he can heal a little bit off. The thought was you could put 40 onto Dreepy, meaning if they heal 10, then because like what you would do is you would go down to 50, which means one monkey wouldn't KO. Yo, I appreciate you, AA batter. Hope you had a great stream. I've seen you've been grinding recently. I see you online a lot. Hope you're all having a fantastic night. And thank you, AA. I appreciate you. Yeah. Anyways, what we're doing right now is we are watching the Master Ball League, the Singapore tournament here. World Championship invites on the line. A lot of stuff happening here. We are currently in top 8 between Gardevoir and a Charizard Dragapult. Already a pretty interesting game here. And we have seen that Mind Bend be used. And here we go. Now Sherman is in a really weird situation. And if I'm Sherman here with that hand, you just boss's orders and hope to flip heads. And if you don't flip heads, you scoop and go to the next game pretty much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you have a great evening. I know it's probably late for you. So. All right. Yep. Here comes boss's orders. Here we go. The coin flip of the century. And checking out any cards in the hand. Is there a place to look at the deck list for Pokemon? I'm new to TCG. Yes, limitlesstcg.com. If you're new to the Pokemon TCG, go on to limitlesstcg.com. You can find deck lists from most recent tournaments and what the most successful decks in competitive Pokemon TCG are. Doing it at Worlds? Yeah, I'll be there. There is the heads taking the knockout. Well, the link might have not sent, sorry, if you just posted it. Oops. 1 second. All right, you can try again. I know, it should work. If you were posting a link, because I saw the 3 little dots. There you go. I gave you mods, so I should be able to see it. All right. Anyways, here comes the Iono being played from Tan. Going to be just once again executing the coin flip strategy. Getting another Ralts down here is very important because it means that if Sherman has boss's orders and KOs the Curlia, the game doesn't just end effectively. So, and now, you know, despite Sherman having a very threatening Charizard on the board, I think that Tan is fine. I think that Tan is completely okay here. He can Monkey Dory again, get a little bit more damage onto this Charizard, and set up a huge Gardevoir KO, and just pretty much say, Sherman, you don't have the pieces to finish this game. You know, one of the big things that, you know, Gardevoir is so powerful at doing is pressuring the opponent's resources, challenging them to always have those complicated strategies. And a deck that doesn't have Dracoloak on the board, that usually relies on Dracoloak, oftentimes doesn't set up very well. So, what's your favorite Pokemon? I would like to get card signed if I catch you at Worlds. Yeah, for sure. If you see me, make sure to come and say hi. I'm a big fan of, I like Terapagos a lot. And yeah, Terapagos is one of them. Yeah, I like Terapagos. Use a Monkey Dory, Shroud of Fable, IR is $28. Oh my gosh. Oh, for sure, yeah. No worries. All right, here comes Secret Box here coming out from the opponent. See exactly what they end up getting here. Don't exactly know what they want. I guess maybe another way to get energy on Monkey Dory. Looks like they're getting back Super Rod, another supporter as well. Potentially a tool card. This is, I believe, the Drifloon variant. I think they do play Drifloon, right? So we'll see exactly what they end up getting here. But yeah, this game is pretty much going to come down to coin flips. That's pretty much what this matchup is. You know, if Charizard is able to consistently flip heads over and over and break through that confusion, Gardevoir doesn't really have a great time against it. However, if Gardevoir is able to get just one turn of tails, completely changes the entire game. So see that ends up happening here. There it is, getting some cards in the hand. It's like the discard pile. They're being like very touchy with like the judges and stuff like that. They're just like, I don't know, it's interesting. Very hands-on in this game. Vision kind of not needed in Gardevoir right now. I don't think so. All right, there's the Monkey Dory damage, and we're gonna see that Mind Bend dealing 60 more damage. Confusion staying on that Charizard. Typically in this matchup, what you oftentimes want to do is if the Charizard gets stuck and they're forced into coin flipping, usually at that point it's really good to start scream tailing bench Pokemon, because when you take knockouts on the bench, they still are not able, like, their active Pokemon is still confused, right? So they're still forced to keep going into coin flips. So you start taking prize cards on the bench and they keep having to flip. So it becomes kind of awkward here. So potentially that could be an option at some point. We'll see. But yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for Charizard. Like, Charizard is in an okay spot, but if this Zard falls, then I don't really know what happens here. Does not feel very good. There's the Dreepy, and here comes another coin flip. Looks like there's just a Luminous Energy and one other unknown card. It doesn't seem to be very playable, or else I feel like Sherman would have played it by now. But yeah, looks like it's a Buddy Puffin. Ooh, yeah, you could potentially keep it just so you have an option to Ultra Ball potentially next turn. But here we go. Burning Darkness once more. Another coin flip, and it is another heads. So 2 heads. At this point, knock out Dreepy or Monk. You would knock out the Monkey Dory, probably. Because then you could go triple Monkey the next turn. Actually, honestly, no, probably Dreepy. I probably would have KO'd Dreepy there. Or actually, no, you could have KO'd Charmander. It's probably KO'd Charmander. Because then if they don't get another Charmander, you just KO the Charizard in the active. So it probably was Charmander there, actually. Because you know their hand is not good. So if you pressure Charmander, you know you could just YOLO EX them next turn because there's no threat. I can't see he's got energy, right? Yes, the monkey does have energy. Correct. All right, let's see what Sherman decides to do here. We do see, or Tan, what Tan decides to do here. We see the Arvin getting a couple cards. No hand disruption here, but no hand disruption needed because we know Sherman hasn't been drawing into stuff. We're going to see that Buddy Puffin and that Bravery Charm. Are we going to see just a Gardevoir attack? Honestly, if I'm Tan, I think you have to do it. I think that you need to just go for it in this situation where you just hope that they don't have another rare candy Charizard, because typically these Dragapult Charizard lists only play 2 rare candy. We've already seen one of them, and we know that if Sherman had a rare candy Charizard in hand, probably would have put it down. So this situation, I think it's just a Gardevoir EX punch and basically say, all right, you got to win the game this turn, or else I could potentially, oh, this is, I don't know if you really need to Drifloon here. Like, you could just EX KO, but I guess if they get Rare Candy Charizard, don't you just lose anyways if they get it? I guess you could force them into confusion. I don't know. I probably here might have just gone Gardevoir EX and made sure I had 3 Monkey, because if I get 3 Monkey down, then I just win the game the next turn. I would guaranteed have game the next turn. This doesn't give turn guaranteed game next turn. It doesn't give 10 guaranteed game. Unless he has another way to get back Drifloon and another Bravery Charm. But this is like probably fine too. Why wouldn't he Monkey 30 off Zard? Because he doesn't want Tan to play with the damage. Just throwing them coins. Yeah, I have no idea what's happening. This is some wild stuff. All right, here we go. Drifloon taking the knockout with that Balloon Blast, going down to 2 prizes, and now what does Sherman have? Sherman does have a Dragapult in hand, but no rare candy and no Dracoloaks as well on the bench. There's a top deck, and it is a research. Okay, so Sherman has some play here. The prices are tied, so not going to be able to, I think, win the game this turn. Won't be able to use counter catcher. We see the energy attachment there. That seems fine. Oh, rare candy, night stretcher too. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here comes Charizard, instantly right there. But the big question is does Sherman have enough energies? Usually these Charizard decks only play about 5 to 6 fire energies. So if there's only been one Charizard used, I think that Sherman should have just enough left. This is a really risky play here, unless we know that there's no energy left in deck. Because now this just means that Tan wins the game if he has a way to Scream Tail. Just to heal a little bit, right? Yeah, potentially, but I think that probably would have been better. Yeah. The question is, if Sherman benched Fez, the assumption is he didn't have enough fire energy and needed to do that to potentially find the Super Rod to be able to put the energies back into the deck to be able to then more, like actually be able to attack with Charizard here. But yeah, Sherman seems a little bit stuck here. I mean, he only needs one fire energy. I mean, there's a luminous energy, right? So if there's just one left, he has the attack. But benching the Fez seems very, very risky here. Incredibly risky. I'm not sure exactly if he wanted to do that unless there are no fires left in deck. Because now he just loses to Scream Tail. So what does he want to do? We see the retreat. Gonna go, yeah, there's no fire left in deck then. This must be why he's doing this. Because he has Night Stretcher rare candy. So now is Sherman just trying to like buy a turn and then find Super Rod? Wow. And now I think Tan can just win the game here this turn. Well, can he? Earlier? I don't think actually, no, Tan can't actually win the game here this turn. Oh, this creates a weird spot where like, I guess Counter Catcher is now active next turn, but he's bench locked. This is why if I was Tan, I would not have attacked with Drifloon last turn. I would have just YOLO attacked with Gardevoir here. I would have just said I lose to Rare Candy Charizard Super Rod. Because if Sherman doesn't find that, Tan would just have game here. He would just go third Monkey Dory bench, Monkey KO active. So Tan getting punished by making this play, because he always knew in this situation that if he attacked with Drifloon, Sherman could just pass in this spot and basically with a monkey on board just make it really awkward. So if I'm Tan, you can't take a prize card here, I don't think, because you can't activate Counter Catcher. What you probably have to do is move 60 onto the active Dreepy and then just pass. And then next turn, he will heal 30 Sherman, and then you go monkey, blow up anything in the active. It's so risky to take a prize card here because then you just lose to Counter Catcher. However, we do see the Iono to 2, so this does make it a little bit more reasonable to go for. And yet there it is, the Counter Catcher. So if I'm Tan here, I'm just putting 60 onto Dreepy here and passing, because then you can KO the Dreepy next turn because you have more monkey advantage and you can KO anything that comes up in the active. But I don't know if Tan's going to see this play. This is a much, yeah, this is like a little bit of like a, I guess, higher level play that some people won't notice. Oh, he might recognize it here. Honestly, the play is just Mind Bend for 60, right? Yeah, just Mind Bend 60, because then he heals 30 off. Yeah, 100%. It's just Mind Bend 60. Yeah, I think he's thinking about this. He doesn't want to activate that Counter Catcher. Here we go. Here comes the Monkey Dory here, and we're just going to see the hit for 60. This is 100% the right. Just get any damage on the board, but don't take a prize card. Set this thing up to die no matter what. Very heads-up play here by Tan. We're seeing Monkey Dory fly back there. 60 damage there, 60 damage on the active. That's completely fine too, because it opens up a bench spot now if the active gets KO'd for Scream Tail for game. Yeah, this seems okay. I think this is fine. This might just be game. I think Tan found the line here because Sherman doesn't have the pieces. I think Tan's going to take this first game. Yep, not taking a prize card. Very heads up play here. Knowing that one Tricoloque just doesn't get a whole lot, especially with no access to Pheasantipity here. Crazy long game one. Yeah, it's been a crazy long game one. So what do you do here if I'm Sherman? Like, do you just like, I mean, you don't really have a play. You can move 30 off the active, but like none of this works. You only place like evolve into Tricoloque, heal 30 off the active Tricoloque, evolve into no, none of this works. Yeah, no, this game's over. You want your stream confirmed? The pass angle. With the Giga Brain pass angle. All right, here comes Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball being used, getting another Tricoloque here most likely, but it just doesn't do very much. It's like there isn't even any left. There's a Halucha. Wait, no, I think there's one. Yeah, there's one actually. Never mind. Yeah, so, I mean, this doesn't really still do very much. There's still too much damage on the board. I guess your play, okay, your play would be if you can evolve into Charmeleon and into Tricoloque, and then heal 30. No, like, yeah, this doesn't actually work too very well. All right, does Sherman have the candy? Is this just a candy evolve pass situation? Oh my goodness. No, he doesn't even have the, oh wait, yeah. He has evolve here. This is fine. Yeah, he can just attack, but then just loses to Clefairy. Oh, he doesn't have the switch. Yeah. Oh, this is so weird now. Oh yeah. No, wait, no, this is just a game. Yeah, he can just double do that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, true. He just goes 30-30. All right. Well, Tan takes a very long game one, about 33.5 minutes. So hopping into game two here. Gardevoir able take the Dubsky in the first one, and we'll head to game two. All right. Here we go. The 32nd seed against the 8th seed. See this hand here, and oh my gosh, this hand was abysmal. Not very much going on. There wasn't Arvin, but the rest of the hand sucked. And it looks like here for Tan, got some good stuff. We see a Ralts, a Buddy Puffin as well. Potentially there's a draw supporter in there also. So see, there's the Screamtail, Monkey Dory, Professor's Research, and Arvin. If Charmer was a single limb, would you say Guardy's a solid pick? Is it best of one or best of three? If it's best of three, it's a good pick, but best of one is a little sketchy. There go prizes coming out. We have Research, Arvin, Screamtail, Monkey Dory. Screamtail is important. Surprising a Monkey Dory is not the end of the world. It's not at the top. Psychic and Artisan. So really, it's just a Screamtail. Everything else is fine. And then we see for Sherman, nothing really too. I mean, there's a Dragapult, an Energy, and a Tricoloque. Completely fine prizes. The rescue board's a little bit annoying, but I would say these prizes are much worse for Tan. But even for Tan, they're not bad, like I would say either. So all right, hopping into it here, we see Buddy Puffin coming out. Gonna be used. Get themselves a Badoo and a Charmander. All right. Ultra Ball. I mean, you really want to play this? Oh, I mean, like, I guess what's in the hand? Is there a supporter? We need a winner, right? You do? Yeah, we do. We need a winner. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, it's not looking great. Not looking ideal. Is that a stamp Badoo? It is. It is a gym leader, I believe, or gym challenge stamped Badoo that is available in specific Asian regions. They're quite expensive. All right, we see the Iono here being used. The lists don't seem innovative in any way. Well, we saw Great Tusk in top 32. Great Tusk was innovative, so if you just got here, if you want to watch the top 32 match, Great Tusk was pretty cool. All right, we see Rare Candy, Arvin, Dreepy. Ooh, the old Super Rod. Rare Candy. And oh, this hand is just... actually, I guess for Sherman, it's like, okay. It's a Charizard. It's fine. But no TM Evolution here. For Tan. That's a big miss here. This is a big break that Sherman needs. Now, if Sherman can find himself a Charizard and a Dracolook, he's going to definitely be able to stabilize this board a lot more and feel much better about the situation. One with neutralization. Yeah, the one with neutralization is on. And oh, there's an Iono. But I think in this situation, you just have to attack with Charizard. Now, you're not going to have a whole lot of infrastructure with this board state. It's just going to be a lone Charizard and nothing else. But honestly, we saw from Tan didn't do anything last turn. Like, you just won Iono attached. There's no TM Evo, which means that clearly that hand is probably not amazing. So doing this seems fine. Yo, what's up? Anti-conductor. I have a ton of those gym stamp hollows. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Yeah, the stamped like gym challenge cards, the Premier Ball cards, the Ultra Ball cards as well. All those are worth a lot. All right, here we go. Rare Candy, Charizard. Oh, wait, he just chose a Buddy Puffin? Wait, what? They didn't choose the Charizard? Wait. Did he just not have a Charizard? Wait, no. Why did he do... Oh, he's just TM Evo and he's just playing slower. I don't know. I kind of would have just shipped Zard here. Want the Psyduck promo, but I mean, Dust Storyline not great or not? I mean, yeah, it's not amazing. It's like good in Dragapult, but it's not like overpowered in any way. All right, here, action back onto Tan. Tan's going to be using that TM Evolution here. We do see an Ultra Ball. The big question is does he want to get a Curlier and then evolve straight into Gardevoir? Honestly, I could completely see that happen here. Also, I think Mew EX is probably the safest card to get if that last card is unplayable. Because you have to do something. And getting a Gardevoir up with no, like, literally nothing else is not good in this matchup as Charizard one-shots you. So... are we actually gonna... Is there a playable card in the hand? There's got to be a supporter of some sort. Oh, okay, it's research. Gotcha, okay. So that's okay. I was about to say, if that was not a research there, oof, risky. But this is completely fine. You know, you have no problem drawing into Curlias here because you're drawing a Curlia. Cool, it's fine. You can just evolve it because you had those routes down at the very beginning of the game. Ah, yes, the one of card on bottom shuffle here. Or cut. All right, research 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 from Tan here. The overall landscape of the game currently seems pretty balanced, even with the top heavy distribution of decks. It feels like any of the top 6 to 8 decks are currently viable. Correct, yes. This is one of the most balanced formats we've seen in quite some time. there is no tier S deck, I would say, aside from Gardevoir is inching towards that. But even Gardevoir is a beatable deck in the format. We're seeing quite a bit of Charizard decks show up that try and counter it. And yeah, this is a very viable format right now. A lot of stuff that exists. All right, here comes Earthen Vessel, getting that dark energy. Going to be getting something else here too. Looks like another Psychic. So the Zora version of Pult doesn't do better. I think it's pretty cool. I just think a whole lot of people haven't tested it out yet. I wouldn't say so. I think the Zora Pult deck's kind of cool. I have to try it out. We might actually stream that. The next time I do like ladder grinding, we might stream Zora Pult. But anyways, here is the Recon Directive getting themselves an Arven here. And now this is probably going to be the time where Charizard comes out, takes a knockout. But Sherman is running out of time. And at this point, if I'm Tan, I'm just chilling. Like, there's 7 minutes left. If you don't put a 2-prizer in play, I don't think Sherman has enough time to win. Because, like, these turns are taking long for Sherman. Sherman's clock is just working against him. And remember, they don't have the same 0, 1, 2, 3 format that TPCI regions have. It's just 1 turn each, I believe, right? Or actually, no, it's if time gets called on one person's turn, and the other person gets to play a turn, and that's it, right? So really, Sherman is gonna have maybe 2 more turns left at most in this game, and I just don't think that's gonna be enough time to take all 6 prize cards, because Sherman has to win this game to be able to get it to a sudden death, which at sudden death he has a good shot of winning with just Rare Candy Charizard take 1. Was testing it, yeah. But literally, if Tan does not bench a Gardevoir, literally all Tan has to do is promote a Pokemon, draw for turn, evolve a Pokemon, or like bench a Pokemon, Arven, and the game is just going to end. There's just not enough time. No, this format is different. So for next season, each player gets 1 turn, but for this one, whoever's turn it ends on, the other person gets 1 turn and that's it. I think. Someone could correct me. I think that's what I understood when people were trying to explain it to me. Yeah, 6 minutes left. I mean, Go Dave, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it. So you would see more gentlemen. These would be Japanese rules. Yes, they play by players in Singapore, Malaysia, and some of those other Asian regions over there. They play in TPC's rule system, which would be Japan. He's supposed to charge 3 fire on Zardiax, man. The Mind Bend play is clear the next play. Yeah. This is where Air Balloon's going to be great, chat. When we get back, like, when Air Balloon becomes a card, it's going to be great. Its time is called when the player who goes first is playing. They finish their turn, and then the player who wants second gets a turn. So they both get equal amounts of turns. Yeah. I might have my Air Balloons somewhere. They're somewhere. I have to look for them. Yeah. Blueprint ends make a Zoroark EX. Ah, yes. Ends make a Zoroark EX. What a genius card. All right. There's Artisan. Professor's Research. Drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 here. Yeah, just time is ticking. I probably, I don't know, putting the Gardevoir in play is a little bit iffy, but I guess. Yeah, using Artisan here. Let's see what we get. If Guardy lists, would you consider Floon or Mew more cuttable? Drifloon, much more cuttable. Mew is good for consistency and really good against Charizard right now. Mew is like better than Drifloon against Charizard, like at the moment, I think. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there's just no way this game ends. Like, Sherman would literally have to go draw coin flip. And then Tan would literally have to, like, turbo play. And then Sherman would go boss coin flip again and flip heads. It's just impossible. I don't think it's possible. I don't think there's enough time. Yeah, just put it there. Who cares? Just announce an annoying attack that forces Sherman to think for a minute. Or literally 10 seconds. That's all that matters here at this point. Time continues to tick down here. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And especially in their time rule system, a very unforgiving clock in this situation. So, see here, Charizard being used. Infernal Rain going to be able to get more energies onto the board. If there are any left, and there's none left. So, just using that for no reason, I guess, unless there is a fire in hand. Nope, there's a Luminous there, so that's fine. Okay, this play is completely okay if there's a Luminous. All right, we see the attachment here. The annoying thing is, though, is that this Charizard is going to lose both of his energy, which means if Tan just counter catchers and brings up that Charizard with 0 energy, what does Sherman do? Sherman has to find a way to move that. And yeah, here we go. Here is the knockout from Sherman, putting the Gardevoir in the discard pile here. And let's see what Tan decides to do. But personally, I just win here. Gardevoir is inherently really weak. It has no draw engine, and Gardevoir X does 190 and takes damage itself. Yeah, I mean, Gardevoir won the first game pretty convinced. Yeah, I'd say pretty convincingly at the end. Well, actually, no. It wasn't pretty convincing. It was, like, close, but it felt like Gardevoir had a lot of control at the end. All right, here we go. Tan literally just has to, like, bench a Pokemon and just pass. There's just not enough time unless... Yeah. There's Gardevoir. I don't know. I don't think they know how much time is left. But if Tan knows there's a minute left, you should never put this in play. You can just literally, like, you could have just promoted Monk. Like, you can just retreat the Gardevoir and just Mind Bend. That's all you have to do this turn, and you can't lose. But I think he's not aware of how much time is left, because this is horrible. Like, this is, like, really bad that he's doing this here. But how do you play against Grimmsnarl without the Floon? You just Mind Bend. There's an Iono being played. Shuffling the whole hand into the deck here. Wait, is there... Wait, where's there... Okay, there it is. Never mind. I was like, what? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 here. All he needs to do is just confuse again. We see an Earthen Vessel here. So... Tan can just use that Earthen Vessel. Now, what he could potentially do is just counter catcher, bring up that Charizard with 0 energy, and you have the option to, like, Screamtail the Monkey. You could Screamtail the Dracoloak as well. There's so many. Guardia's throwing. No, Guardia's going to win on time here. Guardia's doing completely fine. But Guardia's playing this matchup correctly. He just needs... But, like, in the time rules here... Yes, Gardevoir did not need to evolve into... Or he did not need to evolve into Gardevoir here. But yeah, here's the retreat. Mind Bend, Screamtail their monkeys and win the Monkey War, basically using their last against them. Yes, that's the big thing. Yep. Program, I believe. Oh. Why are we putting down 2 prizers? That's how? Well, yeah. That's true. But the game is over now because they don't play 3 turns. If time is called right now, Sherman gets this turn, and that's it to take 3 prize cards. So here we go. Sherman draws for turn. Is there any way for Sherman to take all of his prize cards here? Tan has not gotten out of 2 prizes, so anything like Briar does not exist here, even though I don't think Sherman plays it. There's no Phantom Dive play for 3 as well. So... Sure got no time, yeah. If you close your eyes, you sound like Kyle Zukovich commentating. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but I appreciate it, I guess. I enjoy his commentating, though. Anyways, here comes the Arvin being used. We're going to see what exactly he has. Potentially that rescue board and switch might come out here just to get that guaranteed attack. But once again, using Arvin means no boss unless there's counter catchers. So comes the Arvin going to be used, getting those 2 cards. And yeah, it just simply comes down to time. You know, normally the... I watch the ties. Yes, yes. We are committed to the ties, Maddie. Committed to the ties. We've watched so many games go to time today. I feel like all of them have gone to time, except the top 32 one. The top 32 one did not, but I think the 16 one did, right? And then did the 8 go to time too? I don't know if the 8 one actually did. All right, here comes Recon Directive here. Looks like we see Boss's Orders and Pheasantipity. Neither of these cards really help complete this puzzle. And yeah, there's just the pass. And yep, there's the concession. It looks like Tan gonna be able to take the game here. Sherman realizes not enough time left to take all the 3 prize cards. And since they have a different time rule where it's 0 and then 1 and that's it, or both players basically get a turn. It's actually not technically 0-1. It's just both players get a turn, or the player. Yeah, it's effectively 1 each, kind of. So yeah. Well, if you want the events to go till like 11 p.m., then yes, 60 minutes best of 3 would work. Well, I wouldn't say 11 p.m., but like another like hour and 45 minutes later to 2 hours later. I don't want to do that. I got a game with some former Overwatch players, casters, and Marvel Ride was very fun. 24-hour challenge at regionals. I was commentating as, yeah, it's always a visual glitch. Oh wait, what? What just happened? Wait, are the rules different here? Where if it goes to time and you win on wait, can you win on prize cards? Wait a minute, what, chat? Are the rules that different? Wait, what? That's how the rules work here? Is that since Sherman had a lead in prize cards, even though time was called? That's crazy. Oh, and they're coin flipping for sudden death too? These are some weird rules. I thought that Tan had won the game. Oh my goodness. Now Sherman's favored because Sherman can Badu potentially block Rare Candy and then go Rare Candy Gardevoir. It's knockout stage, so I guess so. But like technically Tan won 1-0. He won game 1 and then game 2 never finished. So in normal like Swiss circumstances that would work, but I guess they have different rules. Oh, if you go below 3 prizes, the game counts. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate you letting me know. This is so toxic. Yeah, this is great. Oh, and the Clefairy start's actually good here. Because it can't be one shot by Charizard. Oh my goodness, what is happening? There's an Arvin, I think, in the hand here. I could be wrong. Gotcha. Thank you, Mooncake. Appreciate it. Yo, Diego, thanks for the follow as well. Dave as well. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate you guys. All right, here is the Buddy Puffin being used. Getting a Badu here. We're going to see one other card. See what they end up deciding to get. Reading that, seeing exactly potentially what that weakness is. It is meta weak. So Clefairy can sometimes be a powerful attacker against decks like Grimmsnarl and Charizard at the beginning of the game if they're not able to deal with it, especially if there's a Bravery Charm on it. So we do see Badu here, and oh, is that just not a playable hand? Is this hand just all garbage? I think it might just be a Clefairy. Well, the problem with that is that if a Charizard comes up, you have no way to ever deal with it. So you'd rather lose to Rare Candy Pokemon plus Boss. You'd always bench one thing. That's... Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Do they actually put down just one prize card, or is it like us? Oh, they must. Oh my... What? Wait, do they? Did they only put down one prize? Oh, this is chaos if that is. Oh my god. If an Iono to 1 happens. Oh my goodness. Texting the random Crispin? Yes. This is wild. Oh my gosh. Here comes the nest ball. I am so confused what is happening here. This is like, their rules are so... Dude, and Sherman just has nothing. There's just no playable card in the hand. Oh my gosh. Oh my... Getting the Mew EX. Oh, this is so icky. Now this is great. This is quality gameplay we're watching here. The top 8 of the Master Ball League. We're choosing Mew EX over Waltz. This is awesome. Yeah, sudden death 1 prize. This, well, actually, so for anyone who doesn't know, back in like until I think 2013, or actually no, I think until 2014 or 15, it used to be when you went to sudden death and top cut, it was 1 prize. However, there was a card called N back in the day, which is pretty much the same thing as Iono, but you shuffled your cards into your deck, not put at the bottom. On top of it too, you could play supporters on turn 1. So when it went to sudden death, whoever went first could just go N to 1. And literally before the opponent got to do anything. And it was just stupid. So they fixed it so now when you typically go to sudden death in TPCI held regions, it's 6 prize cards. Surf okay? What do you mean? Yes, Iono to 1. I want to see the chaos. So, what is Tan top tech? What was that? Oh, this doesn't do anything. Oh, there's a switch. Oh, but this isn't enough. This just means 40, 60, 80, 100, 120. It's just, oh, we're going to see just the pass. Oh, wait, no. The 60. He did that, which seemed like the pass, which made no sense. Oh my gosh. Is this going to come down to a coin flip? Oh my goodness. Well, technically, okay, technically if he flips tails, Sherman doesn't win the game because it would go to 90 plus 60, which is 150. Oh my god. What is happening? Why second me now? Oh, it's just a glitch. I think it's just a glitch on YouTube. What is happening? Oh my god, we're gonna coin flip. Yes. Here we go. The coin flip. You got it. Of course. Yeah, 100% you risk it because you have no board state. I mean, look at your board. You can't pass here. Oh, he's retreating. Oh, it's because he has an energy in his hand. This is a smart play because he has energy. But this loses technically to Rare Candy Char. Well, actually, wait, yeah. They both lose to Rare Candy Charizard. Oh my god. He doesn't have it. Tan just wins because he has energy. Oh my gosh. And the finishing to play sudden death form. Yeah, and it's just over. Tan wins. Crazy set. Gardevoir takes the interesting Dubsky against. Oh my god, what a game. Holy cow. That was crazy. Bro, brain blast like Jimmy Neutron? Yeah. If Chan grabbed a Dark with Vessel, he had Monkey in hand law. He could have guaranteed the win by putting the damage on the Clefairy to Badu. True. This guy really giving me a hard time. Stop pretend you're the real thing. Hey, I think this is a glitch on YouTube where people's names are coming up twice. That was thrilling. That was unbelievable. What a finish. All right. That was top 8. Let's move on to top 4. Hopefully top 4 comes quicker. It's one thing. But all right, I'm going to go use the bathroom here. Quickly run and get something to eat quickly. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. All right. I just changed it to your name. What's happening in the YouTube chat? Yo, y'all on YouTube are crazy. Y'all need to chill. I don't want to start banning people. Holy crap. We got Badoon Legends ZA. Honestly, I've seen these commercials like 50 times, and I haven't actually paid attention to them at all. Except for like 10 seconds of one of them. Like, I feel like we've literally watched an hour of these commercials, and if my life depended on it, and someone was like, what's happening in these commercials, I literally couldn't tell them. Next round, please. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I would say. Like, man, this is really cool. I don't care. Give me the next round. Kick W. Dude, what a crazy game that was. Oh my goodness. What a wild, wild game. Crazy games like that are why I love Pokemon, where just things just become a mess, And it's like, that's why I do this. That's why I do this. Now, the big question is how long are we going in between? Like, is this going to be a 20-minute wait, a 10-minute wait, a 5-minute wait? Imagine if they had skits like ESL has their Counter-Strike turns. Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that TPCI has made very or actually their goal, like TPCI set a goal this year to reduce downtime as much as, or like trying to reduce downtime of just like a blank screen with like music playing as long as possible, which is why they have so many now like mid like round things where like they interview people or they show like other stuff, because they've tried to limit that just, oh, I'm bored, I'm just sitting and watching a screen that's not moving in music, basically, right? So it is cool, but like for the Japan and like these streams, they just play commercials. That's pretty much what they do. Do you think Dragapult is better with Charizard or Dusknoir? Ooh, that is a great question, Christian. I like Charizard right now a lot. Zoro? Ooh, Zoro. Maybe. Zoro's pretty cool. I need to try it out. I need to try that deck out. I'm definitely interested. Definitely interested to try it out. We'll probably try it out next stream. They do. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I feel like Burt's especially has been contributing to that. Oh yeah, Burt's is hilarious. I love Shy. He's a friend of mine. He's a cool guy. I've known him for a few years. He's always very positive, very energetic type. He's like a very energetic type of human being, and he has like that infectious personality where, you know, it doesn't even matter like how much knowledge he has on the competitive metagame. It's just he's so entertaining to listen to, right? And that's what you want from a caster whose main goal isn't to be the Pablo Meza, the Kyle Sabahas, or like the Chip Ritchie, someone who's able to more go into the nitty gritty of games, which that's just not Shy. Shy's there to be an entertainer, and he does it better, in my opinion. I think he does the best job at his role out of all of them for like his specific role, which is entertainment. And this isn't to throw shade on anyone. It's just he, in my opinion, is the best at not being an analyst, but being an entertainer during the game. I got second in back-to-back events with it, and honestly, I could have played better. Yeah, it's pretty good. I agree. This is the list that Stefan used. Zardport is clunky to me. It helps with Guardy, which is good. And it, yeah. Luca, I think the Pulsar matchup strat is bad. Sure. He's the life of the party. And Guardy hard to play. I'm relatively new Pokemon 1 month, and I reached Master League within that month in BDG July, but as Guardy, I just perma lose now. Just keep losing. What I mean by that is just play the deck and fail. Be okay failing with Gardevoir. Because if you're gonna, this one is really important. Like, to succeed, you need to be okay with failure. Like, I remember my very first Masters year and a half, I missed day 2 at like, I went to like a combined 5-8 regionals, and I missed day 2 at all of them. You know, and now I top 16 in North America pretty much every year, you know, that I try to get it, right? So like, it's okay to fail, because if you give yourself the opportunity to learn from that, it's okay. So yeah, keep playing Gardevoir. You know, if you don't know exactly what you might be doing wrong, you can either go on YouTube, you can get coaching. There's lots of, you know, outlets you can buy, like a masterclass. You can watch one too on YouTube potentially if someone possibly did a free one there too, right? So never hesitate to do that. I swear they told the NIC casters to keep making the same itchy pollen and the mind's joke. I heard at least 3 times from multiple casters. Shy's a great player caster, I think. Lyric Supremacy. I love his videos. One was Stefan, one was refined version. I'm not sure. I actually kind of wish that the community was more. So, for anyone that doesn't know, anyone who watches sports knows that commentators, umpires, things like that are all very heavily critiqued, right? You have, let's say, caster, or you have like announcers who it's okay to say, oh, they're not very good at their job. You won't get canceled for doing that. But in this community, you will. So I will say that I hope that every caster really works on becoming as educated on certain plays as possible, because I think it was even Tricky Jim who once was like talking about this, where like there was a time where he literally just had to mute the stream and just watch it muted. I think he said that once on a on like one of his like his regular Twitch streams. Yeah, like correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it's all the casters should be striving to do the best, and there have been some situations where I watch and I'm just like, dude, like, what are you saying? Like, that's like one thing, is I think people should be more constructive criticize some people in like a positive way, right? Like saying like, hey, like you can be doing this better, or you really need to sit down and play more Pokemon. Like, for example, Skarzik, when he first started casting, like had all of the nice fancy words but no substance. He had no substance at all. But now he actually plays more, and he's improved dramatically as a caster. So he had like the words, but didn't even sound like you were even watching a Pokemon stream. I think most CS casters and analysts are like level 10 and base at the highest rank. Yes, we need, especially in the TCG, more casters who play. Like, dude, let's get Azul to cast one of the events. Like, I guarantee you, if they paid him a bunch of money, he'd go cast most likely. He already casts events at home. Like, why would he turn down, getting paid, a couple $1,000s, let's just say, to go cast? Yo, limited signatures of the fall. I appreciate it. The biggest thing is that all the casters are pretty good at just casting. They just need to like actually play the game more. Some of them need to play the game more, because it's incredibly obvious who does and who doesn't. The Azul stream, yes, exactly. Like, that's why I'm doing things like this, because I know people would rather watch like a top player commentate over a game than hear someone screaming about plays that don't matter, or getting overly excited, just like things like that, right? Well, I shouldn't say plays that don't matter. That's kind of harsh, but you get the point that I'm trying to say. Like, there definitely are, like, it's sometimes you get like these groups of casters who might not like have very much experience in a matchup, and they're not able to really explain like how the matchup's going, who's favored in this situation, and things like that. Over in League of Legends, there needs to be a mix of both, with someone that hypes up it. Yes, exactly. I 100% agree. I think Fontnon has said that he's down to cast once he retires. I mean, I'd love to like cast if I ever had the opportunity. I don't know if that ever would happen, but I think that Pokemon should get more players to like, they should test more players. For example, like Jesper Eriksson. Jesper Eriksson is a competitive player, has qualified for 12, 13 worlds at least, it seems like, and they had him as a caster, and like I thought he did a pretty good job. He was a little bit rough around the edges at like the very beginning, I think, but he's really improved. Azul's good because he has insight, but also is lighthearted. You're also on the same vibes. I appreciate that. Azul and Chip would be a funny pair. Yeah, the Guardy won. Chip and Chip's friend would be a solid combo. Rodpolt lost every top 8 match. Come on. That's crazy. But no, like, that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see them say, like, hey, like, let's bring in you, or let's bring in you. Let's just see how you do. Like, if you obviously have, you know, the passion to cast. Yeah, they're showing the top 4 right now. He likes Lost Tina. But I think it would be cool to see Azul cast, for example. Like, dude, like, they had Wolfie Glick and VGC cast. Why can't they have Azul cast? It just simply, I think, comes down to if he wants to or not. But, like, let's get Azul in there. Like, let's get Mahone in there. I'll hop in there. Let's get some more people who know what's happening at a more in-depth level. Because the people that are typically watching the stream are more competitive players a lot of the time, or people who know what's happening, right? Typically, players who turn on the Pokemon stream aren't just watching and saying, I have no idea what's going on. You know? It's not like Fortnite where you can have no idea like what's going on, or like VGC, and you're like, oh, I can just watch shit blow up on my screen, and that's, you know, and like enough to understand, right? Pokemon TCG is different. So most people who watch, in my opinion, have some idea of what's happening. But anyways, hopping into top 4 here, we have Tan Kian Chong and Kaiser Sim. I believe Kaiser is playing Raging Bolts. I could be wrong. I hope Ian Rob cast next Worlds. Azul said on stream that he would consider if given the opportunity. Yeah. Like Michael become a judge, he could even become a caster, maybe. I don't know. You have to have the right personality. You have to have like the willingness to actually, like, there's not everyone would want to become a caster, right? You have to put yourself in front of thousands of people where criticism exists, and you also have to understand how to cast a game. And yeah. Holmes said he would. Azul would rather cast with his own setup at a regional that doesn't have an official stream. Yeah, because I think he might just make more money doing that. I could be wrong, though. One Guardian, 3 Bolt top 4. Wow. Incredible. It's the Bolt Express. Yeah, the Baby Bolt hid this game. Honestly, for Tan, there's nothing really relevant prized. I mean, the 2 Psychic Energy is annoying. The Super Rod's also annoying, but none of those are really, like, game-losing to prize, or... Yeah, there's nothing really there, but the Bolt prizes are very suspicious. not good for our Bolt player. Oh, they got the names mixed up. Tan should be on the other side. Right? Wasn't Tan the last player from last turn? What happened to Grimmsnarl? I don't know what happened to Grimmsnarl. I think Raging Bolt probably just eat it. I could be wrong. I do not know. I don't think there was a single Grimmsnarl on top 8. Kind of terrified to be on stream, even as a player, due to, like, my speech impediment. I mean... Yeah, I don't know. Like, I grew up with a stutter, so I get it. I had to go to speech therapy. I was not very proficient as a young kid. I mean, I was proficient enough, right? But Pokemon was a great outlet for me to, like, actually feel... It's a comfortable space I'm comfortable talking in. So it was much easier for me in those settings to, like, talk. Like, I can talk about Pokemon much more, I would say, consistently, like, fine, as opposed to, like, having an actual conversation. Yeah, names are switched. So the Gardevoir player is Tan Kiang Chong, and the Raging Bolt player is Kaiser. Guardy protected by Raging Bolt in some ways. Yes. Oh, they finally realized and fixed it. All right. Heading into top 4 here. It looks like the start is by Kaiser using that Ultra Ball prize checking, seeing exactly what cards are there. Probably going to see that Squawkabilly turn 1. Definitely the card you want to use on that first turn if you do choose to play it. Some lists do, some lists don't. I've honestly started to see Squawkabilly go back into lists recently. It was a card that felt like it was getting cut from a lot of Raging Bolt lists after Milwaukee Regionals. I know that I think Christian might have cut it the event after, and I believe Christian Fontenot, who got top 4 at Portland Regionals, ended up not deciding to play it, but looks like it has made its way back in. There are a lot of really rough resources here. 2 Night Stretcher are going to be thrown away, and the Professor Sada's Vitality. So really rough really rough discards here. Getting rid of the Sadas isn't necessarily a huge deal, but getting rid of those 2 Night Stretcher is not good for the long game. And now, as Tan knows that there's no Night Stretcher left, which means chasing things like Hoot Hoots, you know, taking out those small Pokemon, you know, really pressuring resources becomes that much more detrimental to Kaiser's board state. So don't prize it. Yeah, maybe. I've seen some lists play it. I've seen some lists play the double baby bolt. Yeah. How do you feel about no owl bolts? I like my bolt with wings. I'm a fan of owl bolts. Attack with Fez? Yeah, just punch with it. This one Guardian, the Sea of Pults and Bolts. Yeah. As long as Gardevoir is able to set up, should be favored to win this tournament. Yeah, the attacking with Fez is kind of a relevant thing. I remember when I was... Actually, it's not even this deck, but I was playing Joltik Box, and I was in day 2 of Milwaukee Regionals, and my hand was terrible. But I started Fez, and I hit, I think, Jake Gearhart, and it was game 3, and my hand was garbage, but it had Crispin Energy. And I pretty much swept his board early with just pretty much lone Fez, Cruel Arrow sniping, and I won the game largely because of that. I was able to slowly power up then a Mew EX on the bench, and then slammed Clefairy, I think, or maybe I just like slammed Clefairy and loaded up and then won the game. It was just an absurd combination. But yeah, the Cruel Arrow play is kind of cool. Yes, we are. It is Gardevoir. Well, I mean, yeah, it's pretty much Gardevoir's world, but also on top of it too, just so many top players are playing Gardevoir too. It's like, it's a pretty high skill deck. Like, it's very hard to play perfectly. Like, I think even last game we saw Tan make a mistake or two. Like, and you know, Tan's obviously very deserving of being here. He's playing, you know, pretty well. So all right, here's research. We do see the Nest Ball in the TM evolution. Exactly what Tan was looking for here. We're going to be able to get 2 Curlias up, and this is where Raging Bolt gets put in a really tough situation here, because we're going to see if there are 2 Curlias here. 2 Curlias at the board, which I believe there are. And then as Kaiser, what do you actually do here? You can't use Fan Rotom to take a prize card. Your only way to take prize cards here, unless you have access to Energy Switch to get 3 energy on a basic baby Raging Bolt, is to attack with your own Raging Bolt EX, which just falls into a Clefairy plus Screamtail, and your Raging Bolt gets very quickly guillotined by that. So things are not looking too good here, unless Tan doesn't have anything after this. Sometimes when you get the TM Evo, you get nothing else, and your board state just kind of falls apart out of nowhere. But if Tan does have another support card for the next turn, which looks like he does, looking pretty good for him. All right, Kaiser's turn here. Going to be using that Jewel Seeker, getting, it looks like, a Professor Sada's, potentially Area 0 as well, to open up this board, get some more Hoot Hoots on there. Only access to 1 Noctowl here, which means not as much control as he probably would like over this turn. Another thing, too, that actually matters in this situation is that Shaman has 80 HP, which means something like Fan Rotom not able to take a knockout here. If you had the ability to take a 1 prize knockout with your 1 prizer, That would be really good here. But now it's just your prize trade feels so bad if Tan is actually able to, you know, establish Gardevoir and something else. It'd be interesting to know why owls are better in your opinion in the current format. Isn't more aggressive play against this top stage decks not bad? Because you can consistently find Prime Catcher. That's a big reason as to why I'm a fan of the Noctowl variant, is I feel like I have more control over games. I feel like also attacking with Judge, or attacking with Fan Rotom and Judge, is an incredibly powerful combo that wins you a lot of games as Raging Bolt, specifically against decks like the Evolutions deck. Very good to do that. Helps against Gardevoir too in some spots also. In this situation, not the case, but I feel like I have more control over games with the Noctowl variant than just the complete turbo variant of the deck. Prime Catcher plus Judge, hope Guardy breaks. As a Guardy player, I'm sending good vibes to 10. Yeah. Clefairy was the answer to Guardy, just like how Rouse was the answer to Vitality. All right, retreat. Raging Bolt. No, card has fallen. We have lost a card. All right, here we go. Raging Bolt's taking the knockout. Action back on Tan here. Looks like we have an Arven in hand, but actually, no, that is a research. It's just shiny research. Never mind. It looked like an Arven without my glasses on. Yeah, and here we go. Potential research. You don't really need to put that Bravery Charm in anything, especially because TMTvo doesn't exist, so you're never going to Curler anyways. But here we go. Research being used, and 7 big cards here. Looking for Gardevoir, Screamtail, and a Clefairy here. If you're able to KO the Raging Bolt with a Screamtail, you are feeling really good. And that is pretty much everything he needs here. He found the Secret Box, the Screamtail, and the Earthen Vessel here. So he's going to be able to Earthen Vessel and then use the Secret Box. Oh my goodness. If he's just able to Screamtail as a 1-prizer KO this Raging Bolt, the Raging Bolt player has so little plays in a situation like this. But the big question comes, does he have the cards to discard? He has to discard 1 with that Earthen Vessel. On top of it too, has to bench that Screamtail. I think he's going to have to dump the 2 energies in that other card right next to Screamtail. So where are these brownies? Someone posted a brownie recipe in chat. All right, here we go. There's Earthen Vessel. Now, oh, I don't know. I would just, if I'm him, I'm getting Clefairy this turn. I'm Secret Boxing. Okay, I think this is a mistake. I definitely would have just sent Secret Box here. 100%. Because if you get, okay, so think of it like this. If you get Clefairy on the bench and you go Screamtail, KO the active. The only way they KO Gardevoir is by giving you a Raging Bolt. The only way they KO the Clefairy is by giving you a Raging Bolt, which means you can just Stretcher back the Clefairy and attack once again with Screamtail. And if they ever attack with if they ever attack into your 1-prizer, they're attacking to a 1-prizer, and that's horrible. So I definitely would have just Clefairy'd and KO'd here. But I guess they also have this play too, which is actually fine as well. Honestly, if there's a Squawk on board, this is also fine. So either play is okay. Yeah, either play is okay here. If there is no Squawk, you definitely need to bench Clefairy, but I guess Tan kind of thinks that doesn't need to KO this Bolt, which is honestly fair. Seems okay. Anyways, back action onto Kaiser, and this is just bad because he doesn't want to KO a 1-prizer here. You're only, I think that you might just have to though, and it might just be with Fan Rotom. If I'm Kaiser here, you might just have to judge Fan Rotom KO the active, because if you Prime Catcher KO Gardevoir, all Tan needs is just bench Clefairy, blow up the active, and then what do you do in that situation as the Raging Bolt player? The stretchers are gone. Yes, taking both Bolt is really powerful here because both of the stretchers are gone. 100% agree, Reef. Yeah. So anyways, here we go. Noctowl number 2 coming down. And yeah, as Kaiser, it just might be a judge hit or a prime catcher KO. I mean, prime catcher KO feels so rough though, because if Tan just benches Clefairy and evolves into Gardevoir, the game's just over at that point, because Tan goes down to 2 prizes. There's a Gardevoir that can't be killed the next turn on top of it as well, because you've burnt your prime catcher, and you're dealing with a 1 prizer that can, even with enough Monkey Dories, start to one-shot things like Mew EX and Latias. All right, there's Prime Catcher, bringing up the Gardevoir. And here we are, going to see that Bellowing Thunder. Looks like we've got 1, 2, and 3 energies for 5 with the Sadas here. This is going to be plenty to take this KO. Going to be dealing 350 damage. Only needs to discard 4, though, as there is 40 damage on that Gardevoir. And pretty much, this is an all-in Gambit play that basically just says, okay, I really, really hope that you do not have a Gardevoir or a Clefairy here. And this is very risky, but this is a tough matchup. I think as Raging Bolt, if Gardevoir is able to get fully set up like Tan has pretty much been able to do, so making this play, probably the only thing you could have done, unless you wanted to go judge KO the Screamtail, which honestly, I might have done in this situation, but this is the other play. Yo, the EPSD, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Deepst, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a great day. Anyways, here comes the Bellowing Thunder. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hitting for 280, taking the big knockout here. Down goes the Gardevoir. And yeah, Tan has that secret box, so has pretty much what he needs. Going to be able to get a supporter here and also get another Gardevoir up. Monkey Dory is great. That Screamtail is still very live in this situation. Got a Buddy Puffin, which is great in the hand because you can toss that away nice and easy with that secret box. Have very easy cards to discard. You have the energy, the secret box, and that counter catcher as well. It's completely okay to discard because you are taking a commanding lead in this spot, but he might potentially want to save it here to just gust up something like maybe the Mew EX. But honestly, there's a cool play you can make here where you just go counter catcher up the Mew EX, evolve into Gardevoir, and then Gardevoir EX the Mew EX. Because if he Raging Bolt KOs you and one-shots your Gardevoir, who cares? You just bench Clefairy and then you just Screamtail for game. So actually, going counter catcher Gardevoir EX KO, benching Clefairy checkmates the game, I think. So actually, you don't even need to bench the Clefairy. You can hold the Clefairy because they can't hand disrupt you out of it because they have to Sadas next turn anyways. So yeah, this game should just be over. As long as Tan doesn't butcher this should just be like game 1-1 by Tan. Yo, 1 pound life, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, here comes Ultra Ball being used, getting rid of a few different cards. We got the TM Evo and also the Artisan being shipped away. Here comes Gardevoir. And now the big question is, yeah, just research, and I guess you're counter catching the Mew now. I mean, I think you pretty much committed to this play. Let's see it. You can bench Fez too. That's fine if you have access to it. Yeah, here comes counter catcher. Let's bring up the Mew. Bring up the Mew. Bring up the Mew. You can just attack it with EX. You win the game. Okay, incorrect, but that's fine. This play also works. I would just bring up the Mew because if you Gardevoir EX it, you just have Clefairy for game the next turn. But it's fine. This play also works. Yep, you can bench Fez. No downside of doing that because if he KOs Fez, then you can just Screamtail again for game. And you have access to another counter catcher too because Kaiser would go down to 1 prize card as well. So This is also fine here. Gonna be drawing 3 cards here, building up that hand a little bit more. We see another Monkey Dory, which is great. Drifloon can also potentially hit the board here. Plenty of options on what he actually wants to do, and they're all feeling pretty good here. It's kind of that situation where you can realistically win the game 4 or 5 different ways. It doesn't really matter which way you do it at this point, because Kaiser cannot really hand disrupt most likely for very much next turn. Yeah, see, you would have just won the game. You had it in hand. Because in this situation here, if you go promote Gardevoir, counter catcher, bring up the Mew EX, KO the Mew EX, then if he bolts, the only way he can bolt KO this Gardevoir is by Sadazine, which means you just go bench Clefairy, and since there's 80 on it, you do 320. Oh. But, you know, this play works too. Yep, discarding Iono seems fine. Grabbing Ralts seems okay. There's another supporter in there, so another supporter in the hand. Mixed starts, yeah. They got the mixed starts. All the different stuff. I usually try and stay all one artwork. Like if I go min rarity, I try and go all min rarity. Except if I play Gardevoir, I'll sometimes play the alt art Gardevoirs, like the blue ones, like because they look so cool. If it's like an EX or like a 1-of, I think it's okay, but yeah, this play is also fine. I mean, the only thing is that this play could like if I don't know. I think Tan's just overthinking trying to checkmate this play, and there was a much easier checkmate here. I say overthinking, but like doing like extra things I don't think you need to do. But this play works too. We had an easier line, but it's fine. This play still should guarantee win, I think. Yeah, just Screamtail Punch. KO. Like to do full arts, hollow stamped. It helps me prize check anyways. Yeah, some people like to do that too. Sometimes the full arts are easier to prize check. Definitely. Yeah. I'll make out supporters in Pokemon with the art that I like. Very true. Well, there's the Iron Leaves, but this just loses to Clefairy, right? This doesn't do anything. The Gardevoir player, from my knowledge, does not play Badoo because they're playing the TM Evo variant. I don't think that Kaiser can do very much here. I think this game is just over. I mean, if Kaiser Crispins, he just loses to KO. If he attacks with the Fan Rotom, he just loses to yeah, I think it just has to be Fan Rotom. Yeah, I guess this is fine. This is also why attacking with Gardevoir EX was better, because you can't Fan Rotom here this turn. So this mistake, I think, from Tan has actually given Kaiser a small chance to win this game. Surely Bolt is still in it with Judge Fan Bonk. Yes. If Kaiser had simply just attacked with Gardevoir last turn, I think Kaiser was down his Prime Catcher and the game is over. But now what Tan needs to do is, I mean, Screamtail Bravery Charm wins the game. Oh, what? What just happened? Oh, wait, I think it was retreat. Yeah, it was the retreat thing because there should be free retreat. Soladios. Shouldn't that be a grass though? Was it a grass that got moved? No. Just Fez first. You win the game with Arvin. No, just Fez first. Just Fez first. You can get. Wait, no, you have game. You have game with Stretcher. Wait, doesn't he just win the game with Arvin? How many energy are in there? 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's not enough yet, but you still always Fez here first because you could potentially find it. Oh, does he? Oh, what? Can you just find Arvin for Stretcher and like Bravery? I don't know. Yeah, he wouldn't have found it. Well, he found. Yeah. Well, yeah. If there's 5 energy in the discard, I'm gonna be pissed because he would have game here. Did he just KO with Monkey? I think you should just like. I don't think you even take a KO. You just hit for 60. You do the same thing you did in top 8. Just do not kill this thing. Just hit for 60. It's fine. You can just hit for 60. Do not kill it. We win the game if you hit for 60. You can't lose. You can't lose if you just hit for 60. Oh, wait. Yeah, because the board is locked. You just can't think. Okay, goodness. Okay. Thank goodness he's not taking a prize card here. This is correct. Because now Kaiser can't win the game with Blood Moon or Luna boss. So smart play by 10 here. Very heads up. And now this is complete checkmate. You have game. Retreat into Clefairy. He has game with Clefairy. We can do it. 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 Just retreat. 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 Yeah, go into Clefairy. Dude, no. Wait, you have game with Clefairy. You just kill everything. No. What is he doing? Oh. No, he just goes Monkey KO and then just attack with Clefairy. Everything dies. He gets like 300 damage with Clefairy. Oh no. No. What? Wait, he's retreating again. Wait, what? What's happening? Oh, he had game. This was so obvious. Oh, please punish him, Kaiser. Please punish him. Come on, let's see it, dude. I want Kaiser to win now. Oh my god. He had game and didn't see it. Because you just go 30 on active. Kaiser has to promote something and everything on the bench dies to Clefairy. Please find game, Kaiser. Please punish. No, dude, he's gonna get bailed. Is he gonna see the play again? Oh my god. Yeah, he doesn't see the play. Imagine he retreats into Clefairy now. Oh, dang it. What? No! What is he doing? No, he has game again. No! What is he doing? I can't move. I've fallen so far in my chair. don't know what's happening. This has been 3 turns. He's had game. He's had game for 3 turns. Oh my god. If Kaiser wins this game, come on, dude. Come on, Kaiser. Oh my god. Oh, here it was. Yeah. Wow. Holy shit. I'm alive. Cannot believe that just happened. He had game for 3 straight turns. I think, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, anyways, the player that should have won. There's no way he was burning time. I can promise you that, because he could have legitimately lost. He was close to losing. Okay. That was really, well, actually, no, he wasn't trying to waste time, because how this works is if Kaiser gets down to 3 or less prizes. Okay, so basically how it works is that if we go to sudden death, this is a disaster for Tan. Like, oh, there's both the card of 4. Holy shit. Oh no. 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 Just pack it up. You do not want this game to go long. It comes down to prizes. Oh no. No, he was not burning time, because how time rules work in this, if Kaiser is leading in prize cards when time is called in game 2, he wins game 2 and it goes to sudden death, where both players apparently get 1 prize card, I think, or something like that. So Kaiser just wins because he's playing Bolt, right? Oh my god. Looks World, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Or Louis, thank you so much for the oh, hello. This is great 1 a.m. my time, 4 a.m. Eastern time gameplay that we're watching. This is phenomenal. This is the most fun I've had watching Pokemon in a long time. If I was not sober right now, I do not know what I'd be doing. Because I'm getting way too excited about this. Kairos is playing out. Yes. Yeah, okay, let's wait. Dude, if there's a facepalm when he sees that he's prized them both, it would be phenomenal. All right, here we go. Let's wait for the reaction. Imagine he doesn't notice this the entire game. Scoop, 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 scoop. He's going through again. Oh, he's playing it out. No! Why would you play this out? This is you as a Gardevoir player, you can't play this out because of sudden death. You lose in sudden death. He's cooking, dude. He's got a plan. He's got a plan. We just don't see it. We're just not believing. There is a plan here. He didn't notice. I think there's a legitimate chance he didn't notice. He's loading it up. There's no way Master Ball League is this. I don't know. I don't know. It's definitely harder to play on stream for sure, but this is like really funny. Like some of these plays are actually hilarious. All right, chat. We're gonna see if he sees it next Ultra Ball. Yes, it's always important to understand that playing on stream isn't easy. You have white noise blaring into your ears. It's not like blaring. It's not that loud, but yeah. We're not laughing at the gameplay right now. We're laughing at the situation that's unfolded with all of his Pokemon being prized. What is happening? Yes, if there is a redeemable ticket in this deck, I will retire. There's no shot. There's a redeemable ticket. Oh, he discarded the wrong card? No, what did he discard? Wait, he discarded the lightning? Oh no, wait, does that mean he doesn't have... Oh wait, no, this is fine. He has Sadas, right? What did he discard? I have no idea. No, that's fair, Louis. Definitely fair. Took it back. Oh, they took it back. Okay, gotcha. All right, here comes Teal Dance. All right, here we go. Let's see it. Come on, he's gonna be like, bang, rare candy. Oh, there's no Gardevoir. Okay. Well, that's the thing. We just watched Tan play well. Like, he didn't play perfectly last game or last in top 4. Or wait, no, in top 8. He played completely fine in top 8. But this game, like, this one's been completely different. That's the thing, is we've seen Tan play before. I think we've seen Tan twice already, right? Or once or twice. So it's just been like, it's been a head scratcher. Come on, notice it. The best thing ever would be if he goes Ultra Ball into Kirlia, evolve Kirlia, and then attempts to TM Evo. Oh, okay. Dude, he's cooking. I don't know. Whatever he's cooking here. He's got no Gardevoir, but it don't matter. He's gonna figure out a way. He's alpha mailing Kaiser right now with a Monkey Dory with the Psychic Energy. Was Gladion? Yes. This is just, yeah, this is a genius poker face. Oh, he baited the Curler. Wait, can he ever KO with Monkey this turn? No, he can't. He only hit 60. Oh, dang it. Has he not? Oh, please just Ultra Ball. We need to see the Ultra Ball, and then, oh, there's no Gardevoir in the deck. I just don't think, oh, he has Ultra Ball in hand. Yes, 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 yes. He has to notice now. He has to. Yes, play the Ultra Ball. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you want that Gardevoir, don't you? Flip over your prizes. No, this is not that. That's not a good reason for this example. He just has taken 10 seconds to figure out if it's in the deck or not. This is on him. But I agree with that statement overall. I do agree. We're 7 minutes into this game and he's still playing. He's gonna try an Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir. All right, here we go. Oh, no. This is like his fourth. This is his fourth search, and he's just realizing now, I think, that it's full price. He's checking the Discord. Oh my god. Whew. Mateo, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh my god, he's locked in. He's still going. He's still going. Oh my god. He can't. Kaiser must be like, this guy's on drugs, or there's two Gardevoir priced. It's one or the other. Oh my gosh. This is one of the best series I've ever seen for entertainment purposes. For anyone who just got here, watch the last game's ending and this is amazing. This is like actually so fun to watch. My god. So if his line is literally to pray that this is a Tails, he literally loses if Kaiser just retreats into Raging Bolt and attacks. There's no game plan after that. Game makes you do crazy things. Yeah, but this is hilarious. And it skips out. He's like, I'm just hitting you for 60 and I'm quitting after that. Hey, doctor. All right, game 3. We have only 8. So that game wasted like 9 minutes for no reason. No reason. This only hurts Tan. Tan literally screws himself over because of the time rules over in Singapore. That Nestball on his first turn. Okay. Oh, is that a Clefairy start? Oh, Shaman. Okay, good. We're good. All right. Start off for Kaiser here. Got him UEX in the active, a Nest Ball, a phenomenal hand. This is great. So this Nest Ball should start for Ogre Pawn, and you should Teal Dance before you use the other Nest Ball, because what you get off the Ogre Pawn can influence if you even need to use that Nest Ball here. So, all right, nothing really prized for either player. I mean, we see a boss, a jamming tower. Everything looks good. It looks like both players have reasonable prize cards. OP prize. No, we're just hating for no reason. Tan's probably a nice person, hopefully. He started Shaman 3 times. Wow, that's actually kind of good though, starting him. All right, there's Noctowl. I agree. It's a great starter. Yeah, Tan has arguably his best starter aside from Monkey Dory. It's Monkey Dory and Shaman. Nest Ball. Yeah, this was a missequence by Kaiser. Kaiser missequenced this. Kaiser should have just started with the original Nest Ball for Ogre Pond to draw 1. I think that's what I just would have started with here. But it's still a great start for Kaiser. Like, cannot complain. This is very good for him. Yes, we're in game 3. Finally, right? All right, let's see what he's got. Oh no! It means the hand's bad. Oh god. He's thick now, at least. He's got 240. You gotta Ultra Ball. You have to Mew here. So how tiebreakers work is when time is called, the player finishes their turn, and then the other player finishes or gets one more turn, I believe, and that's it, I think. And then it goes to a sudden death scenario where, or no, it comes in a prize. Yeah, it goes. They finish their turn when time's called. The opponents finish their turn, and then whoever has less prize cards wins. To be fair, we don't have time to think properly. I think that's how it works, Sam. All right, draw for turn. Action back on Kaiser here. If I'm Kaiser, we're just going for we have a few options here. It's a little bit weird because that Shaman is making things complicated. So this is winnable for Tan. It's definitely winnable. But if I'm Kaiser, you just have to KO the. I mean, probably have to KO this Ralts here. You can just fan Rotom this Ralts, or actually, honestly, just Baby Bolt the Ralts. That's probably completely acceptable too. There's multiple plays that seem okay here. We see Crispin. We might see a Prime Catcher be taken here unless it's already in the hand. It's not in the hand. No, it's just we go to prizes, which is effectively sudden death. Like, we don't start a full, like, if the prizes are tied, it's, yes, sudden death, but we don't start a full new game. Correct. Yes, exactly. This is very similar to what our system will be. Except I think the difference is for us, both players get a guaranteed turn. There goes like 0-1. Yeah, I think it's very similar here. Yeah, it's pretty similar. It's basically like a +1. Would you be down to play Japan's BO3 system in Swiss? I don't know. I don't like best of. I mean, I don't know. It's like I'm not a huge fan of best of 1, but it might become a necessity at some point. But I could be wrong. All right, so now the big issue that Kaiser does like kind of has right now is that we do not see in this situation another Hoothoot on board. So this will get access to Hoothoot here. Potentially, we could also get Latias, but Hoothoot definitely seems like a good card you want to get down on the board in this situation. Yes, we could tie. Yes, that's the difference. We could tie, but they can't tie, right? It's best of 1. If there is a tie, then it goes, you know, it's a double game loss. I would be okay trying out best of 1 for a couple tournaments. Like, I would be fine trying it out for a regional. Maybe be best of 1 15 rounds, 7-2 advance to day 2. But I'm not sure how it would end up. Or like, I don't know. Maybe 6-3 to make it a little bit more like if you just brick. But I like best of 3 though. Still, I'm content with best of 3. I just wish it was, or like I would like to try best of 3 with chess clocks, like pretty much like what the TCG live timer is. I think that'd be cool. Control mill decks, that's true. Best of 3, you get 5 match points for 2. Your opponent, you get 4 for 2-1. I don't remember the rest. Oh yeah, that's the new, or that's the Japan system they tried for nationals, right? So rather double game loss than give away a game. It's literally net positive. Yeah. Exactly. It's like if you lose, your resistance goes up. So why would you ever get a double game loss? It doesn't help. It literally it hurts you. You'd rather lose and give someone the win than both players lose. Little locals running best of 3. Yeah, best of 3 is just like widely accepted as like the preferred thing, right? And TV side, they. Yes. Well, okay. According to Sudden Death, last time we watched it, it said there was 1 prize card for each player. I forget if they put out all 6 or if it was 1-1, but I think it's 1-1. I think both players put out 1-1, and it just comes down to like if you can Iono to 1, basically. I think unless they just showed 1 prize each, just indicating, but. All right, so Tan here is going to be able to take a knockout. Going to be able to use that attack here. Until this year, though, New Zealand. Oh, New Zealand. I wanted to go to New Zealand. If New Zealand was a regional, I might have gone. But it's a special event. But it's still really cool that you guys have events now. I've wanted to go to New Zealand for some time. Yes. Like Magic the Gathering. If anyone watched the finals of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour most recently, it's best of 5. But games end pretty quickly, though. Like, games end in, like, it seemed like 10 minutes. What's like Magic system? Wow. Retreat, bolt, KO, down to 3. However, Tan actually, this is just going to come down to who gets the last turn here, because Tan is technically in the lead here, because Kaiser goes down to 3 and then Tan goes down to 2. Tan needs to finish his turn quickly. Here's the evolution into Gardevoir. Oh, this is just going to come down to the time rules here. Now Tan's trying to figure out what to do. The time is working against him at this point. Here's Nestball. Oh, time has been called. Oh, no. This is so bad for Tan. Or does Tan win here? Wait, let me listen. Oh my goodness. Okay, so how the ruling works here, I was just like listening to what they were saying. So since time was called, the player gets to finish their turn. So I think it's since Tan went second in this game, he gets the final turn here. And so actually, so that's how it works. I think whoever goes second in the match to start the game will get a final turn in the game. Okay, that's I think how it works. So all Tan has to do is take 2 prize cards here. If he announces any attack for game, he wins. So he just needs to find Night Stretcher for game. Yeah, here it is. There's the Arvin. He has game. He has game. He just has to, he has to Arvin. Oh, please see it this time. Come on. Let's see Gabe this time. Come on. You gotta have it. You just need the stretcher for game. It's there. Come on, it's there. Stretcher for game. You just win. Unless there's no, yeah, there's 2 energy in discard. No, it's in deck. I just saw it. He has it in deck. He hasn't used a night stretcher left. Wait, isn't it? Oh, wait, no. Is it in deck? Oh, wait, no. I thought I saw it. Wait, no, but he has game with Super Odd then. He just wins with Super Odd. Wait, no, he has Super Odd or a stretcher. He has game. Come on, see it. Yes, Arvin. Arvin, you have game. Yes, play it. Please, let's go. Wait, prize rod? No, he has stretcher. It's in the deck. I saw it. Yep, there it is. There it is. Yes, he saw it. Yes, he got it this time. He saw game. Oh my god. No, he's gonna. Oh my god, he got there. Let's go, dude. These rules are ridiculous. These time rules are so dumb. But I guess it actually makes sense because Tanch would have just won the game anyways. I think. All right, you go 2-2 at that point. Yeah. Retreat into Clefairy. Here comes the Clefairy. Yeah, you got this. You got this. Just take your time. You can do this. All right. Yeah, just promote. There should be 40 there. Yep, 40. Let's put that there. Okay. Slowly retreat. Slowly retreat. Yep, got it. Attach 2. Put the 40. Full Moon Rondo for game. Let's go. Let's go, dude. I was worried for a second after that last game that he wasn't going to see it, but good for him. Wow. All right, on to the finals. We have Gardevoir versus Raging Bolt. Just as well he didn't draw out of that second game any longer than actually did. He gets to play 3 stream games in a row, yeah. To be fair, if he had just immediately scooped and that was like in game 2, he would have instantly won game 3 with that board state because he just goes down to 2 and then Kaiser goes down to 1 and then he's Clefairy's for game. It's true. It is a high skill deck, and sometimes, like, people have to understand these players have been playing a long time. So they played several rounds yesterday and had to grind through it here too. These are long games. They're not easy to play. Like, playing long tournaments is stressful. All right. Hopefully we got finals coming up here. That is such a cool setup. I like it. They got the Master Ball League finalist, champion, and top 4. And there is the Buddy Puffin Master Ball card too, which is really cool. On top of it, I believe some of them do get the Zoroark card as well, which is worth, I think, several $1,000s. But yeah. This is exciting. I'm excited for finals. I picked up Guardy for the first time and I'm struggling with the lines, even though you think back, it's so simple to win at times. It is, yeah. So, I mean, I've done the mistake too, where like I usually figure it out, but like sometimes like, wait, do I have game here? And I have to think, and it's like, wait, I do have game here. Played the 2K the other day with Guardy, and there's just so many options per turn that you almost get analysis paralysis. Very true. Very true. How much is that Zoroark, chat? Isn't it like probably 5K, I bet. It's got to be like 5K. Is there even a market for it? Zoroark EX Master Ball. Let me look. Doesn't Wancho and his wife have the only copies of that Zoroark right now? Potentially, yes. Oh, it's only awarded to the top 4 of the national championship. Yeah, this card is probably $5,000. What's the Gardevoir's Toadscroll matchup, or how do you see it? Because I've struggled against it. Gardevoir typically is, I think, slightly... It's close. I think Gardevoir is, like, fine. I think Gardevoir is slightly favored, because they can just target all the junk Pokemon on the bench and one-shot them over and over again, with, like, Screamtail KOs and stuff like that. It's close, though. Here is Roaring Moon going to be absolutely cracked once 3-prize Megas come out? Potentially. I think Roaring Moon's kind of a cool deck, even right now, especially when it gets Brave Bengal. Some people might think it gets better. The final is Bolt without Owls, yeah. It's out on day 2. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry that you missed out. People are sleeping on Roaring Moon plus Prism, and oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, a little Prism action. I like the new set. I think it's really cool. A lot of cool new cards. The final should come up shortly because there was only one other match going on, and this match reached time, so should start very soon. Miraidon Eels research? Yeah. Miraidon's back. Exciting. Very exciting. All right. Are we going to another commercial? Dang it. I love how it says not actual gameplay footage on like all the things. It's like all like these like that make the game look cool. It's like not actual gameplay footage. How reliant is Miraidon on tools in this next format? Not super reliant. I mean, what tool cards would you be potentially wanting to play? Things like EXP share? My Terra Box got bullied? Yeah, Shaman bullied the Terra Box out of the format, unfortunately. Megas equals less one-hit KOs equals more monkey. Ooh, more monkey. Is that a good or bad thing, though? That's one of the big questions. Is more Monkey Dory helpful for the format? I saw a Japanese content creator playing Roaring Moon make a Latias for some reason. Oh my gosh. One of the really cool things about a lot of the Japanese players is they come up with so many cool ideas. Now, not all of them are good, but they're really innovative, which is one of the really cool things about Japan Pokemon. I thought was instead of Arvin, Petrol plus Rocket's Factory to get your generator. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, Air Balloon is the best card in the new set. That's like one thing that, like, by far best card. So yeah, the finals is Gardevoir against Raging Bolt with no Noctowl. It has made its way back into the finals. I know I was slandering Raging Bolt with no Noctowl, but still showing it's clearly a good deck. I do not think Scrapper is a great card right now, but it's going to be good potentially in the future. So Tool Scrapper is a really interesting card. Some people kind of have like bias towards it because they remember how powerful it was in the past. However, in this format, tool cards aren't as good as they used to be. For example, there's no tool card that goes onto a Pokemon that locks abilities. For example, Garbotox and Garbodor, which would need a Float Stone, doesn't exist anymore, right? Things like Force Seal Stone don't exist, right? All those powerful tool cards that just kind of broke the game. I don't say broke the game, but were incredibly influential, just do not exist anymore. So Tool Scrapper is a lot weaker than it used to be. It's still very powerful, and most likely if they create more powerful tool cards in the future, it will gain value as tool cards gain value. And at the moment, tool cards are kind of at their low point. It just doesn't seem like they're played as much right now. I mean, things like Rescue Board exists, but that's kind of a one-turn thing, right? So I don't know if we're going to be able to justify putting it in, but are we looking at playing Guardy Jelly or sticking with base Guardy? That's a good question. I haven't put enough games into Guardy Jelly to see if it's better than base Guardy. Does Air Balloon work on Run Retreat mons? Yes, it just reduces each Pokemon it is attached to's retreat cost by 2. But Jelly is going to be item locking you, so jamming is just better. Exactly, yeah. It's really nice to deal with mid decks like Garchomp at my locals. Yeah. I mean, Garchomp's fun. I like Garchomp. It's a cool deck. I'm not gonna lie, even as a TCG player, this VGC app looks pretty dope. Oh, this thing? You think Tortuga has any potential in this format? No. Well, I don't know. I just think that attack, like the Trashalanche attack, is not as good as it used to be. Because more decks are able to function without like that many items. A Dragapult with TR Crobat? Ooh. I was matching against someone who were using League Battle Deck Charizard and the 151 Statue Box Charizard, Gouging Fire, and Victini X. Almost lost prize everything. Yeah, that's tough. Being able to play VGC on your phone is pretty dope. Yes. Very true. Very, very true. Hopefully finals are starting soon. They should be starting literally any minute now. Because the other game has to be done. The other game is definitely done because ours went to time on stream that we watched, which means it's definitely. Oh. This is cool though. Like these like videos that they make for TCG Pocket are kind of sick. There's Nihilego. Does Lord. I started playing a little bit of Pocket, but just never got too much into it. It was just like, I think it's fun though. It seems fun. I just haven't put too much time into it. Trashalanche also has Field Load, exactly, and boosts damage as well as Choice Spend. Very, very true. Pably, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. What's your opinion on Gardevoir with unfair stamp? It's impossible to buy a secret box in my country. I mean, if that's the only one you can get, then that's the only one you can get, right? I mean, Hero's Cape's not bad either. So yeah, stamp's okay. I think getting Field Blower instead of Tool Scrapper would be an auto include index at the moment. Maybe because it can, but yeah, Field Blower would see a lot more play. Field Blower would mean like some decks wouldn't need to play a Stadium. Pocket got really good recently. It's becoming less coin flip random. Well, I was kind of under the impression that when Pocket originally came out, there just were not very many cards, so it just felt dull in my opinion. But if there's a ton of different cards now, because you know, like they've been pretty consistently adding sets, right? So if they just keep adding more and more sets, that's a good thing because the game will just become more interesting. These type of commercials are so cool. By the way, these are really interesting. Pocket as well got me into, yeah, it's cool. I'm glad that Pocket, I'm glad there's a pipeline of Pocket to TCG, because TCG is the more complete game. Like if you are going to play one or the other, TCG is just the better game, and in my personal opinion. Like Pocket, there's just more RNG. It's just a little more silly. It's like, it's kind of like, it's just like simpler. It's just simpler Pokemon. So I'm glad there's a pipeline of people going to the competitive TCG from TCG Pocket. Or that's about walls at the moment. Poltzard seems very dominant, but also already thinking about Melodic Thorns. I mean, if you can beat Gardevoir, then it's you know, possibly a good deck, but I haven't thought about Melodic Thorns though. The problem is if you ever go, I don't know. It seems interesting. You might as well try it out. I haven't play tested with it, so I can't give you an accurate answer. There's a new set every single month. Is crazy. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. I don't think TCG could reasonably do that because like distribution would just be a mess. Rex, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Rex Nicola, thank you. Yeah, it's like once you play, so like as someone who plays like the Pokemon TCG professionally, it's just like it's hard for me to go to Pocket and like it's almost like dumbed down Pokemon. Not saying it's for dumb people, but it's simpler, right? There's just less things you can do, right? Why don't they promo TCG Live Pocket at? They could. But TCG Live, they need to continue to update and fix. My wife likes Tinkaton EX. I'm going to build a list similar to that list from Japan / LDF's list. It's not comp, but the draw goes crazy. Yeah, just find something she enjoys. I mean, especially if she's a newer player, just get her motivated to learn a deck. I think that's one of the biggest things is like when you are teaching new players, you want them, you know, obviously to continue to play Pokemon, right? So you want to motivate them, even if it's with like a rogue deck, but they find enjoyable. Get them hooked on that, because if you get them hooked on that, then they're more willing to try other decks, right? You don't always have to feed new players the strongest decks in the room, because sometimes they're harder to play and not at like they're not great for like someone who's like it's just like newer, because it's just a lot, you know, higher in skill level, so they might find it, you know, not very enjoyable because they don't know what to do and then they quit. So it's always important to kind of learn, you know, like get them comfortable. Would a synced up set release schedule with Japan work for PTCG? Potentially, yes. It's just like the US has been behind for forever. It was City of Flames awesome. I would love to see it come out at the same time. What level would MBL be compared to the Western competitive system? What is MBL? Oh, the Master Ball League. Ah, yes. Master Ball League. That is a good question. Well, Master Ball Leagues only have about 500 players, whereas like regionals in America can get almost 3,000, right? So it's super hard to tell. Like I would probably say like a master, It's super hard to tell. Maybe 0.5, maybe like 0.6 or 0.7 of a regional in America, because like still winning out of 500 players is hard. Like people don't understand. It's like you still have to play and be the first, be number one out of like 500 players, right? And that's very hard to do. So yeah, you play TCG live over Pocket? Of course. What do you mean? Like, is it like, well, I mean, like, yeah, because it's what I like to do. I just like playing TCG live more. It's kind of like an SPE. Yeah, it's it's kind of like an SP. That's probably the best thing. I don't know how much I love giving newbies pull right now. Feels like a bit like Zard. Just give him like Joltik Box or something that's like easy to teach. Like something that like you can teach like a lot of basic fundamentals like price checking, understanding like how to think ahead in the game with where you put your energies. Things like that are pretty useful. Yeah, sure. Regional 0.5. Yeah, Pult's one of the hardest decks in the format. Average trouble choosing a deck for locals. Here we only play best of one, but most of the popular deck lists are from best of three tournaments. What's the most thing to consider when picking a deck for locals if I don't know the meta here? So if you do play in a best of one format, really focusing on playing a consistent deck is really important, especially if you're playing over like in Asia. That's a reason why Raging Bolt sees so much success, I feel like, is because it's a consistent deck and takes advantage of decks stumbling in a best of one format. So think about that, right? What do you think about updated turn? I don't like it, but I'm not, I mean, I don't dislike it that much. I just would prefer it to be the same. Dango seems like a great newbies deck. I mean, there's a decent amount of sequencing with it in some spots. Winning anything other than your small locals is tough. Once you get to 6, yes, exactly. Like winning a 60-player League Cup can be hard. You have to go through like what, 6 rounds and then go all the way through Top Cut, which normally people in Top Cut know what they're doing. So any tips for junior players? Deck choice, training, advice. Sometimes they lose focus, so because they're young, so trying to keep them focused and motivated to learn a deck is really important. And it's good to have someone push them to be better, but they have to be motivated too. You also have to make it an enjoyable experience for them as well. All right, finals start. Come on, let's see him. They should be here any minute now. We got, it's been 20 minutes, so any minute we should see it. Of course, knockout, yeah. It's also good to have them be around like this is always something that's important for anyone who's trying to get better, is when you surround yourself with players who are good or better than you, it pushes you to be better. But you like, champions are created a lot of the time by surrounding themselves with champions. The entire game worth the ads? I know. If I could tell them to speed it up, I would. I wish they'd give us new ads. Like, I like watching Super Bowl ads for American football, because the ads are like pretty much always different, right? Like you never know what you're gonna see, and you'll see some crazy stuff. Yeah. Let me update my title. We're going into the finals. For some reason, it won't let me. That's all good. Goof Flag just said if you're the best player in the gym, it's time to find a new gym. You can never use anything. Yeah, you can use every competitive. You always want to play against people. Yes, you do. You want to get your butt kicked. I get a 3 gym event per day. Yo, Dr. Sweet and Spicy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. The big thing is this. You would rather have quality tests. Like if you could play 20 just average games or get 10 quality games against someone who you think is better than you, that's more worth it. All right. Always important to think about. Always very, very important to think like that. Yeah, it's been great. I mean, we're looking forward to finals. We've just been kind of chilling out. The only downside is we've watched about an hour and a half to 2 hours of ads, because one issue is they've taken a ridiculous amount of time, like in between rounds. Like this is ridiculous. Like we should be seeing finals any minute now, but like 30 minutes in between is kind of a lot. A great TCG player? Yeah, he might be pretty good. Yes, it's the same 3 ads. Like, give me something interesting. Give me something cool. A competitive break. They got a competitive break. Gotcha. How long is that break? Do you know? How does someone at your level get quality testing done? Do you live near other pros to test against? Well, I usually try and test with people that I feel like are at, close, or above my level. And I'm thankful to have connections to a lot of people to where I can do that. But a lot of my testing nowadays is actually just sometimes done on stream. Like sometimes it's like kind of similar to Azul where like I am able to identify like how to play matchups a lot of time just by like playing casual games even, and like I can take that and translate it. Agree with past comment. My loss of Makani Tran and John Egg and NIC changed my view on playstyle. I have so much to improve on if I want to get player again. Yeah, the biggest thing to understand is that you should be willing to fail. Play different decks and fail with them. Like that's so important. So like I remember like when I started learning Gardevoir, I started learning Gardevoir and I like was willing to fail and learn the hard way by testing with people. And then I started to see quite a bit of success with it. But even at like a high level, like top players need to learn how to play decks too, right? Oh. One of them might need to use... Oh. What were some of your formats to play in your time in the TCG? One of my favorite formats to play in was probably 2016. I really liked 2016. I was a big fan of 2018 as well. Those are some of my favorite formats that I played in. And yeah, 2016, 2018. I mean, I was a kid back then too. Like I was like a senior. And then I like these formats right now. I mean, the past year have been pretty good formats in my opinion. But yeah, like one thing that once really changed my perspective. My bad, not 2016. I apologize. 2017, when Drampa Garb was really good, and Mind Jack Zorak, I think it was really good. My bad. 2017 and 18, I really liked. I wasn't a fan of 2016 World, so that was kind of a mess of a format. It was just like Night March and like Vile Plume like decks, which were toxic in my opinion, and there was still some Toad. There was Trevenant. Master League best of one Swiss in day one, and then in Top Cut, it is best of 3. Do you think they'll ever bring back expanded regionals? Is the format just far too gone? I think it's far too gone. I don't think they can justify bringing back expanded when standard events are so big. So the biggest problem with expanded events actually is this. To create a successful expanded environment, they would have to reprint a bunch of old cards in like, it doesn't make sense because so back pre-COVID, like cards from 2000, like let's say even 12 were only like, I mean back like we're only like 7-8 years old, but now we're getting to a point where like some of these expanded cards from Black and White are literally 15 years old almost, you know, like 12, 13, 14 years old, right? Now most of them are probably about 12 years old and you know, newer, but it's not easy for people to get those cards. So I think it's not super easy for like the average person. Like the average person can go into a card store and get a Battle League deck and start playing. And I think with how many new players are entering competitive Pokemon and just Pokemon TCG in general, it would create a toxic environment of the players actually able to play expanded, just having money and being able to access those cards. So for them to bring back expanded, they would have to just mass reprint in like battle deck boxes all of the old staples and give it readily accessible, because you know these, you know, standard regionals are getting around 3,000 players, right? I mean, we're I guess like regularly getting, you know, 2,000 to 2,500, right? And it's like, do you think all those new players want to go buy expanded cards? No, probably not. Which format do you like the most since the release of Scarlet and Violet? Ooh, I don't know. I'd have to look back at all the formats. It's like hard for me sometimes to remember, like just by like the names of the sets. I'd have to see the decks that were top tier. Yes, like look at Japan. Like Japan's like expanded is just a Regidrago crapshoot. It's just all Regidrago. Because you have the ability to use just crazy attacks, like your Dialga, like your Dragon Dialga. There's just so much crazy stuff you can use, I think. I have a bunch of expanded stable trainers, but only because I started playing. Exactly. It's because you started playing in 2016, right? I started playing in about 2011. But I would say at least half of like the players who play in these events have only been playing for a few years, I feel like. At least, you know, maybe 4, 5, 6 years max. But I wouldn't be surprised if, let's say, out of 3,000 players that compete, let's say at a regional in TCG, if 2,000 of them have only been playing competitively for 4 years, or I guess, you know, 3 or 4 years. Oh my God, it's here. Thank goodness. Also, those cards back then are in sealed product. Exactly. So expanded will never come back, I think, unless they do something huge and like make it accessible to everyone. Or completely change the format. It'd have to be like X and Y on, or Sword and Shield on. They'd have to make expanded like Sword and Shield on. How to buy a lot of people? Yep. Yeah. How many games left? Right now I just saw your message. This is finals. All right. Hopping into the finals here. It is between Anselm Sim and Tan Kyung Chung here. So Sword and Shield on would be great. A Lugia Fest potentially. I don't know if we want that one. Which Bolt variant do you think plays better into Gardevoir? I am personally under the impression that Noctowl does, but I could be convinced otherwise based off this finals match. Pablito, thanks so much for the tier 1 Prime sub. I appreciate it. We're having a great day. Welcome to the stream. And anyways, hopping into the other deck we just saw, Gardevoir. This is going to be the Raging Bolt deck. Actually, this is the Noctowl variant. Never mind. I heard someone say it's Owl's Bolt, but this is the Noctowl variant. 12-1, a fantastic record. It's just Bolt. It's consistent Bolt. I like this list a lot. I love the 4 Ultra Ball, Counter Catcher plus Iono. Also having Judge, great. The Energy Switch is the 1 of tech card in this list. And let's hop right into it here. Starting off with Anselm here being able to use that Nest Ball searching. You're going to see that Van Rotem. You should stream more often. You have a chill vibe. I appreciate it. I will be streaming more often. Expect normal streams coming up soon. I used to stream pretty consistently, or relatively. I don't even say relatively consistently. I streamed much more frequently years ago, but I've just been so busy, and now I actually have time to stream again, and I'm definitely going to be streaming more. Yeah, definitely going to be streaming more. Yeah, no Billy. Oh, the Scream Tower and the Drifloon's prize. That's not good. Not good. That's not good. Battle Guardiax and Lily's Clefairy. Yes, it's going to be absolutely essential that Tan gets turn 1 TM Evolution. If Tan is not able to get turn 1 TM Evolution without access to those incredibly powerful 1 prize attackers into this matchup, he's not going to be in a good spot. And ooh, there is a top deck of the Kirlia. That is probably one of the worst cards could have drawn into, because now he's not going to be able to TM Evolution into 2 Kirlias. So yep, it's 2-2-2 time. It's time to prize race. What do you do outside of PTCG? I play Pokemon full time, and I'm going back to school. I took several years off to play, and I ended up making a pretty decent living off of it, actually. But I am going back to school just in case. I'm essentially getting a degree that I don't plan to ever use. Unless I have to. Yes, I love baseball and basketball and football. I go to baseball games regularly. I think I've been to 4 or 5 San Francisco Giants games this year. I spend way too much money on baseball tickets. Econ. I'm actually doing two things though. I play Pokemon as like kind of my full-time thing, and then I obviously coach, I stream, I make content, and then on top of it too, I'm also planning to go to flight school, and I'm also going to college as well. So, or that's the plan, is to do all of that, which is a crap ton. So I'm not going to travel as much this year, but like I'm still going to do a bunch of tournaments. Like I'll do all the NA events. I'll do probably 2 of the 3 Mexican events. And then I will also probably do all 3 ICs. But I'm probably just gonna, I plan just to take online classes this year. And then go to flight school. 5 times the regionals? I mean, hey, when I'm in a few years, that'd be pretty sick. Yes, if anyone sees my Twitter, if anyone goes to my replies on Twitter, it's a bunch of yapping of completely non-Pokemon stuff. So if you do follow me and you see that stuff, I do apologize if you're not interested in sports. Which list is better, first or second at NAIC? I like the first place list more. But yeah, just Econ. Gotta learn to monetize Pokemon for real, considering how much money I put into it. Get rid of Gabe Kapler? Nah, it was fine. It wasn't great. $100 HP Curlia. Well, they got 2 Curlia set up, so pretty good here. Yo, Miss Pie, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. But anyways, for story time, I started playing in about 2011 when I was a kid. And I pretty much just went to local league, you know, once a week, things like that. And for anyone who doesn't know, a lot of locals back in the day used to be hosted at like pizza shops and things like that, fast food places, right? They weren't always just at card stores. So I remember I would go like every Saturday up to like a pizza parlor, and that's where locals would be. They'd also host city championships there and things like that. It was, you know, pretty cool. And I played casually. I mean, I was a kid, right? I was like 7 years old, you know, back in like 2010, 11. So just playing casually and things like that. And then I didn't have the like financial abilities, like my parents, you know, weren't like super wealthy or anything like that, and still aren't, to like go to a bunch of events. So I was able to go to a couple events, you know, maybe 1 or 2 per year. I got my invite in seniors, and then when I became a master, pretty much that's kind of when COVID happened, like a year after I became a master. And then I grinded online, and then I started top cutting regionals and placing over and over and over again, and then turned it into this to now where I can go to a bunch of tournaments and create content and help people. That's, you know, one of the big things. I love helping people, you know, get better at Pokemon, right? That's always one thing I like to do. So that's why I try and respond to as many comments as possible, because I just want to, you know, make sure that I'm giving back the best that I can to you guys for supporting me and allowing me to do this as my job. Riley's list is definitely the better list for someone starting off Gardevoir. Sure. Yeah, the basics and things like that. At a Starbucks? Yeah. Back in the day, there'd be pizza parlor and like fast food tournaments. But now I think Pokemon prefers them to be at card stores. That's a silly name to play against. Funny enough, that's actually my last name. I just used it as, I just used that as my brand. Do you go to your leagues and cups done early, or do you not rely on them unless you have to? So I only won I shouldn't say only, because this comes off as arrogant, but I won 3 cups this year. I actually didn't win all 4 cups. I think I won 3 or 4 challenges. I just do them as they go. Admittedly, cups at the beginning of the year are much harder, because for anyone who's just starting out, cups at the beginning of the year typically have the most amount of players from my personal experience, because at the beginning of the year in, you know, July and August, there's that excitement. It's like, oh, I'm going to try for the world championships, or I'm going to try and, you know, play more competitively. And then as time goes on, obviously there's people who don't necessarily, let's say, do as well as they would hope, and then they stop going to league cups. For example, sometimes, because I live in Northern California, sometimes like cups at the beginning of the year might get 60, 70 players. And then at the end of the year, those cups are only getting 25 to 30 players, sometimes even 15, right? So I will go to cups as long as I have the time. I mean, if I have the time and I have nothing better else to do, then I'll go to cups. But I don't use them as like, I don't need cups for my invite, right? It's just like, so. Hey, nice, good job. I'm happy that you're running tournament. That's super cool to see, Dan. I'm glad that you actually followed through with that. That's sick. You need to pay to play at local cups and chat? Oh yeah. I mean, it depends. I mean, like normally, yes. Pretty much always, yeah. I won a 5-person cup this season, undefeated, by the way. You're ready for Worlds. I remember the second cup I ever attended was at a round table next to A1 Comics. Yo, what's up, T? You're up late, man. Any deck you're looking forward to at Worlds? I'm looking at the deck that's gonna win Worlds. I don't know what it is though. Trying to find it. To be brutally honest though, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at everything. Like I'm just kind of starting my testing. Got to come to Toronto Cup. It's basically a regional. I've played in the Toronto Cup before. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of players. This is so that players can be playing for bigger prize and such store credit allocation. Realists are 35 last time I checked. Depends on the store. Sometimes they're 30, sometimes they're 35. Yeah, Toronto Cups are really stacked. NorCal Cups have so much potential because Azul lives like an hour and a half away from me. So if I went to Cups, if he went to Cups, Vance Kelly oftentimes is in California too, because I think he's like, or he was going to college or stuff here as well. So our Cups had so much potential. It's just we don't all go to Cups consistently. Yeah, he doesn't go to Cups. This will be your first season, Dorsey? Oh, sick. Well, best of luck. I think everyone... So, how I usually like to set goals and like, what I recommend to, like, my students and stuff is, and just, like, anyone in general, is, like, don't set goals on, like, trying to reach, like, okay, I want to win a cup, I want to win a challenge, I want a day 2 regional. Just set the goal of, I'm going to play the best I can every single tournament, and when I don't see success, I know why I didn't see success. Like, I'm not, like... When I go into like a regional championship, you know, my goal is I'm going to play the best I possibly can. It's not I need a top 32 this event or I need a top 16 this event, you know. The 3v farming locals. I mean, yeah, that would be funny. He occasionally does a pre-release once in a while. I think he did one a couple of years ago or maybe a year or two ago. Azul occasionally does those. But most of his local content he does when he flies out to North Carolina to do stuff with Chip. For his uncommon energy. You know. Goal getting 200 CP ace trainer. My buddy's goal was to make day 2 in the second season and he earned that at NAIC. So I was like, yeah, that's sick. Just going to regional abroad. It's fun. I love the abroad regionals. I love playing in different countries. Playing Pokemon in different countries is really cool. If you have obviously the financial means to do so, that's one thing I recommend people do. It's really cool. I got to run 2 pre-releases so far. Journey Together and Destined Rivals. That's cool. Yeah, I might judge an event this year. I actually am a judge. I've considered judging an event this year, but I don't know. We'll see. As long as you see consistent success, or as long as you see consistent growth, that's the thing, right? The success doesn't happen overnight for most people. All right, this is really bad for Tan because if Ansem just like one-shots here, this Clefairy, which I believe can just do that with an Ogerpon, it's really bad for Tan. Gdansk is actually quite cheap. That is a beautiful city. I went there last season. It was really cool. I guess this season technically, because it's not the new season until July 1st. Correct. Yeah, this game is tricky here. So we do see Fez drawing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Ansem just needs another grass energy here, and we'll be able to. Well, they already Teal Dance. Have they attached for turn? No, right? Yeah, there's 1 energy on Baby Bolt that was already there. Teal Dance for turn. Yeah, this should just be a pretty simple KO, right? Potentially, yes. Yes, definitely. You always swing with guard. I think you should have swung with Guardian in this situation. Like, force like the Raging Bolt to KO you here. Because now it's just like, if an Ogerpon KOs you, it doesn't feel very good. Because all the energies stay on board, right? It's not like you have to dump all the energies. Are we judging for the first time next week? Hey, it's sick. Yes, it can. If he has an energy. He 100% should teal it. Or he 100% should teal Mascara. Yeah. Because then you have 3 energy on the bench loaded, which means you only need Sadas to win the game. Yeah, this is a mistake. This is like, okay, if you're going to Prime Catcher, this is fine. But I don't think, no, this is just wrong. This is still a mistake, I think. You have no need to do this because now if Tan had a 1-prizer, we know Tan doesn't have a viable 1-prizer to attack with. Tan could just go 1-prizer, KO active, Iono, and then Ansem has to find Boss's Order. So yeah, this is 100% a mistake here. Because if you take the 2-prizer Clefairy and also save Prime Catcher, you're in a much better situation. So this is where like you shouldn't care about the threat of the Gardevoir existing because you already have a prize lead. So you just don't need to do that. Save you a spot. I appreciate it. Because like now, yes, you win the game with Boss's Orders. That's correct. But you also win the game with Sadas here every time. So you have more Sadas in deck than Boss's Orders, which means that if you attack with the Ogerpon, they KO the Ogerpon, you win with Sadas, and you have more outs to Sadas Vitality. So, and this just takes a bunch of energy. Like, this is like, if Tan had... You need to remove from the bench Ogerpon here. I'll explain why shortly. I actually want to explain a play. Okay, so this is a mistake here. The reason is that since you leave a Raging Bolt with 1 energy, what if Tan had Screamtail? What Tan can do is Tan can Counter Catcher Noctowl, Screamtail knock out a 2-prizer on the bench, and since Ansem has already used his Prime Catcher, he would have a Bolt on the bench with 1 energy, which means he needs to get the Bolt in the active and find Boss's Orders. He can't attach to the Raging Bolt, attach also to the Noctowl, and use Boss's Orders. The only way he gets Raging Bolt into the active spot is with, in this situation, a Sadas. Because he can go Sadas, attach for turn. That's the only way he gets an attacking Raging Bolt in the active. Because he can't use Latios on a Noctowl. So this is a mistake that could potentially lose him a game. If Tan actually had the Screamtail. But what Ansem should have done is left 2 energy on Raging Bolt. Because if you leave 2 energy on Raging Bolt, if it's like Counter Catcher, Screamtail, Knockout Fez, let's just say, then you just go attach to the active Noctowl, and there's already 2 energy on Raging Bolt. Does that make sense? Because you're down the Prime Catcher, you can't free retreat the guy. So you can't Sadas and Boss's Orders. But if you leave 2 energy on Raging Bolt, you can just attach, retreat, Boss's Orders still. The Leaves in deck, I have no idea. Leaves would potentially, actually, Leaves could potentially solve that problem, but there's no Latios on board. So it's unfortunate. So like Ansem misplayed, but Tan's not going to be able to like punish this. All right, that's fault. It might not matter. We'll see. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say probably a large percentage of mistakes never get punished. I mean, this game's probably just over. I don't know what Ansem can do. He just loses to Blood Moon, and there's just no play, right, that exists. Because he has no Screamtail. He just can't win. Well, actually, no, he can't. He could potentially Gardevoir KO. But, like, it doesn't work very well. His only play here is Gardevoir hit for 190 into the active and just pray that nothing happens. And then he can go Monkey Dory and then Counter Catcher, maybe KO. That's his only play here, but I don't even know if he has the pieces to do that. Happy to help knock out TCG. Glad you found that useful. Like, that's one situation I really wanted to explain because I see it happen sometimes. Like, I remember in day 2 of Portland Regionals, I ended up getting top 32, and I had to win out. I had to win all 4 in day 2 because I went at 5-2-1. But I was in a kind of a rough spot versus Raging Bolt, but they made that mistake where they went down to 2 prizes, and they left 2 bolts with 1 energy each, and I just trapped Noctowl, took 2, they couldn't take 2, and I took 2 again. Because there's no possible way they can take 2 in those situations if they're down Prime Catcher. Dan should just, like, I mean, it's not great. His best play here was if it didn't KO. Like, he needed it to do 200 damage. He just loses to, like, so many things now. Yeah. Potentially, yeah. Yeah, Sadas. All right, cool. Yeah, Screamtail Drifloon prized. Not good. Not good, not good, not good. Old Deviant. That's cool. All right, hopping into game 2 here. Raging Bolt did win game 1. So, see what happens here. Your Romania doesn't have a crazy scene, right? It's not super big, I thought. I know like some people from like more Eastern Europe, but not a whole lot of players. It seems like most of like the top European players are kind of like in like France, Germany, Poland, Spain, and Italy too. Professor's Watchtower because I'm one of the dangerous players and no, yeah. Sometimes at locals you gotta surprise them because they know what you're gonna play. Romania doesn't have a single local? Really? Wow. Do they even have card stores that get packs and stuff? Well, was it? Yeah. You going to Frankfurt? I'm not going to Frankfurt because of Monterrey regionals in Mexico, which is a direct. I mean, actually, both flights are direct. I can fly direct from California to Frankfurt or to Monterrey, and Monterrey is a 3-hour-ish, 3.5-hour flight, and Frankfurt is a 11-hour flight. So United Kingdom, what does that mean? $2,000 Ditto price too? Yeah, that's brutal. Not great for both players. Pricing Clefairy and pricing 2,000 Ditto is not amazing. Only 2 in Bucharest? Wow. I actually want to go to Eastern Europe. I haven't done it yet. I mean, the farthest east I've been is Poland in Europe. I called Mariah into 16-player win a box and it smashed everything because I knew when people were playing. Yeah, sometimes locals is like teching for that stuff. I love Frankfurt. It is a really cool city. I've only been, well, I've flown in there like multiple times, but I wish that Frankfurt still had EOIC because I like Frankfurt more than I like London. Oh. Oh, yes, I intentionally left them out. No, I'm trolling. There's just not like a lot of like the top UK players like retired. So like UK is like a more developing region of players as opposed to like a region of top European players. The majority of top European players exist in the regions that I explained. But the UK has a lot more developing players. Because like there were plenty of like very experienced, very successful UK players that just don't play very much anymore. So yeah. Yeah, London makes the most sense for EOIC. I mean, if EOIC was every year in London, I'd be completely fine with it. But it's a first world problem to want it somewhere else, admittedly, because it is the easiest location to get to for most people, I think. Hey, what's up, Sombra? How are you doing? Yeah, exactly. It's just like, for example, some people want LAIC moved out of Sao Paulo. There's not a whole lot of other options in Latin America that work for everyone. It's like Sao Paulo works for the majority of the, like, I feel like the world. More convenient than other places. It's just more convenient than other places. Rainy community is me, my friends, and one random guy at UIC. Yeah. It's like you could host it in Rio, but like I think Sao Paulo might be easy. I don't know if Sao Paulo is easier to get to than Rio, but it's like you could also host it in like Buenos Aires, but it's just harder to get to. The community's not giant there even. Like it's not like crazy, but it's just yeah. I'm just messing around TSM, but yeah. There's definitely a lot of pretty solid players in UK for sure. I mean, yeah, like you got like Demetrius Eaton and Adam Hawkins, plenty of good players for sure. I mean, we've gotten London for how? Wait, no, it's been more than that, right? We had London 2022 Worlds, 2023 EOIC was in London, 2024 EOIC was in London, 2025 EOIC was in London, and 2026 EOIC was also in London, right? Yeah. It's hard to justify putting LAIC in Mexico City when Mexico City is so close to America. Bring back OCIC and give it to New Zealand law? Yeah, it won't happen. So the main reason, in my opinion, as to why OCIC does not exist anymore is when Singapore, when like Malaysia and, you know, plenty of like the other like Indonesia and stuff like that, like when those like Southern Asian countries went with Japan's TPC system, having OCIC lost value. It's just not an event that like is like valuable, I think, to TPCI, I think, anymore, because of the fact that it would just be an IC for out of region players and Oceania players, and the Oceania like player base isn't like giant, right? So if Southern Asia went back to TPCI, then there's an argument to hold Oceania regionals, right? Because Oceania internationals. But unless that happens, I just don't think OCSC will ever come back. There's just no logistical, like, I don't think it makes sense for Pokemon, which sucks because I love, you know, going to Australia. UIC 2019 was in Berlin. Yeah, it's true. And it was supposed to be in 2020, and then I think until COVID. Just wishful thinking. Yeah, trust me, I hope it comes back. Yeah, if anyone's got a petition, down to retweet it. You know, the funny thing is too is that, like, I've been to Singapore. I love Singapore. It's great. Really nice players, you know, community there. But I've talked to people in the TPC region, and they don't even like they wish they were in the TPCI still, like, system. But I don't know. I guess Japan just wanted to take them over. Yeah, I mean, London's a completely fine city. Like, I actually enjoy going to London. Like, it's so easy to get to, you know. Lots of culture. Why they go to OCSC? There are a lot of Australian players. I just said it's because they removed the Southern Asia region from Oceania and connected them with Japan's World's Invite System, which defeated the purpose of Australia having an international championship because the amount of players just is not enough, in their opinion, to justify it. If, like, Singapore was still in the TPCI region, if, like, Malaysia was still in the TPCI region, if all of the other, like, smaller countries as well for Pokemon, you know, I guess, like, the Philippines, too, if those are all still in TPCI, that's still technically, like, the Oceania region, right? So that justifies, like, TPCI saying, okay, there's a bunch of surrounding countries here that will come and compete because they need points for their invite. It makes Oceania valuable. Or, I don't say valuable. It makes it viable. What capacity? Maybe. Second world's the better grab. I was honestly just talking to chat. I have to go back to the game. Sure. But seems like kind of fine for Tan. Didn't opt for a TP. I don't know if it was their choice. I truly don't know if it was their choice. TPC might have said we're taking this over because it's, I guess, in the Asian region. I don't know. All right, here we go. There is Heads taking a prize card here. And now as Tam, what do you do? You just have to monkey and bench double Ralts here. Like, oh, and there's a concession. Ansem is the winner. There's just nothing there. He gave up. I would have played another turn. Wait, why did he give up that early? Wow. Crazy. Well, Ansem Sim is the winner of the Master Ball League with Raging Bolts taking down Gardevoir in the finals. Oh, second Ralts was better? Yeah, second Ralts was probably better. I agree. I don't know if he had any way to recover Ralts. Maybe not. Oh, Super Rod was tries too? Jeez. That's brutal. Well, that was the finals. We saw Raging Bolt win. Pretty crazy. Anyways, I will be live on Monday for the Smart Series, which will be the very first tournament that I will be hosting. If you're interested in competing, I am giving away cash prizing to that. Let me just link it to anyone who is interested in competing. Let me link that to you. It is free to play. I'm putting in my own money into the tournament. And yeah, here is the link to that if you want to register. 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, June 30th, if you're interested. On top of it, too, if you're interested in playing and your computer has the capabilities of screen sharing, it would be great if you screen shared as well during your tournament run in the Discord server, so I have games to cast over. Will be a big stream, hopefully, for that. Did you put it on Ride on Worlds format? It's not bad. Instead of second Ralts, yeah. But anyways, make sure to go check that out. Yo, Dansong, thank you so much. I appreciate it for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifted subs to Rotki, the Double Battery, PS4, Miki, Rahim Dream, and then 18 Dino 18. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the support as always. Thanks for all the subs. Thanks for the follows as well. And I hope you guys all found this stream informative. It will be as a VOD too as well. Thanks for all the support. I'm tired. I got to get to bed. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, but appreciate it. This is Smart TCG. I'll speak with you guys again soon. Peace out, everyone.